Martial Peak, Chapter 49:15 The Heavens Must Be Jealous. Profound Een Spirit Fruit. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at the name. If the old man had not said anything, he would not have known anything about that spirit fruit. What could be certain was that the spirit fruit was something that could only be found in the Black Ink battlefield, as Yang Kai had never heard of such a spirit fruit in the 3,000 worlds before. The old man took out a wooden box, opened it and explained, "This spirit fruit is extremely useful for mending one's damaged small universe." Yang Kai immediately understood, the heavenly way is indeed fair in all things. The old man nodded, "That's right. A cultivator's small universe is akin to an independent world, and this spirit fruit has the ability to mend broken small universes. The ancestors named it the Profound Een Spirit Fruit, as it symbolized renewal and rebirth. This spirit fruit was useless to the average open heaven realm master, but it was a precious treasure for those with a damaged small universe like the old man. It had to be said that once a person's small universe became incomplete, their martial Tao would never improve again in the future. Moreover, their strength would also be greatly reduced. It would be similar to this old man in front of Yang Kai. If his small universe had not been damaged, Yang Kai would not have been able to defeat him so easily. But if he recovered with the help of the Profound Een Spirit Fruit, then he would regain the strength he had at his peak. It was true that the old man had noticed some abnormalities back when Yang Kai emerged from the void corridor, but his attention was quickly drawn towards the Profound Een Spirit Fruit. Hence he did not bother to pursue the matter any further. In the first place, he only appeared at that spot because he had been attracted by the subtle fluctuations of space principles that spread out when the entrance of the void corridor opened for a moment. Even in the Black Ink battlefield, this spirit fruit is probably a rare treasure, right? Yang Kai asked. The old man nodded. Although there are many sealed worlds in the Black Ink battlefield, not every sealed world has a Profound Een Spirit Fruit tree. This spirit fruit is certainly rare. Having said that, he smiled brightly. If not for that, this old master would not have tried to silence the witness to the crime, lest you reveal the existence of the spirit fruit to the others. Who could have known? Who could have known that he would be no match for his opponent? The fact that he couldn't even defeat a sixth-order open heaven realm master made him feel rather ashamed. At the same time, he finally understood why the cave heavens and paradises entrusted the heavy responsibility of sealing the void corridor to a mere sixth-order junior. How could this sixth-order boy be compared to ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters? Despite having lived for so many years, the old man had never met a more ferocious sixth-order master in his life. Not to mention, the mysterious purifying light that Yang Kai displayed could even dispel the black ink strength that had corrupted his small universe for so many years. It was simply unbelievable. Likewise, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that the old man had taken the initiative to attack him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to figure out the old man's identity. Black Ink disciples were no different from ordinary people under normal circumstances after all. There was no way to notice any abnormality from their external appearance alone. That pure white light. What is it? The old man could not hold back his curiosity. Do the cave heavens and paradises have such a secret technique now? If that was truly the case, then it was truly fortuitous news for all those who had crossed the no-return pass. This secret technique evidently had strong restraining effects on the Black Ink strength, so no matter who was corrupted by the Black Ink clan in the future, they could still be saved. Over the years, the cave heavens and paradises had invested many people into the Black Ink battlefield. Countless people had died in battle, but many others had been converted into Black Ink disciples and became enemies instead. That was the biggest reason why the cave heavens and paradises could never obtain victory on the Black Ink battlefield. If not for that, their continuous investment of manpower would eventually have eroded away at the forces of the Black Ink clan until nothing was left. Yang Kai shook his head. This is not a secret technique of the cave heavens and paradises. It is something that this junior obtained by chance, and only this junior can use it. He did not mention the existence of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, as there was no need to. It was enough to explain that he was the only person who could use this technique. The old man was slightly disappointed, but he soon understood. If this secret technique had been developed by the cave heavens and paradises, it would have been delivered to the Black Ink battlefield a long time ago. There was no reason to hide it until today. Looking at Yang Kai, he let out a long sigh. The heavens must be jealous. Yang Kai instantly burst out laughing. Somehow those words sounded as though he was going to die at any moment. The old man continued, "It is not easy for you to make such a sacrifice for the 3,000 worlds. The cave heavens and paradises have much to be grateful to you for." This junior only followed his own sense of justice. "You praise me too much, senior." Yang Kai responded humbly. The old man sighed once more. "But since you are already here, then that means you can't go back anymore. Do you have anything else that you wish to say before we begin?" Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows slightly. "Senior, what do you mean?" Something about the old man's statement set off alarm bells in his head. The old man said, "You are a hero of the 3,000 worlds. From an emotional perspective, you should not have had to carry such a heavy fate. Unfortunately, the existence of the Void Corridor is too important. This information must never be allowed to leak to others." Then his expression became solemn and his voice became grim. "Only the dead will never reveal a secret. I hope you understand what I mean." When he was met with Yang Kai's silence for an answer, he clearly misunderstood the situation and opened his mouth once more. "I believe you would not want your efforts to go to waste either. I also believe that you have prepared yourself for the worst when you chose to seal the Void Corridor alone." Yang Kai quickly raised his hand to interrupt the old man. "I understand what you mean, senior." The old man was pleased. "You truly are a man who understands the bigger picture. But senior, this junior might not have to die." The old man frowned and reprimanded Yang Kai. "Fool. I know that you have the means to dispel and purify black ink strength, so it won't be easy for you to be corrupted by it. However, you are only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Once you exit this sealed world, you will enter the true black ink battlefield. There are countless black ink disciples outside, not to mention there are territory lords overseeing this place. How will you resist them if you slip up? It's only a matter of time before you become corrupted by black ink strength and become a black ink disciple. How will the existence of the Void Corridor remain concealed once you've been corrupted? If you have the means to seal the Void Corridor, then I can only presume that you have the means to reopen it too. If you become a black ink disciple, the first thing you will do will be to open that Void Corridor and lead chaos into the 3,000 worlds. For that reason you must die. Not only that, this old master will have to die too. This is the only way to ensure that this secret will remain completely hidden. If you cannot do it yourself, then this old master will help you. Don't worry, you only need to wait a while on the road to the Yellow Springs. This old master will follow you shortly." Even though this old man kept telling him to die, Yang Kai could not bring himself to hate him. Under normal circumstances, the old man's suggestion would undoubtedly be the correct choice. Only the dead could keep secrets. Once they were corrupted by black ink strength and became black ink disciples, the existence of the Void Corridor would immediately be exposed. They would wholeheartedly devote themselves to the Black Ink clan after becoming Black Ink disciples. In other words, even without the instructions of the Black Ink clan, Yang Kai would willingly divulge the existence of the Void Corridor and take the initiative to open it for them. What's more, the old man even said that Yang Kai would only need to wait a while on the road to the Yellow Springs and he would follow soon after. At that time they could travel together so that the journey would not be lonely. The old man was staring at Yang Kai as though he was going to help send Yang Kai to the afterlife if Yang Kai refused to die. Hence Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, I cannot be corrupted by the Black Ink strength." This junior was present during the battle against the Black Ink Royal Lord. And during that battle, the Black Ink Royal Lord used her Royal Lord secret technique to instantly corrupt 5 8th Order ancestors. However, this junior remained safe and sound. One of them was even standing right beside this junior when it happened. The old man shook his head. The method of dispelling and purifying black ink strength is extraordinary indeed, but on the black ink battlefield, using this method to resist the black ink strength will only attract the attention of Black Ink clan. Explanations were clearly useless. At this point, only actual hard evidence would work, so Yang Kai simply stated, "Please see for yourself, senior." As soon as those words left his mouth, a pitch-black aura seeped out from the surface of his body. Even his eyes were swiftly covered by the darkness. The old man turned pale with shock. Activating his world force, he nearly struck Yang Kai with his palm. However, his palm stopped right in front of Yang Kai. The reason was that the darkness had faded from Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai explained, "I will not conceal the truth from you, senior. This junior was lucky enough to obtain the world's spring through an opportunity a long time ago, so my small universe is impenetrable to external forces. I even have a large amount of black ink essence suppressed and sealed inside my small universe, but it has not affected this junior in any way." A world spring? The old man was astonished and delighted by those words, but he shouted, "Words are nothing without proof." Just as Yang Kai had prudently checked his small universe before, he had the same thoughts at this moment. Their situations were simply reversed. Yang Kai gave a wry smile. Knowing that the old man would not be reassured if he did not allow the other party to check for himself, he immediately opened the portal to his small universe. The old man poured his divine sense into Yang Kai's small universe to investigate without any trace of politeness. In the next moment he looked dumbfounded. "Are you really just a sixth-order master?" Under his investigation he discovered that Yang Kai's small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material. That was the capital that only high-rank open heaven realm masters could have. It was impossible for the small universe of a sixth-order master to achieve something like that. This old man was not the first person to be shocked by this. When Yu Xiangdai and the others had investigated Yang Kai's small universe back then, they had the same reaction. The main reason was that nobody had ever seen something like this before, so it was very strange and novel. "You've already checked my small universe, senior. How can this junior hide anything from you?" The old man nodded. Under his investigation he discovered that Yang Kai was indeed only in the sixth-order open heaven realm. That was not a lie. At the same time he finally understood why a sixth-order junior had such impressive combat power that even a seventh-order open heaven realm master like himself was not an opponent. Yang Kai had a fully materialized small universe, so it was only natural that ordinary sixth-order masters could not compare to him. Inside Yang Kai's small universe the black ink strength was being suppressed and sealed, and there was also a small spring that seemed to flow without end, spreading out a kind of protective aura to the rest of the world. The old man had never seen a world spring before, but he clearly saw the area where the black ink strength was being suppressed and sealed. When he retracted his divine sense he nodded lightly. "No wonder you dared to take such risks, it was because you had something to rely upon." "Good. Very good." With one of the four universe pillars like the world spring supporting Yang Kai's small universe, there was certainly no need for him to worry about being corrupted by the black ink strength. That was the greatest guarantee for his own safety. Observing Yang Kai carefully, the old man's eyes slowly began to brighten. Yang Kai did not need to die or worry about being corrupted by the black ink strength, turning him into a black ink disciple. In which case his very existence was a huge blessing to the black ink battlefield. Leaving aside his cultivation, just his ability to dispel and purify the black ink strength alone would be a huge boost to the front lines. The wheels turned in the old man's head and various thoughts crossed his mind at that moment. Soon though his expression became firm and he said, "This old master is Meng Qi. I hailed from exquisite paradise. 4,000 years ago I followed my seniors from the master sect through the no-return pass and came to the black ink battlefield." He had not bothered to introduce himself to Yang Kai before because he believed that they both needed to die in order to protect the secrets here, so introductions were redundant. Now that Yang Kai would live though, the situation was different. At the very least, if he told Yang Kai his origins, Yang Kai might be able to bring a message back to his master sect one day. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. "So it is Senior Meng." Martial Peak, Chapter 49:16 Meng Qi's Advice. Meng Qi gestured around him and asked, "How much do you actually understand about the Black Ink battlefield and the Black Ink clan?" "Not much. Just before I came here, I only heard a little from the ancestors." Meng Qi nodded, well aware that this information had always been kept secret in the 3,000 worlds. Even amongst the cave heavens and paradises, only a few elders and elite disciples knew anything. Unfortunately, even these people's knowledge was not comprehensive, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to understand much. Flipping his hand, Meng Qi suddenly took out an object. This object was round and the size of a fist. Yang Kai glanced at the object and asked curiously, "A universe chart?" Yang Kai possessed a similar object. It was something he bought from in Thousand Bird Star City. The 3,000 worlds was too vast and there were countless great territories connected to each other. If not for the guidance of a universe chart, it would be impossible for one to navigate between destinations. That was why almost all Open Heaven Realm Masters would have a universe chart in their possession. This object was something every single cave heaven or paradise could refine and was a valuable source of income. Thanks to that, the cave heavens and paradises gained a sizable income every year just by relying on sales of universe charts. Be that as it may, Yang Kai did not understand why Meng Qi had taken out a copy of the universe chart at a time like this. This is the universe chart of the Black Ink battlefield. Although the information contained within is from 3,000 years ago, it should be not that much different from the current situation. While speaking, Meng Qi handed the universe chart to Yang Kai. He had entered the Black Ink battlefield with his seniors from their master sect 4,000 years ago, but he accidentally became corrupted by the Black Ink strength during a battle against the Black Ink clan 3,000 years ago. Consequently, the information in his universe chart had not been updated since then. Yang Kai readily accepted the universe chart from Meng Qi. In his present situation, this information was very valuable to him. His divine sense immediately poured into the universe chart. In that instant, Yang Kai felt as though he had entered a vast universe on display before him. His vision expanded, and he saw the nearest great pass inside the universe chart that resembled a 9-palace 8 trigrams array at a glance. He also saw the existence of various other great passes inside the universe chart. What's more, the name of each great pass seemed to be related to one of cave heavens or paradises. For example, he saw a great battle pass, Yinyang Pass, Langya Pass, Golden Antelope Pass, and so on. These great passes seemed to resonate and reinforce each other. Connected from one end to another, they formed a gigantic grand array that stretched across the vast void. Yang Kai could almost imagine just how huge and majestic the actual great passes were in the Black Ink battlefield. Behind these great passes was where the No-Return Pass was located. The No-Return Pass marked the border dividing the 3,000 worlds and Black Ink battlefield. It was also the last line of defense. If the No-Return Pass ever fell, that would mean that the Black Ink clan could invade the 3,000 worlds with impunity. The 3,000 worlds would be in peril once that happened. Senior, where are we now? Yang Kai studied the universe chart for a moment but did not find their current position. Logically speaking, his current position should be extremely easy to locate on the universe chart. Even so, he could not pinpoint where they were. He had a vague suspicion that the reason was related to them being inside the sealed world. A sealed world was an independent world isolated from the outside world after all, so it was bound to hinder the display of the universe chart. Meng Qi reached out and tapped on the universe chart. A certain spot on the universe chart immediately glowed with light. Here. Yang Kai studied the distance between the spot of light and the great passes of the cave heavens and paradises before gritting his teeth. The distance was not insignificant. It could almost be said that he was deep within the belly of the Black Ink battlefield at this moment. There was no saying how much danger he would face if he wanted to head towards the great passes. Meng Qi explained, this area is located within the domain of Honglian Territory Lord. He has many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples under his command. When you leave this sealed world, that will be the first danger you will have to face. Before coming here, Lu Mu and the others had explained to Yang Kai about the strict hierarchy in the Black Ink clan. The highest position within the hierarchy would be the Black Ink Royal Lords. Every single Black Ink Royal Lord had strength comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Under the Royal Lords were the Black Ink clansmen known as Territory Lords, each of them comparable to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. Honglian Territory Lord was undoubtedly one of them. After the Territory Lords came the Feudal Lords, the Black Ink equivalent to 7th Order Masters. Below the Feudal Lords were the ordinary Black Ink clansmen. These clansmen were divided into high-rank Black Ink clansmen and low-rank clansmen. A high-rank Black Ink clan member was more or less equivalent to a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, while a low-rank Black Ink clan member would be on par with a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. These Black Ink clansmen did not pose much of a threat to Yang Kai, but they could still become an issue if their numbers were too large. On the Black Ink battlefield, a Black Ink Royal Lord would have numerous Territory Lords under him, and each Territory Lord would then have many Feudal Lords beneath them. In this manner, A chain of command was established where the lower-ranking members were subservient to their higher-ranking members. Meanwhile, the Black Ink disciples would always be inferior to the Black Ink clan, regardless of their cultivation. Even if it was only a Black Ink clan member on par with a First-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, in the Black Ink battlefield, their status would still be higher than a Black Ink disciple in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Having said that, being weak was the greatest sin in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, so ordinary Black Ink clansmen generally received worse treatment than Black Ink disciples with high cultivation. That was because they would be used as cannon fodder to exhaust the strength of the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Furthermore, the Black Ink strength that was left behind when they died would become a deterrent to the enemy and a boon to allies. Countless ordinary Black Ink clansmen were killed in almost every battle, regardless of whether they were low rank or high rank. Be that as it may, these ordinary Black Ink clansmen were akin to consumable items and remained virtually inexhaustible even after so many millennia of fighting. From what this old master saw, you seem capable of disguising yourself as a Black Ink disciple with the methods you displayed just now. Yang Kai nodded. If anybody wants to check my identity, this junior can outwardly fool them, but I cannot let them check my small universe. Meng Qi nodded. Although that is a practical method, you should not rely too much on it. You are not the only one on the Black Ink battlefield with one of the 4 universe pillars. In the past, there once was an ancestor who disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple to sneak behind enemy lines and cause chaos. Therefore, the Black Ink clan is somewhat guarded against such behavior. Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he quickly understood. Precious treasures like the 4 universe pillars could be said to be the nemesis of the Black Ink strength, so how could the cave heavens and paradises not use them to their advantage? Over the eons, the 4 universe pillars would occasionally appear even if such occurrences rarely happened. The cave heavens and paradises would scramble to get their hands on any 4 universe pillar and figure out a way to deliver it to the Black Ink battlefield as soon as possible to increase their combat power. Yang Kai even suspected that the profound fish universe pillar that appeared in Shattered Heaven 3,000 years ago was now with one of the masters from the cave heavens and paradises in this Black Ink battlefield. The Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples have a master-servant relationship between them. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, Black Ink disciples are nothing but livestock to rear and kill as they please. They also have a habit of devouring their Black Ink disciples' world force to strengthen themselves. Doing so is also a method of cultivation for them. That is why the existence of the Black Ink clan poses such a big threat to the 3,000 worlds. There were countless universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, and each one had abundant world force. World force was food for the Black Ink clan to increase their strength. Once the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, then all those universe worlds would be doomed. What's more, there were countless generations of open heaven cultivators in the various forces in the 3,000 worlds. The amount of world force from all these people would be far beyond what the universe worlds alone could provide. If it was said that the average universe world or spirit province was food for the Black Ink clan, then the headquarters of the cave heavens and paradises would be mouth-watering delicacies. Yang Kai himself had learned of the Black Ink clan's love for devouring world force from his experience with the Black Ink Royal Lord in Black Territory. If he had not stopped the Royal Lord in time, there was no saying how many Black Ink disciples would have rushed to their deaths and been devoured by the Royal Lord to recover her strength. A Black Ink disciple corrupted by the Black Ink strength of a Black Ink clansman will become the servant of that Black Ink clansman. What's more, Black Ink clan members have the ability to sense their servants. Senior, do you mean to say? Meng Qi explained. In other words, if I was a Black Ink clansman and you were corrupted by my Black Ink strength, you would become my servant and I would be your master. As long as you were nearby, I would be able to sense your existence. It makes commanding troops more convenient. Yang Kai nodded slightly. But I don't know if the Black Ink clansman can sense the status of other people's servants. Meng Qi frowned slightly. In any case, you should be careful if you meet any of the Black Ink clan members. Whether or not one was a Black Ink disciple could not be determined just from outer appearances alone. That was also true for the Black Ink clansmen. Since they could not distinguish friend or foe from outer appearances, then both parties would naturally come up with other methods. For the cave heavens and paradises, checking the small universe was the most effective and secure method. Among the Black Ink clan, it is not uncommon for them to snatch each other's servants. Open Heaven Realm Masters have a small universe in their bodies, and their world force is extremely attractive to the Black Ink clansmen. Therefore it is common for them to fight for Black Ink disciples. Besides, there will always be people corrupted by the Black Ink after every battle. If these people are lucky enough to survive, then they will automatically head towards the place where the Black Ink clan members gather to search for the masters who corrupted them. If you successfully leave the sealed world, you should pretend to be a servant without a master. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at those words. Senior, are you saying I should claim that my master is either dead or missing? Meng Qi nodded. That's the only way for you to protect yourself. There are dangers lurking everywhere outside the sealed world. If your identity is exposed, then you will not be able to escape death. Other Open Heaven Realm Masters would become corrupted by the Black Ink strength and retain their lives as a result. However, Yang Kai could not be turned. If he was discovered by the Black Ink clan and his identity exposed, they would surely eliminate him without mercy. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. You can have the universe chart. It will be useful for you. You can have this too. While speaking, Meng Qi took off the space ring on his finger and handed it over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai silently took the space ring. Meng Qi had rambled on, giving him so much advice, so how could he not understand what Meng Qi meant? Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, Senior, it doesn't have to end this way. Meng Qi smiled. Who would be willing to die if there was a chance to live? But if I don't die, it will only be a matter of time before I am corrupted by the Black Ink clan again. The secret will be exposed if that happens. This old master has spent the past 3,000 years in a blur, so I am very glad that I have the clarity to make my own choice before I die. There is nothing to regret. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. Although he knew that the other party was speaking the truth, he couldn't help feeling bad. This place was located deep within the hinterlands of the Black Ink battlefield, and Meng Qi had no means to completely defend against the corruption of the Black Ink strength. Under these circumstances, dying here was the only method to keep the existence of the Void Corridor a secret. It's all my fault, Senior. Yang Kai looked sad. If he had not told Meng Qi about the Void Corridor, then Meng Qi would not have needed to make such a drastic choice. Meng Qi could have escaped this place with him instead. Even if Meng Qi only killed a single Black Ink clansman in the future, it would have been a worthy trade. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-17. Take care, Senior. Upon hearing those words, Meng Qi waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to blame yourself. For me, I would rather die in this manner than to become a servant of the Black Ink clan again. Being enslaved is worse than death. In the future, no matter which Black Ink disciple you meet, you don't need to show them mercy. If you can kill them, then you should without hesitation. You will be liberating them from their suffering. We have long prepared ourselves for death the moment we stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai remained silent. Meng Qi continued, I'm just saying, if you can safely arrive at the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, you must keep the Void Corridor a secret from all others. The only one you can inform is the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor defending this area. No one else can be entrusted with this information. This was clearly a preventive measure in case anybody who was privy to this information became corrupted by the Black Ink strength. Masters like the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestors were essentially immune to the Black Ink strength. Throughout the countless years of battle since ancient times, there had been several incidents where Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became corrupted by the Black Ink clan. However, there was no precedent of a Ninth Order Old Ancestor becoming corrupted. This junior will not forget. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Meng Qi glanced at Yang Kai and sighed again. Yang Kai had the world spring, so there was no need to worry about becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength. Moreover, his strength was far superior compared to the average Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Be that as it may, Meng Qi did not believe that Yang Kai could leave the Black Ink clan's territory and safely return to the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises. There were all kinds of dangers lurking along the way after all. The slightest careless mistake was enough to result in death. Yang Kai asked, Senior, do you have any message you wish delivered to Exquisite Paradise? Meng Qi's gaze went blank, but after pondering for a moment he shook his head and said, No. There's nothing to tell them. I was dead the moment I became corrupted by the black ink strength. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai once more. It's getting late. You should leave. Sealed worlds also contain world force, so they are very attractive to the Black Ink clan. It's just that there are treasures that will benefit Black Ink disciples inside, so the Black Ink disciples are allowed to enter for exploration first. In short order, the Black Ink clan will enter this place to devour the world force here. At that time, this sealed world will be destroyed. Yang Kai frowned upon hearing those words. Is the Black Ink clan waiting outside the sealed world? Meng Qi nodded. These are several feudal lords outside. That is why you will be facing a crisis as soon as you exit this sealed world. Unfortunately, you can only rely upon yourself to resolve this crisis. The Black Ink clan will be very interested in a servant without a master like you, but if you can demonstrate that you have great value, you might be able to retain your life. Otherwise, you will only become food. Yang Kai immediately felt a headache coming. As soon as he exited this sealed world, he would be met with several Black Ink feudal lords. That was no laughing matter. After explaining the exit route to Yang Kai once more, Meng Qi shooed Yang Kai away. Go. This matter cannot be delayed. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but in the end he swallowed all the words he wanted to say. He did not try to persuade Meng Qi again. Standing up, he bowed deeply. Take care, senior. Meng Qi nodded and closed his eyes silently. Yang Kai turned and left. Walking out of the karst cave in the belly of the mountain, he determined his bearings for a moment before he flew in the direction Meng Qi had pointed out to him earlier. He had not gone far when his figure came to an abrupt halt. The disturbance caused by the collapse of a small universe spread out from behind him. The world force dispersed into the surroundings and disappeared in a fleeting moment. Yang Kai could tell that Meng Qi had committed suicide. After all, in order to keep the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi's only choice was to die. This sealed world was not small, and Yang Kai was not very familiar with the area even though Meng Qi had pointed him towards the exit. Therefore, it took him 2 full days to arrive at the entrance of the sealed world after wandering around in circles. Along the way, Yang Kai encountered many Black Ink disciples. What surprised him was that the cultivation of these Black Ink disciples was very uneven. There were masters like Meng Qi who were in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. However, there were even cultivators as weak as the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. This discovery puzzled Yang Kai greatly. Logically speaking, the cave heavens and paradises were aware of the power of the Black Ink clan. For that reason, the Open Heaven realm masters dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield over the years could not be weak. It was obvious that 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters were not qualified enough to step onto this battlefield, so the 6th Order should be the lowest limit. After giving it some thought though, Yang Kai realized that the Black Ink disciples in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm might have experienced a situation similar to Meng Qi's. Meng Qi's strength had fallen sharply because he sacrificed a part of his small universe in the past. Although he barely managed to maintain his cultivation of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, he could not display the proper strength of a 7th Order master. If he had continued to sacrifice parts of his small universe though, then there was a high possibility that his order would have regressed. These Black Ink disciples in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm might have been created in such a manner. They could have originally been in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm or even the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but after repeatedly sacrificing parts of their small universe, their order declined to its current state. That was the only reasonable explanation for this situation. Faced with these Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai did not stir up any trouble with them. Although he really wanted to use his purifying light to dispel the Black Ink strength in their bodies and restore their original self, doing so would only cause more trouble right now. Fortunately, the Black Ink disciples had no intention of attacking each other either. The Black Ink disciples might be under the command of different Black Ink clansmen, but the only reason they entered this sealed world was to search for treasures that would be useful to them. Without the orders of their Black Ink clan masters, they rarely bothered to confront each other. After all, such actions were meaningless. The reason why Meng Qi had tried to silence Yang Kai was mainly to prevent the latter from exposing the existence of the profound Yin spirit fruit to others. This treasure was extremely rare and precious. More importantly, the spirit fruit was very useful for repairing a damaged small universe. What's more, the Black Ink clansmen themselves hoped that the Black Ink disciples under their command would become as strong as possible. Only then could they gain more achievements in the war. Why else would they allow the Black Ink disciples under their command enter the sealed world for exploration before they made their move? They would have devoured the world force as soon as they discovered the sealed world if they didn't have such calculations. The entrance was a void crack that could not be considered small as it was as big as a house. Once Yang Kai stepped through this entrance, he would arrive at the Black Ink battlefield. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was in no rush to leave after arriving at this place. He did not know what was waiting for him outside. However, according to Meng Qi, there were at least a few Black Ink feudal lords waiting outside. That was not good news for him. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai watched as several Black Ink disciples rushed out of the entrance and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, he lurked in hiding and waited patiently. He used exile to hide himself in the void so that both his figure and aura were completely concealed. With his current attainments in the Tao of space, there was no risk of exposing his whereabouts as long as nobody was deliberately searching his hiding spot. Another day passed when all of a sudden ripples spread out from the entrance. Yang Kai, who had been watching the entrance for movements all this while, immediately raised his brow and paid close attention. These ripples clearly indicated that somebody was passing through the entrance. Since nobody was exiting the sealed world at this moment, then it could only be that someone was entering from the outside. A few days ago, Yang Kai had formed a vague plan when he heard that the feudal lords were going to enter the sealed world to devour its world force. It was obviously inappropriate for him to brazenly walk out of the sealed world, as the other Black Ink disciples would surely head to the side of their respective masters when they exited. If he went out and revealed that he was alone, he would surely be targeted by the Black Ink clan immediately. Things would inevitably become very troublesome if that were to happen. In that case, he simply needed to wait until the Black Ink clan entered the sealed world. He would not stand out if he left this place after the Black Ink clan entered. The ripples continued to spread outward, and a short while later, a tall and strong figure stepped out from the void crack. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and watched. In truth, this was only his second time seeing a Black Ink clansman in person. This individual was different compared to the Black Ink royal lord he met in Black Territory last time. Judging by the external appearance of this Black Ink clansman who barged into the sealed world from the outside, he did not look very different from a human. There were no traces of any monster beast features, but his physique was several times larger than what would be considered normal. With his size, he could be considered a small giant. Yang Kai estimated that he would only reach the knees of this Black Ink clansman if he were to stand in front of the other party. What stood out the most was that this Black Ink clansman's skin was completely pitch black. His entire body also seemed to be enveloped in a dense layer of Black Ink strength. Only his eyes shone brightly like two great suns. They were a huge deterrent to others. This was a Black Ink feudal lord comparable to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. After the Black Ink clansman resembling a small giant entered, he looked around for a bit and was quickly attracted by the rich world force in this land. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a look of intoxication. The ripples continued to spread outward behind him. It didn't take long before another small giant figure stepped out of the void crack, followed closely by another figure. A total of 6 feudal lords entered the sealed world at the same time. From their outer appearance, seemed to be male while the other 2 were female. Yang Kai did not dare to continue watching, lest he revealed his whereabouts. Exile might be an excellent concealment technique, but he could not afford to be careless. After the 6 feudal lords arrived in this place, one of them spoke in a thunderous voice. "Let's split up and act independently. We will be able to eat our fill this time." The sound of something slicing through the air rang out in the next moment, and the 6 figures sped off in different directions. It was evident that they were preparing to devour the world force of this sealed world. Yang Kai waited in place for a short while. After confirming that no other Black Ink clansmen were going to enter, his body flickered and he rushed towards the entrance. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he plunged directly into the void crack. In the next moment, the world spun around him and he appeared in an unfamiliar void. Before he could react though, his entire body went stiff. That was because numerous divine senses had locked onto him from all directions, making him feel as though he had thorns stabbing him in the back. The power of his small universe automatically surged around him in response. Looking around, his expression became solemn. There were countless figures standing nearby. Divided into 6 different camps, they surrounded the entrance so tightly that not a drop of water could pass. There were many people among these 6 groups of people. Some had 7 or 8 members while others had only 2 or 3. Moreover, many of them were familiar faces. These were the Black Ink disciples Yang Kai leave through the void crack over the past few days. It was clear that they had been in no hurry to leave after exiting the sealed world. On the contrary, they had waited for their masters to enter the sealed world and were now keeping watch outside while their masters were inside. These 6 groups of people corresponded with the 6 feudal lords from before. Thus, Yang Kai immediately panicked as he did not belong to any one of them. Fortunately, these Black Ink disciples showed no intention of doing anything. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he grit his teeth and dodged out of the encirclement from below, immediately shifting his body to escape into the distance. There was no other choice. After waiting for so many days, the Black Ink clan feudal lords finally entered the sealed world. If Yang Kai did not leave now, his situation would only become more dangerous. As for whether the Black Ink disciples would suspect anything after his sudden departure, he could not afford to care. Even if he was being suspected, he could only flee. Yang Kai could clearly sense the numerous gazes staring into his back like leeches hanging onto him during his escape. Fortunately for him, the Black Ink disciples had no intention of taking action. It was not until he disappeared from their field of vision that they finally retracted their gazes. Martial Peak, Chapter 49 18E5. The void was vast, mysterious and silent. Based on appearances alone, the Black Ink battlefield was not that different from the 3,000 worlds. However, Yang Kai could sense that dangers lurked around every corner here. Numerous continents and spirit provinces were scattered across the void. They contained faint traces of activity, so he did not dare to approach those places and avoided them from a distance. From what he could see from a distance, those lands overflowed with Black Ink strength regardless of whether they were big or small. Yang Kai's current position was located deep within the domain controlled by the Black Ink clan. If he wanted to head towards the nearest great pass under the control of the cave heavens and paradises, then he predicted that he would need to travel for at least 10 to 20 days non-stop. Moreover, there was no guarantee that his journey would be smooth sailing. Nobody could say for certain what kind of dangers he might face along the way. Meng Qi had assumed that it would be impossible for Yang Kai to safely arrive at the nearest great pass, and there were 2 reasons for this. One of the reasons was Yang Kai's low cultivation. The other reason was that he had a much better understanding of the situation compared to Yang Kai. Even when he was in his prime under the same conditions as Yang Kai, it would have been impossible for Meng Qi to escape from the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory. Be that as it may, he had not discouraged Yang Kai in the slightest. A person should not give up hope after all. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted towards a strange scene in the distance. There was a huge spirit province stretched out across the void ahead, in addition to an extremely bizarre existence on top of the spirit province. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the strange object resembled an enormous flower bud. It was just that the entire entity was pitch black and gave off an extremely sinister feeling. What's more, the flower bud seemed to be alive. With every minuscule rise and fall of the petals, concentrated Black Ink strength would gush out from within the bud and spread out in all directions. It might be due to the existence of this strange flower bud, but Black Ink strength permeated the void surrounding the spirit province for tens of thousands of kilometers. What is that? Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Meng Qi had not told him about anything like this. In any case, he did not dare to carelessly approach and investigate the situation. It was a pity that he could not figure out anything after observing from afar and could only continue his escape. Although he did not encounter any danger during his journey, the void was not a safe place. Yang Kai would occasionally come across large patches of Black Ink strength residue that resembled Black Ink clouds during his journey. He finally understood why Meng Qi had not escaped with him. Meng Qi was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, but his small universe was incomplete. An incomplete small universe meant that there were flaws to be exploited. Even if he could safely come out from the sealed world, it would be very easy for him to become corrupted by the Black Ink strength again in this environment. The consequences would be dire if something like that were to happen. At the very least, Yang Kai would be forced to fight him. The hinterland of the Black Ink clan was not a place where ordinary cultivators could remain for long. Without a treasure like one of the 4 universe pillars, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was at risk of being corrupted by the ambient Black Ink strife at any moment. On the other hand, both the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples took to this environment like ducks to water. Yang Kai traveled in hiding, so his progress was very slow, but that could not be helped. According to Meng Qi, his current status was that of a servant without a master. People like him were easily targeted by the Black Ink clan. They either wanted to recruit him as their servant or regarded him as food. There was no other option. For that reason, Yang Kai did not dare to meet any Black Ink clansman and constantly monitored his surroundings with his divine sense. The slightest rustling of grass or the gentlest breeze was enough to put him on guard. Unfortunately, despite his caution, it was impossible to control everything around him. One day, Yang Kai was traveling forward when a large and luxurious ship came towards him from afar. The Black Ink clan also had flight-type artifacts of their own. They themselves might not be proficient in artifact refining, but there were many talented people among the Black Ink disciples. It was not unreasonable for a small number of people to be capable of refining some flight-type artifacts. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had seen many of the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts. They came in all shapes and sizes, with the one in front of him right now being pretty normal in comparison. Some of the flight-type artifacts came in extremely odd shapes after all. However, there was no exception to one thing: the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts were always very large. Yang Kai could understand the reasoning behind this particular aspect. Inside the sealed world, he had discovered that the 6 Black Ink feudal lords were each the size of small giants. They were several times larger than normal humans, so it was only natural that their flight-type artifacts were larger too. More importantly, most of these enormous flight-type artifacts had at least one Black Ink clan master on board. Seeing this situation right now, how could Yang Kai dare to sit around twiddling his thumbs? He looked around him for a moment before manipulating space principles. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. Be that as it may, he did not dare to use instantaneous movement over a large distance since he was not familiar with the terrain in this region. It would be self-defeating if he accidentally barged into a place where he should not enter. Therefore, the destination was a Black Ink cloud in his field of vision. There were many such Black Ink clouds in the void, so it was very easy for him to hide in them. Moreover, Yang Kai had always avoided the Black Ink clan's flight-type artifacts in the same manner whenever he encountered any of them in the past. The passing Black Ink clansmen generally could not be bothered to poke around seriously. After all, there was not much that could pose a danger to them in this place, and Black Ink clouds could be found anywhere. Unfortunately, Yang Kai seemed to have used up all his luck. He had only just transported himself into the Black Ink cloud when he noticed that something was wrong. It turned out that there were several auras hidden within the Black Ink cloud. Seeming to notice his sudden intrusion, they immediately surrounded him from all directions. The sudden turn of events startled Yang Kai, but he was surrounded by those people before he could use space principles again. At the same time, numerous divine senses also locked onto his body. 2 6th Order and 2 5th Order Masters. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, deducing his opponent's cultivation from the energy fluctuations coming from around him. Not only were they Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they also appeared in this place. There was no doubt that they were Black Ink disciples. It would have been bad enough if those people consisted only of Black Ink disciples, but the key point was that Black Ink disciples would never stray far from their master's side under normal circumstances. In other words, the master of these 4 Black Ink disciples was definitely within this very Black Ink cloud as well. Sure enough, when these 4 people surrounded Yang Kai, an enormous figure stepped out from the depths of the Black Ink cloud and slowly came to stand in front of him. This person looked down at Yang Kai from above with a look of curiosity mixed with faint surprise in his eyes. Yang Kai immediately felt a bitter taste filling his entire mouth. He was tempted to attack and ruthlessly eliminate the Black Ink disciples and the Black Ink clansmen in front of him. However, he was worried about the ship that was passing by nearby. 2 6th Order and 2 5th Order Black Ink disciples were nothing in his eyes, and the Black Ink clansmen did not seem to be particularly powerful either. At the very least, he did not give Yang Kai any sense of oppression. It was incomparable to the feudal lords that he had encountered before at least. Unfortunately, there was bound to be a feudal lord aboard the ship he had just seen. If Yang Kai stirred up chaos here, the other side would surely be alerted to the commotion and approach to investigate. There would be endless troubles in the future if Yang Kai could not cut weeds and pull out roots related to this matter. In any case, it was impossible to run at this point. A Black Ink disciple who was brave enough to escape after coming into contact with a Black Ink clansman, that in itself was an issue worth investigating. Among all the Black Ink disciples Yang Kai had encountered before, every one of them prioritized the Black Ink clan above all else. If he made a move here, then his actions would inevitably lead to an endless pursuit. Yang Kai suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and forced a trace of trepidation onto his face. Under the gaze of the Black Ink clansman, he seemed to take a few steps back in fear. The Black Ink clansman studied Yang Kai with interest and asked, "Where did he come from?" A sturdy Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm master beside the Black Ink clansman answered, "I don't know. He suddenly intruded into this place." Turning to look at Yang Kai, he interrogated Yang Kai on behalf of the Black Ink clansman. "Where are you from? Who is your master?" Yang Kai's thoughts swirled around in his head, but he responded without hesitation, "I came from the battlefield. I don't have a master." Since the Black Ink clan had been fighting with the cave heavens and paradises for so long, the front lines of the battlefield must be extremely fierce. Although Yang Kai had never experienced such a battle before, he could guess that many people were corrupted by the Black Ink strength and become Black Ink disciples during each clash. These Black Ink disciples were generally all alone with no support, and it was naturally impossible for them to return to the great pass guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, so their only option was to escape into the hinterland of the Black Ink clan in search of protection. That was the explanation that Yang Kai came up with along his journey. He had prepared this explanation just in case something went wrong, but he never expected his preparations would actually come in handy. It was just that he did not know if there was anything suspicious about his statement. Fortunately, neither the Black Ink clansman who resembled a small giant, nor the Black Ink disciples showed any doubts after listening to his explanation. The Black Ink clansman even showed a look of great joy and spoke in a voice that rumbled thunderously, "What good luck! I can't believe I came across such a huge blessing." While speaking, his large hand loomed from above and stretched out towards Yang Kai's head. "Since you don't have a master, then I will be your master from now on." Yang Kai forced himself to remain still and did not dodge aside because he did not sense any murderous intent coming from the Black Ink clansman. What's more, this Black Ink clansman only had 2 Sixth Order and 2 Fifth Order Black Ink disciples under his command. It could be inferred that he probably did not enjoy a particularly high identity or status, so a Sixth Order master like Yang Kai would be attractive to him. A gigantic hand covered the top of Yang Kai's head, then thick Black Ink strength gushed out to envelope Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move a single muscle. The Black Ink strength that invaded his small universe was suppressed and sealed by the world's spring. At the same time, he covertly allowed the Black Ink strength to cover his eyes at just the right time, and his body trembled slightly. A short while later, the Black Ink clansman withdrew his hand. Sweeping his gaze over Yang Kai, he nodded lightly to himself as though he was very satisfied with the results. "From now on your name will be..." Halfway through his sentence he suddenly seemed confused. He scratched his face and asked one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples, "What is he called?" The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple answered respectfully, "E5. "Ah, that's right, E5. The Black Ink clansman sneered disdainfully and seemed a little impatient. "You humans are so troublesome." Yang Kai did not know why he suddenly received a new name, but he could only accept it passively. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple seemed to notice Yang Kai's doubts. Pointing at himself, he explained, "I am called E1. Then he pointed to the others and introduced them, B2, C3, D4. Yang Kai immediately felt speechless when he realized how they were named. It was most likely that the Black Ink clansman could not be bothered to remember his servants' names, so he came up with such a simple method of identifying them. It might even have been suggested by the Black Ink disciples themselves. 1 and B2 were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, while C3 and D4 were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. B2 was a middle-aged man with a clean and beardless face. C3 was a woman with a bloated body, and D4 was a short old man. Yang Kai could not tell which cave heavens or paradises these people came from, but regardless of their origins, they probably used to be elites in their respective sects who came to the Black Ink battlefield with the determination to fight and die if need be. However, they had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength and currently served under the Black Ink clan as slaves. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4919 Quang Fong Estate. That was a very sad but inevitable ending. Such occurrences were nothing new on the Black Ink battlefield. It was also the reason why Lu Mu once stated that those who crossed the no-return pass only had two futures waiting for them: die at the hands of the Black Ink clan, or die at the hands of their comrades. There were no other options besides these two. The Black Ink clansman examined Yang Kai, who had been named E5. What order are you in? Yang Kai activated the power of his small universe. Pretending to be respectful, he answered politely, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. The Black Ink clansman raised his thick eyebrow and broke out in a savage grin. Very good. It was clear he was very satisfied with Yang Kai's strength. Let's go. After that, he gestured with his large hand and took the lead to step out of the Black Ink cloud. One and the others quickly followed behind. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate and hurried to keep up with them. Nevertheless, he was feeling extremely frustrated inside. With the current situation, it was temporarily impossible for him to head towards the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises. He could only take one step at a time. The Black Ink disciples all had different personalities. 1, B2 and C3 seemed rather reserved and quiet, but the short old man named D4 was very talkative. Quietly dropping behind the others, he traveled side by side with Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, which cave heaven or paradise did you come from?" Yang Kai turned sideways to look at the short old man, then he glanced forward at the Black Ink clansman in front. D4 smiled and said, "There's no need to be afraid. Our master is very easygoing. The Black Ink clan is similar to us in that they all have their own distinct temperaments. You'll be fine as long as you diligently finish whatever task master commands you to do. He will not restrict you during other times." He seemed to think that Yang Kai was scared of the Black Ink clansman, which was why he explained the circumstances. After all, it was only natural for a person who had just gotten a new master to experience a period of adaptation. Thinking back to the time when he first became a Black Ink disciple, he too had been very cautious. He felt like he was constantly walking on thin ice, scared that he might be punished for making a mistake. It was just that he had relaxed considerably after working for his current master for so long. "Senior, which sect did you hail from?" Yang Kai countered the question with a question of his own instead. He had to tell himself over and over again that the Black Ink disciples often seemed no different from usual on the surface, even though they had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength. It could be seen just by looking at the behavior of D4. Before being corrupted by the Black Ink, this old man had probably also been very talkative. The reason Yang Kai did not answer was that he feared he might name the same cave heaven or paradise as the other party and accidentally make a mistake. D4 smiled and said, "There's no need to bother with formalities, just call me by my name. This old master comes from 9 Stars Paradise." Yang Kai was familiar with the 9 Stars Paradise. After all, he had interacted with the foreign affairs envoy of 9 Stars Paradise in the star boundary. The truth was that he really wanted to ask which cave heaven or paradise the others came from, but it was difficult for him to ask any questions if D4 did not take the initiative to mention the subject. Thus he could only steel himself and report, "I came from Inyang Cave Heaven." Out of the corner of his eyes, Yang Kai saw that none of the others had much of a reaction. He was relieved by their response, as it would seem that none of them came from Inyang Cave Heaven. D4 showed a look of realization. "Inyang Cave Heaven, that's a good place." Yang Kai was reluctant to speak further regarding this subject, as saying too much could result in a mistake, so he swiftly changed the subject. "Where are we going?" "The Fierce Wind Estate." D4 replied, "Our master can be considered part of the Fierce Wind Estate, so we have to go there." Yang Kai's eyes flashed slightly before asking in a low voice, "Is master a high-rank Black Ink clansman?" The Fierce Wind Estate that D4 mentioned was most likely the territory of a Black Ink feudal lord. In that case, a Black Ink clansman who not only served under a feudal lord but was also quite strong could only be a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Yang Kai originally guessed that this Black Ink clansman was equivalent to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength, and it would seem he was correct. D4 also nodded in affirmation. Master is indeed a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Along the way, Yang Kai casually chatted with D4 and discovered that the situation was just as D4 described. The Black Ink clansman was relatively easy to get along with. Even though he noticed his servants chattering away behind him, he showed no intention to stop them. Although Yang Kai's murderous intent surged countless times, he did not dare to act rashly. This place was the hinterland of the Black Ink clan, and if he was not careful he would easily expose his identity. What's more, he would occasionally come across other Black Ink clansmen every once in a while. There were not many chances for him to take action, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. A few days later, a patch of land covered in black ink clouds appeared in their field of vision. It was an incredibly enormous spirit province with dense black ink clouds that permeated the void for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai once saw an object in the void that was similar to a huge flower bud from a distance. There was one on this spirit province too, and it stood tall in the middle of the spirit province. When the flower bud relaxed and opened, dense black ink strength gushed out from within. D4, who had been traveling side by side with Yang Kai all this while, quietly poked Yang Kai in the arm. This is Fierce Wind Estate, and the feudal lord in charge is named Kuang Feng. A look of realization appeared on Yang Kai's face. A feudal lord was a black ink clansman equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. What is that? Unable to suppress the questions in his heart, Yang Kai asked a question while staring at the black flower bud. D4 glanced at Yang Kai curiously. Don't you know about the black ink nests? Yang Kai had already prepared his excuse in advance. It has not been long since I came to the black ink battlefield, so I don't know much. D4 understood and explained. Black ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan. It is also the place where black ink clansmen come from. Therefore, all black ink nests are extremely important to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai's expression froze. That's the place where the Black Ink clan come from. He had caught a glimpse of many black ink nests throughout his journey. If a black ink nest could give birth to black ink clansmen, then how could the Black Ink clan be annihilated completely? He couldn't help asking in puzzlement. The Black Ink clan are born from this. D4 nodded. The Black Ink clan do not have any reproductive ability whatsoever. All of them are born from the black ink nests. Moreover, the black ink nests have the ability to devour everything in existence. No matter the object, it can be transformed into nutrients for the black ink nests as long as they contain energy. Once there are enough nutrients, a black ink clansman will be born and black ink strength will be released. The black ink strength is the foundation for increasing the cultivation of the black ink clansman. Of course, they also love to devour world force, as doing so will improve their cultivation greatly. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and stared deeply in the direction of the black ink nest. During their conversation they arrived above the Fierce Wind Estate. This place was overflowing with black ink strength, and the entire world seemed to be shrouded in shadows. There were large buildings scattered throughout the Fierce Wind Estate. These buildings were built in a crude and rough style, which clearly showcased the nature of the Black Ink clan. That was not difficult to understand, though, as many Black Ink clansmen had a large stature, so it was not surprising that their buildings were also big. Along the wide and spacious streets, large Black Ink clansmen came and went. There were many of them. While most of them traveled alone, some of them were accompanied by their servants. Be that as it may, their numbers were not high. Some only had one, while others had 2 or 3 servants with them. It was very rare to see a Black Ink clansman with 5 servants like Yang Kai's situation. For that reason, the Black Ink clansman walking in front attracted lots of attention everywhere he went. Moreover, many of those gazes were filled with envy. This situation caused the leading Black Ink clansman to become increasingly proud. He walked with an air of arrogance, as though nobody in the world was superior to him. Yang Kai looked around and his expression showed some uncertainty. That was because he discovered that there were buildings similar to shops lining both sides of the street. In addition, there was a wide assortment of items being sold, many of which were actually resources needed for the cultivation of human cultivators. The Black Ink clan does business? After holding back for a long time, Yang Kai finally couldn't take it and secretly asked D4 about this matter. D4 smiled and said, "These items are naturally useless to the Black Ink clan, but they are useful to us. We may serve as Master's servants and our lives may lie in his hands, but it will also benefit Master if our strength improves. We can help him gain more servants on the battlefield, help him devour more world force and ensure his safety. Therefore we will also benefit if we serve a good master, as they will help us improve our strength." That was the same reason why Black Ink disciples like Meng Qi were allowed to enter the sealed world before the Black Ink clan. Meng Qi also mentioned that the Black Ink clan wanted the Black Ink disciples under their command to be as strong as possible. In any case, it was impossible for the Black Ink disciples to betray their masters once they were corrupted by Black Ink's strength, so their loyalty would never be an issue. That was why the Black Ink disciples were allowed to enter the sealed world first, so that they could search for treasures and improve their strength. Only after that would the Black Ink feudal lords enter the sealed world to devour the world force. However, Yang Kai focused on something else instead. Something D4 said had given him the hope of escaping from the Black Ink clan. All Black Ink clansmen were bound to return to the battlefield sooner or later, so as long as he waited patiently, he would eventually find a chance to escape or kill them when he followed them out to war. Then he could meet up with the masters from the cave heavens and paradises and head for the nearest great pass. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, all the worries that had been plaguing him immediately disappeared. Yang Kai knew that what he needed to do now was to wait patiently until the opportunity to follow the Black Ink clan onto the battlefield came. Meanwhile, D4 was still chattering away. Also, Master currently lacks a flight-type artifact. If he wants to obtain one, he has to buy the materials and hire somebody to refine the artifact for him. Nonetheless, their businesses are not only for Black Ink disciples like us. The Black Ink clan themselves also have business dealings among each other. Yang Kai nodded in response. During their conversation, the Black Ink clansman led them into a shop. Inside the shop, another Black Ink clansman greeted him. They seemed to be familiar with each other and chatted happily for a while. Yang Kai looked around and found that the store had everything, including artifacts for cultivators, pills, and even some high-quality cultivation resources. These items were common in the 3,000 worlds. What attracted his attention were numerous objects the size of a head that resembled crystal balls. There were not many of these objects, only a dozen or so in total. Moreover, they were placed in the most conspicuous locations. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, there were already several Black Ink clansmen gathered around the crystal balls. They were scrutinizing these balls with greedy expressions, as though they were very useful to them. Yang Kai glanced at the crystal balls, but could not figure out anything from them. All he could see was that something was flowing within them. Secretly releasing his divine sense, he investigated the crystal balls and immediately frowned in response. Although he did not dare to be presumptuous, in that moment of investigation he seemed to have noticed an extremely intense world force inside the crystal ball. "Be careful." D4 noticed his actions and quickly warned him. In a place where the Black Ink clan was gathered, there was a high possibility of provoking an ill-tempered Black Ink clansman by suddenly releasing his divine sense to probe the surroundings. If that were to happen, their Black Ink clan master would not defend them. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-20 World Sphere. Fortunately, Yang Kai had acted very carefully just now. His divine sense had retracted after a brief touch. Although the Black Ink clansmen around the crystal balls detected what he did, they couldn't be bothered to care. "What are those?" Yang Kai asked softly. D4's expression became rather complicated as he lowered his voice and answered, "World spheres. They contain large amounts of world force in them." World force. Yang Kai raised his brow with a look of astonishment. It was his first time hearing that world force could be sealed into a container. Judging from the appearance of the so-called world spheres, they were clearly refined artifacts. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters die in each battle. After these Open Heaven Realm Masters die, their world forces will disperse. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clansmen can devour and refine the world force on the spot. However, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. If they greedily try to devour the world force then and there, they will most likely encounter various dangers. Besides, the Black Ink clan is not allowed to devour and refine world force at will during a battle. There is a group of people on the battlefield who are specially tasked with collecting and sealing world force inside world spheres. These world spheres are considered treasures to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai's heart was heavy when he heard those words, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. These world spheres had never been seen in the 3,000 worlds because they were useless to cultivators. On the other hand, the world force sealed within these items was very useful to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai believed that these items were artifacts specially developed by Black Ink disciples who were proficient in artifact refining. After all, the war between the Black Ink clan and the humans on the Black Ink battlefield had been ongoing for countless years. It was highly probable that some bizarre objects had been produced as a result. During their conversation, they saw a Black Ink clansman completing a negotiation with the seller. Then he took out a large handful of pitch-black round objects that resembled copper coins. After handing these coins over, he casually reached out to grab a world sphere and strode out of the shop. Yang Kai was astonished. Does the Black Ink clan have their own currency? D4 nodded. Black Ink coins. They have no value and cannot be used to cultivate, but they are used by the Black Ink clan for trading. Every Black Ink coin is produced by a royal lord, so they have the mark of that royal lord and cannot be replicated. Yang Kai exclaimed in wonder. If they are worthless and cannot be used to cultivate, then what is the significance of the Black Ink coins? Open heaven pills were the primary currency in the 3,000 worlds, and any kind of resources could be valued in terms of them. That was because open heaven pills were spirit pills used by open heaven realm masters in their cultivation. Anything that was used in circulation should have its own intrinsic value. D4 laughed. If they are in circulation, then there must be a reason. Let's put it this way. If a Black Ink clansman spends a certain amount of Black Ink coins, then they can enter a Black Ink nest to cultivate. You should know that Black Ink nests are the place where those from the Black Ink clan are born. Hence, entering the Black Ink nest is like returning to their mother's womb. It is very beneficial for the improvement of their cultivation. Furthermore, if they want to advance, the advancement must be done inside a Black Ink nest. Only then did Yang Kai understand. Black Ink coins might not have any value on their own, but they could be used to purchase things the Black Ink clan required. That made Black Ink coins valuable. Just the fact that their advancement had to be done inside a Black Ink nest was enough to make the entire Black Ink clan gather these Black Ink coins. Did Master come here to buy a world sphere? Yang Kai saw the Black Ink clansmen who brought them here lingering around the world spheres and constantly haggling with the seller over the price. It was easy to guess the other party's intentions. D4 shrugged nonchalantly. He probably can't afford one. Their master was only a high-rank Black Ink clansman whose strength was equivalent to a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm master. Even if he had some Black Ink coins, what he had was not enough to pay for a world sphere. As D4 had been serving under this Black Ink clansman for a long time, he was familiar with the other party's finances. Sure enough, despite his efforts, the Black Ink clansman eventually shook his head in disappointment and led Yang Kai and the others out of the shop. Yang Kai secretly laughed to himself. Looks like my master is poor. After leading Yang Kai and the others out of the shop, the Black Ink clansman walked in a certain direction without stopping. D4, who had always been a chatterbox, fell silent all of a sudden. In fact, Yang Kai had the feeling that D4 was rather nervous about something. It was not just D4 alone. One and the others also showed the same reactions. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious. He did not understand what was making them so nervous. It didn't take long before the Black Ink clansman led Yang Kai and the others to a gathering place bustling with people. Even before approaching the area, Yang Kai detected the violent collision of world forces coming from that direction. There seemed to be several masters fighting each other. Moreover, the battle was extremely fierce. The explosions of their battle rang out incessantly, and blinding rays of light flashed out from time to time. Are fights allowed within this fierce wind estate? Yang Kai was absolutely bewildered. It had to be said that there were rules at any place where cultivators gathered in the 3,000 worlds that basically prohibited personal fights. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan did not seem to prevent such occurrences. The place of battle was a large basin-like crater in the ground with a radius of several hundreds of meters. Even so, this space seemed relatively small for both parties participating in the fight. That was because the ones fighting in the crater were 2 6th-order masters. In addition, there was a barrier array that formed a semicircular light dome over the crater. The light barrier was extremely powerful, so even though both parties participating in battle were attacking furiously, they could not deal any damage to it. Many large black ink clansmen stood around the crater. Not all the black ink clansmen resembled humans that were enlarged several times though. Many of them had peculiar and bizarre appearances. Some of them even looked completely like monster beast. That was something Yang Kai had already noticed when he first arrived at the Fierce Wind Estate. The giant humanoid appearance seemed to be considered mainstream among the Black Ink clan, followed by some having monster beast appearances. There were numerous others, some intense and grotesque, some perfectly ordinary. The Black Ink clansmen standing around the crater were showing expressions of great interest, as though they were watching two ferocious beasts fighting each other. They even cheered loudly from time to time. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, both parties participating in the fight had reached the stage where who lived and who died would be decided. They attacked each other mercilessly as divine abilities and secret techniques blasted out. The violent forces within the crater ran rampant, and fresh blood splattered across the ground. Yang Kai looked down for a while and sighed inwardly. He did not know which cave, heaven or paradise these two sixth-order masters fighting below were originally from. They might have held lofty positions once, or even knew each other in the past, maybe even fought side by side before. In the end though they had fallen to this state. It was truly a sorrowful sight. Unfortunately Yang Kai was powerless to stop this. There was nothing he could do to interfere in this spectacle. He could only watch silently. "Nu Yen, are you here to benefit me again?" A snide voice suddenly rang out from the side. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw a tall Black Ink clansman smiling in their direction. There were several Open Heaven Realm masters surrounding that Black Ink clansman, probably his Black Ink disciples. The Black Ink clansman who led Yang Kai and the others here coldly snorted at those words. "It's uncertain who will benefit who. Xianxia, don't boast so shamelessly." It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized his master was called Nu Yen. Although he had been traveling with his master for several days, the Black Ink clansman had not taken the initiative to reveal his own name. Unfortunately, he was not in the position to ask, and D4 had not told him the name of their master either. It would seem that Nu Yen had a grudge against this Black Ink clansman named Xianxia. Otherwise, they would not have gotten into a dispute as soon as they encountered each other. "Whether or not my words are shameless boasting, you will know after you try," Xianxia remained smiling slightly. Nu Yen nodded coldly and agreed, "Good." As soon as those words came out, Yang Kai distinctly noticed the expressions of D4 and the others becoming more solemn and anxious. After combining everything he had seen so far, he vaguely formed a guess in his heart. The winner was soon decided among the two sixth-order Open Heaven Realm masters fighting below. Their capabilities were not very different from each other, so they were basically equals in terms of strength. However, there seemed to be a distinct gap in their combat experiences. The one who had a deeper understanding of battle obtained the victory. Even though he paid a price, he succeeded in defeating his opponent. When the small universe collapsed, world force dispersed into the surroundings. A world sphere was thrown into the crater at just the right moment. Following the flash of a blinding light, the scattered world force was absorbed and sealed inside the world sphere. The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple who won was covered in blood and one of his arms had been chopped off at the shoulder, but he endured the pain and cast a secret technique to stop the bleeding. When the world sphere finished absorbing all the dissipating world force, the Black Ink disciple reached out his hand to grab the world sphere. Then he came over to one of the Black Ink clansmen standing outside the crater, knelt down on one knee, quickly reporting, "Master, fortunately I did not fail my mission." The Black Ink clansman lowered his head to look at the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple and nodded lightly, "Very good." Reaching out his hand, he placed the world sphere into his space ring and sent the sixth-order Black Ink disciple to rest. With that, the crater became unoccupied and Xianxia turned to look at Nu Yen. "Shall we have a warm-up first?" Nu Yen had no objections and nodded in agreement. "Good." Xianxia asked again, "Just a bout or a death match?" Nu Yan's eyes overflowed with rage and hostility. "Of course, it will be a death match." Bold indeed. Xianxia immediately turned to look at the Black Ink disciples beside him and reached out to point at one of them. "You go." The black ink disciple who was picked out by Xianxia was a fair-faced young man whose expression remained calm as he jumped down into the crater. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from him, he was probably in the fifth order open heaven realm. Nguyen turned to look at A1 and the others. His gaze flickered between C3 and D4 for a moment, then he pointed at D4, "You go." Despite his uneasy expression, D4 cupped his fist respectfully, "Yes." It was impossible for black ink disciples to refuse the commands from their masters. The only thing they could do was show complete obedience. Yang Kai finally understood why D4 had been so nervous since earlier. D4 had clearly known that Nguyen would bring them to this kind of place and that he might have to participate in a life-or-death battle. Although black ink disciples were willing to offer up everything to their masters, no one would be fearless in the face of death. Both participating parties did not exchange any pleasantries with each other. It could even be said that the opponent cast a secret technique to attack as soon as D4 flew into the crater. An impressive sword light slashed towards him from the front as world force surged fiercely. In response, D4 hastily took action to defend himself. D4 was in the fifth order open heaven realm and so was his opponent. Although their cultivation was one order lower than the previous battle, the intensity of their battle was not inferior in any way. The opponent was obviously proficient in the sword Dao. With the long sword in his hand, he covered the entire sky with a curtain of sword light. On the other hand, the artifact in D4's hands was a pair of daggers. In the first place, he had always been small-sized but agile. His figure floundered under the fierce onslaught from his opponent, and his situation looked very precarious. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-21, Deathmatch. Yang Kai watched for a while, but soon discovered that it should not be difficult for D4 to win this battle because the latter was clearly much stronger than his opponent. That was indeed the case. Following an intense battle, the opponent's momentum gradually declined and D4 grasped the opportunity to rush forward, using his twin daggers to slice a bright arc through the air as he brushed past his opponent. The battle subsided in a single moment. When D4 turned around, a crimson line of blood appeared on his opponent's neck. Immediately after that, fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, and a powerful force sent his opponent's head flying into the sky. The headless corpse swayed slightly and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Nguyen laughed loudly. Stretching out his hand, he tossed a world sphere into the arena. The world force escaping from the dead Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was immediately absorbed and sealed within the world sphere. D4 held the world sphere in both hands, then his short figure flickered several times. He came to stand in front of Nguyen and bowed his head, "Master." Taking the world sphere, Nguyen smiled and nodded, "Very good." Xianxia, who was standing by the side, had an ugly expression on his face. Although he had several black ink disciples under his command, they did not come easily. How could he not feel pained after losing one of them? The muscles in his face twitched slightly as he shouted, "Again." Nguyen teased, "Why don't we forget it and challenge each other again another day?" "Cease your nonsense." Xianxia had just lost one of his black ink disciples, so how could he be willing to back down now? He pointed at a sturdy middle-aged man beside him and shouted, "You go." Upon hearing the command, the middle-aged man nodded and jumped into the crater in a flash. Xianxia glanced at Nguyen with a provocative expression, "If you're scared, you can leave. I won't force you." The Black Ink clan was innately prideful, so how could Nguyen admit that he was scared in front of such a large crowd? Giving a cold snort, he turned to look at A1 and B2. The opponent dispatched by Xianxia was a sixth-order Black Ink disciple. Therefore only A1 or B2 could face this opponent. After pondering in silence for a moment, he lifted his chin in A1's direction. "Go." One silently cupped his fist before he turned around and stepped into the battlefield. Inside the crater, the two sixth-order Black Ink disciples took their positions. Neither of them attacked immediately. Instead, they cupped their fists at each other in greeting. In the next moment, world force flared. They both simultaneously unleashed their divine abilities and secret techniques at each other as though they had discussed in advance. Like before, this battle was also very intense. Both parties attacked mercilessly. Many secret techniques shone brightly and world force collided endlessly. Yang Kai watched for some time but could not figure out who had the edge. Both the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters undoubtedly came from the cave heavens and paradises, and there was barely any difference between their strengths. It was similar to the first battle he had watched. In the end, the final winner would be decided by luck. Afterward, he turned to observe D4. The battle earlier had consumed a lot of D4's energy. Fortunately, he did not suffer any serious injuries. As he had already battled once, the following battles would no longer involve him even if there were any. Hence, he was no longer as anxious and uneasy as before. His expression had relaxed considerably. Sensing Yang Kai's gaze on him, he took the initiative to explain, "This is a gambling match between the Black Ink clan. It's very common. You should watch carefully. There's no telling whether your turn might come in the future." "I heard something about a life bout and a death match just now." Yang Kai spoke softly. "What's the difference?" D4 replied, "Exactly as the name suggests. A death match does not end until one side is dead. Just like my previous battle and the current battle. On the other hand, in a life bout, it's enough once a winner is determined. As our master's servants, we are the pieces in the death match as well as the prize. When either side dies, the world force in their small universe will go to the winner. Meanwhile, in a life bout, both parties will agree upon a bet before the match. For example, betting on the ownership of the Black Ink disciples or simply betting with Black Ink coins." Yang Kai nodded lightly to indicate his understanding. "Did you say that this kind of gambling is common among the Black Ink clan?" D4 shrugged nonchalantly. "That's indeed the case. Didn't you notice how many people are gathered here? They all came here to gamble. The Black Ink clan is quite fond of this activity. If the Black Ink disciples under their command are strong enough, then they can obtain many benefits for their master. Don't be fooled by the fact that we are the master's servants. Many times the strength of the servants also symbolizes the master's pride. The tide has to rise for the ship to sail after all." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Thank you for your instruction." D4 waved his hand casually to indicate that it was okay. Then he suddenly furrowed his brow and solemnly looked down at the fight below. In such a short period of time, there seemed to have been some unexpected changes. A clear distinction had appeared between the two parties who were originally equal in strength. One was gradually being pushed back under the opponent's fierce onslaught. Nu Yan's expression immediately became tense. On the other hand, Xianxia stood beside Nu Yan with a smirk on his face. He looked like somebody whose trick had succeeded. "That person is from Bright King Cave Heaven," D4 suddenly exclaimed. His voice was neither loud nor soft. Although he looked like he was talking to Yang Kai, he was actually explaining the circumstances to Nu Yan. "The people from Bright King Cave Heaven mainly cultivate body tempering. We've been tricked." Likewise, Yang Kai had also noticed that one's opponent inside the crater was from Bright King Cave Heaven. He once came into contact with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven named Su Wang in the Shattered Heaven. Later, a Seventh Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven also came to Shattered Heaven and captured Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven had extremely tough bodies. Whenever they fought against others, they rarely used any artifacts as their bodies were their greatest artifacts available. Be that as it may, one's opponent had only used secret techniques at the beginning of the battle. That was why nobody had noticed his origins. It was clearly one of the opponent's tactics. One was concentrating on a battle of secret techniques to decide the winner when his opponent suddenly rushed at him aggressively and launched a close combat assault. The sudden attack had taken him by surprise. In a fight between Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the slightest mistake could be fatal. After one fell into a disadvantage, he was steadily overwhelmed by his opponent and soon could only defend himself, becoming powerless to fight back. Although he wanted to put some distance between them, his opponent shadowed him closely like maggots on rotting bones. It was obvious that the opponent wanted to use his strong point against his enemy's weakness. "You cheated." Nu Yan suddenly turned to glare at Xianxia and shouted through gritted teeth. Xianxia chuckled. "How can one cheat in a fight between Black Ink disciples? Your slaves are simply too weak." Nu Yan was practically spitting fire from his eyes. How could he not know that he had fallen for the other party's tricks? Xianxia first tricked him into complacency with the defeat of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then sent out a Sixth Order Master to battle instead. It was obvious that the trap had been prepared for him and he had walked right into it. The crater below might span several hundreds of meters, but that was far too little space for maneuvering in a battle between open heaven realm masters. They would not be able to display their full abilities at all. If this were a battle in the void where there was enough space around them, one might not necessarily have ended up in this situation. Unfortunately, in such an environment, the person with better close combat ability would be at a big advantage. Whether it was the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink disciples, they all knew that a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven held an absolute advantage in this gambling arena. That was especially true if they managed to close in on their enemy. They could be said to be almost invincible under those circumstances. It was well known that nobody could defeat a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven in this particular environment, unless they were also a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven. That was why Black Ink disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven were very sought after in the gambling arena. Furthermore, nobody would accept the challenge if a Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven was sent into the arena. Lang Ye's provocation earlier had caused Nu Yen to carelessly send out Iwan, his strongest 6th-order Black Ink disciple, without much consideration. It was not until this moment that he realized he had been tricked. Be that as it may, it was too late for regrets. It was impossible for Black Ink disciples to retreat from the gambling arena during a death match, regardless of the circumstances. In truth, A1 was very strong and had most likely been in the 7th-order open heaven realm in his prime. However, his opponent was equally powerful. Despite facing a barrage of secret techniques from A1, he neither dodged nor avoided the attacks and charged ahead like a mad beast on a rampage. One was flustered by this style of combat. What's more, there was a barrier covering the crater that prevented him from bringing out his full abilities. His strength was gradually being shaved away as a result. D for suddenly sighed. One is doomed. He might only be in the 5th-order open heaven realm now, but he had not lost his discerning eye. Besides, he was not the only person who could predict the outcome of the situation in the field. Anybody with the slightest insight would be able to tell that A1 was simply struggling in the throes of his imminent death. As one of Nu Yan's Black Ink disciples, D4 couldn't help feeling a little sad to see A1 struggling futilely against a fate that was already determined. Nu Yan's expression was becoming more and more ugly. On the other hand, Lang Ye smiled extremely happily. The world sphere in his hand was already at the ready. Playing with it in his hands, he was ready to toss the world sphere into the crater to seal the world force at any moment. The sight of Lang Ye's behavior made the rage in Nu Yan's heart burn even hotter. Watching this battle made Yang Kai despondent, but there was nothing he could do, making him feel extremely vexed in his heart. After struggling for some time, A1's defenses were finally broken through by his opponent. His opponent immediately approached him up close. Even though he fought hard, A1 eventually lost to the indiscriminate bombardment of his opponent's iron fists. Fresh blood splattered across crater. Even A1's defensive artifact was broken to the point where its light grew dim. As those fists smashed his body fiercely, his aura swiftly weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. A loud explosion filled the air as blood mist scattered across the sky. A1's body was gone, smashed to death. Meanwhile, his opponent landed lightly in the middle of the crater. He was soaked in blood that came from both himself and A1. It was a grotesque sight indeed. The entire arena was filled with cheers. It was obvious that the Black Ink clan was very satisfied by this bloody scene. Lang Ye threw his world sphere into the crater to absorb and seal the world force that originally belonged to A1. Then he immediately turned to look at Nu Yen. A third round. Nu Yen was silent. His originally pitch-black face was now blacker than the bottom of a pot. He might have won the first round, but that was just a fight between 5th-order masters. In contrast, he had lost a 6th-order Black Ink disciple in the second round. This was such a huge loss that he felt as though he picked up some sesame seeds only to lose a watermelon. Although Lang Ye invited him to a third round, how could he possibly agree? Without counting Yang Kai, he only had 4 Black Ink disciples under his command in the first place. It was a blessing that he had picked up another Black Ink disciple on the way to the Fierce Wind Estate. Otherwise, this loss would have caused him distress for many years to come. It was not easy for them to obtain Black Ink disciples. First, a Black Ink clansman had to keep themselves safe on the battlefield. then they had to release their black ink strength to corrupt a human cultivator. More importantly, even if the human cultivators were corrupted by the black ink strength, success was not guaranteed. Nguyen had spent thousands of years just to build up his current heritage, so how could he carelessly squander it at will? Martial Peak, Chapter 49-22, is he also from Bright King Cave Heaven? For that reason, it was impossible for Nguyen to accept Langya's invitation for a third round. Not unless there was something wrong with his head. Coldly snorting in response, Nguyen turned to leave. I will continue to use this servant. You can send any of your men into battle. What do you think? Langya's voice came from behind. Nguyen froze and turned back to look at Langya with a puzzled expression as if asking, "Are you speaking the truth?" Langya shrugged slightly, indicating that he was not joking. There were countless eyes on them, watching curiously as though enjoying a good show. Nguyen immediately scowled upon hearing those words. Needless to say, there was nothing stopping him from leaving this place at this moment. Although he suffered a huge loss, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything. The world force of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still useful to him, and picking E5 up along the way here had made up for the losses he sustained this time. However, if he left just like this, he would never be able to swallow the resentment in his heart. Lowering his head, Nguyen looked into the crater. One might have been defeated and killed by the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, but he had not been completely powerless to fight back. His desperate resistance had also caused some injury to his opponent. In addition, the battle just now had consumed quite a lot of the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator's strength. A one-on-one fight might have been impossible against him, but won't a series of continuous battles bring him down? It had to be said that the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master below was a huge temptation to Nguyen. The most important reason was that the resentment in his heart could be wiped clean in one go if he won. Seeing Nguyen's hesitation, Langya immediately waved his hand dismissively and said, "Of course you can leave if you're scared. There's no need to force yourself." He had said those words before. His statement had been a provocation earlier, and it remained a provocation now. It was just that his tone was completely different. He had spat out those words through gritted teeth earlier, but he was openly sneering now. Nguyen had already been hesitating earlier, so he immediately made up his mind after being agitated by those words. Who's scared? But let's make it clear now. You don't get to regret your decision when you lose later. Langya nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I won't regret my decision. His expression was calm and relaxed, seeming to have great confidence in the black ink disciple under his command. Looking at Langya's reaction made Nguyen's heart clench. He had the vague feeling that he had made a fool of himself again. Unfortunately, he had already agreed to the challenge and could no longer back out of his decision. If he refused the challenge now, he would only become the laughingstock of his clansmen. Gritting his teeth, Nguyen gave B2 a questioning look. The one was dead, so he could only count on B2 now. There was no denying that B2 was slightly weaker than A1, but the difference was not too great. Against an injured and exhausted opponent, his odds of obtaining victory were quite high. Under Nguyen's gaze, B2 lowered his head and said nothing. Waste. Nguyen snarled. B2's behavior obviously indicated that he had no confidence in winning. Things were bound to end badly if he were sent to fight with such a mentality. Besides, he had diligently served Nguyen for a long time. Even if he was a mere servant, B2 had been very earnest and supportive throughout all these years. Nguyen was reluctant to send B2 to certain death despite his angry cursing, so he turned to Yang Kai and snapped, "You go." Having only just picked E5 up, he did not know what his strength was like. Be that as it may, the Open Heaven Realm Masters were all the same. Seeing that B2 had no confidence of winning, then the situation was most likely hopeless for E5 too. At this point, Nguyen already regretted not leaving immediately earlier. If he had left, even if he suffered some losses, they wouldn't have been too unbearable. In contrast, the situation had worsened now. Even the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple he just picked up would have to die here. Be that as it may, if he had to choose between B2 and E5, Nguyen would choose to abandon E5. He was not familiar with the new recruit, so he could simply act as if he had not picked anybody up in the first place. By thinking like that, he could comfort himself slightly. Yes. Yang Kai froze for a moment before he cupped his fist in response. He never imagined that this matter would fall upon his shoulders. Although he felt helpless, the Black Ink clansman who was supposed to be his master had spoken, so he could only obey. Nu Yen spoke through gritted teeth. Even if you die, you have to drag him down with you. Yang Kai nodded and jumped into the crater. Standing beside Nu Yen, D4 sighed slightly. If it had to be said, he quite liked D5. The main reason was that A1 and the others were taciturn while E5 was willing to chat with him despite being a newcomer. Now that E5 had been ordered to enter the gambling arena, he would most likely never return again. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven was not an easy opponent after all. That was why D4 couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Inside the crater, a bloody stench filled the air. Severed limbs and pieces of flesh could be seen everywhere. An innumerable number of Black Ink disciples had died in this place, so much so that the blood they spilled had dyed the ground crimson. The Sixth Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven looked over indifferently. His expression was calm. There were signs of injury on his body, but they were not serious. It was just that his battle against A1 earlier had indeed consumed a lot of his strength. Regardless of his condition though, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent in this kind of venue. Please. Yang Kai cupped his fist at the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven. The words had only just left Yang Kai's mouth when the opponent shot towards him like an arrow released from its string. His world force was wrapped around his figure for defense, but his momentum was very aggressive. Since he had already revealed his hand during the first round, there was no longer any need to hide his abilities. Besides, he planned to finish this fight as soon as possible. It was only natural for him to seize the advantage by closing the distance. In the next moment, the Bright King Cave Heaven Master was slightly taken aback because his opponent was also rushing forward like him. There were no signs of activating a secret technique or traces of summoning an artifact, just a punch clad in world force crashing down on him. There was an uproar in the audience as countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples widened their eyes in shock and amazement. Although Nu Yen was also shocked, he was even more furious. That damn E5. Knowing that the opponent comes from Bright King Cave Heaven and boasts a strong physical body, I can't believe he dared to take the initiative to meet him head-on. That's exactly how A1 was killed earlier. However, recalling his own words just now, he suppressed the flames of his anger. He had the vague feeling that E5 was following his orders and trying to create an opportunity to drag his opponent down with him. If that was the case, then his current actions were understandable. Hong! A loud explosion boomed across the arena, and shockwaves visible to the naked eye erupted outward. Two figures collided fiercely against each other, then suddenly separated as they flew out in opposite directions. The first collision went beyond everybody's expectations. In the previous battle, the Sixth Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven had already displayed the immense strength of his body. Seeing Yang Kai dashing forward without the fear of death, they all believed that it would be a one-sided massacre, but on the contrary, it turned out to be an evenly matched situation. Nu Yen was stunned. Even Langya, who had a smile at the corner of his lips, was also stunned. Meanwhile, D4's mouth gaped open in shock. Nobody could have expected Yang Kai to withstand the punch of the Sixth Order Master from Bright King Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, one clash was not enough to prove anything. Only the upcoming battle would determine the victor. Two figures landed on the ground heavily. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven had a surprised look in his eyes, but his figure kept charging forward without stopping. Putting some strength into his legs, he kicked off the ground so hard that an indentation formed. At the same time, he charged towards Yang Kai once more. When he was in midair, he saw his opponent making the same choice again. Sishong, Pong. Pumph, star. The two figures inside the crater constantly collided and separated. The cycle repeated again and again without the slightest pause. With every collision, the violent world force kicked up the wind and the clouds. Like throwing a rock into the calm surface of the lake, shockwaves blasted out like ripples spreading into the surroundings. The silent audience gathered around the crater immediately burst into cheer. This fierce battle enraptured and excited the Black Ink clan. There were no fancy secret techniques or exchanges between offensive and defensive artifacts. There were only bloody fists against flesh. It was the most primitive kind of conflict. A battle that had never been seen before in the gambling arena. It was enough to bring out the deep-seated murderous brutality buried deep within their hearts and intoxicated them greatly. The smile on Lang Ye's face gradually vanished and his expression became solemn. Meanwhile, Nu Yan's expression was filled with surprise. He originally made the choice between abandoning B2 or E5, sending the unknown E5 into battle. Who could have known that E5 would give him such a pleasant surprise? Despite facing a direct confrontation with a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, E5 did not lose out in the slightest. Leaving aside the final outcome of the battle, just this scene alone had already broken his previous assumptions. Is he also from Bright King Cave Heaven? Nu Yan turned to look at D4. Along the journey, D4 and E5 had gotten together and whispered to each other from time to time. It was not that he did not notice, but rather that he did not have to worry about the loyalty of the Black Ink disciples under him, so he rarely bothered to care about their private lives. Nu Yan had not asked about E5's background and had even given him a name in a haphazard manner. However, D4 should know something. Upon hearing the question, D4 shook his head. No. He claimed to be from Inyang Cave Heaven. The Black Ink clan had a certain understanding of the various cave heavens and paradises, so needless to say, even Nu Yan had heard of Inyang Cave Heaven. As a result, he immediately became puzzled. Do the people from Inyang Cave Heaven have such powerful bodies? D4 shook his head and said, those from Inyang Cave Heaven are proficient in the Inyang Union cultivation. They are not known for the strength of their bodies. E5 may just be innately gifted. That was the only explanation. It was not to say that others would not have strong bodies if they did not come from Bright King Cave Heaven. It was only a general comparison. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven mainly focused on body tempering, so their secret arts were also based on enhancing their physiques. Who do you think is better between them? Nu Yan asked with great interest. Although he was a high-rank Black Ink clansman with strength equivalent to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was not very familiar with the way humans fought. He could only see that the battle was extremely intense, but he could not see who held the upper hand. D4 could not really say because he himself could not tell. Thus he could only speak conservatively. E5 has hope of winning. That was enough. Nu Yan laughed heartily. Good. Very good. I've truly found a treasure. It's a blessing that I sent him out to participate in this battle. I would never have known that E5 was so amazing otherwise. At the same time, he began to worry about E5's safety. It would be good if E5 won the battle. But if E5 was defeated and killed, the loss would break his heart even more than the death of A1. Nu Yan turned his head to the side, and seeing that Lang Ye's expression was solemn and no longer as calm and relaxed as before, he sneered. For what do the humans say about such situations? Observing the situation, D4 quickly said, all your clever scheming has led to your downfall. There's also a saying, tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Right. Right. Nu Yan nodded repeatedly. That's how it goes. Lang Ye glanced sideways and coldly spat. The Black Ink disciple under your command is too presumptuous. Nu Yan snorted with laughter. As you know, he is a Black Ink disciple under my command. He is none of your damn business. Weren't you laughing so happily earlier? Why don't you show me a smile now? How could Lang Ye smile at this time when he was pale with rage? Martial Peak, Chapter 49-23, Dry Oil Lamp. Lang Ye originally thought that he would obtain another victory. Who could have known that Nu Yan would have such a talented servant under him? Lang Ye even suspected that Nu Yan had set him up. Why else would Nu Yan have behaved so reluctantly earlier? Just as Lang Ye was gritting his teeth in anger, the Black Ink disciple beside him suddenly exclaimed softly, Master, something isn't right. Ignoring Nu Yan's pestering, Lang Ye quickly looked down into the crater below. What entered his field of view made his heart sink. There was indeed something wrong. At first, the two Black Ink disciples had been evenly matched and there was no telling who was having the upper hand. However, in such a short time, the Black Ink disciple under his command had clearly fallen behind. The Black Ink disciple no longer showed the same heroic bravery as before and was steadily being pushed back by his opponent. He was in a wretched state. This scene made Lang Ye's expression become even uglier. He had been extremely confident in the Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven under him. Otherwise he would not have ordered him to fight 2 consecutive battles. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to reap some benefits from Niu Yan, but how could he have anticipated such an outcome? At this rate he would really end up trying to steal a chicken but losing his rice. Another peal of smug laughter came from Niu Yan, which sounded extremely grating to Lang Ye's ears. The Black Ink clansmen watching the battle cheered loudly, making Lang Ye become increasingly anxious. In the end he couldn't help roaring furiously, "Kill him! Otherwise I will kill you myself." When the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven on the battlefield heard the command from his master, he ferociously threw his fist at Yang Kai to open up some distance between them. His hands then moved swiftly to form a set of seals and cast a secret technique. Following the fluctuation of world force around him, a dazzling giant illusory phantom enveloped his body. His entire being seemed to integrate with the illusory phantom and his aura soared instantly. Immovable Bright King Golden Body. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven focused on cultivating their physical bodies. Hence, the immovable Bright King Golden Body was their biggest trump card. If he unleashed the secret technique, then it meant that he was ready to fight with everything he had. Yang Kai, who was now being pushed back, looked annoyed. With his current strength, it would not take much effort for him to defeat or even kill this Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator in front of him. However, he was currently stuck in the depths of Black Ink Clan's territory, so he did not dare to expose too much and was consciously suppressing his true strength. After all, if he killed his opponent in 2 or 3 hits, he would surely draw attention to himself. In the worst case, he might even pique the interest of a feudal lord. A Black Ink feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Receiving the attention of such a master was bound to cause unexpected complications to occur. In contrast, the one he currently followed was no more than a high-rank Black Ink clansman, Niu Yan. Even if an unexpected incident occurred, Yang Kai could easily resolve the matter with his strength alone. That was why he had pretended to be going all out, as though he aimed to die together with his opponent, while in truth he was greatly holding back. Now that his opponent had suddenly activated his immovable Bright King Golden Body though, the strength that Yang Kai displayed so far was not enough to match. As this thought swirled around in his head, Yang Kai sighed softly and immediately activated the power of his dragon vein. There was no other choice. If he did not do this, he would have no explanation for what would happen next. His opponent's strength had soared, so if he did not use some sort of trump card as well, then he would have no way to explain his increase in strength. In front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai let out a furious howl. His expression was filled with savagery. Immediately after that, a series of crackling and popping sounds rang out and his figure swelled up. Yang Kai did not dare to perform a complete dragon transformation, as that would turn him into a 20,000 meters long grand dragon. If he were to do that, he would most certainly be exposed. While carefully suppressing his dragon vein, Yang Kai's figure abruptly swelled until he was a dozen meters tall. His exposed skin was covered in a layer of dense dragon scales. A dragon horn protruded from his forehead, his hands turned into dragon claws, and a dragon tail swished back and forth behind his back. With both feet planted firmly on the ground, he stood there in a half-dragon form while a faint dragon pressure permeated the air and a dragon roar reverberated throughout the gambling arena. Outside the crater, Niu Yan widened his eyes in astonishment and stared at the changes in front of him in shock. B2, C3 and D4 standing beside him were equally shocked. Then D4 suddenly exclaimed, "So that's it." Niu Yan looked back. "What?" D4 quickly cupped his fist. "Master, it looks like E5 is not a pure-blood human. He probably has some Dragon Clan blood in him." A Dragon Clan bloodline. Niu Yan raised his eyebrows at those words. "Isn't that what you humans call the leaders of the divine spirits?" Even though he had participated in the war between the Black Ink clan and the humans countless times, the truth was that Niu Yan had never seen the Dragon Clan in person before. At most he only heard of such a race. Nevertheless, he immediately became excited. "Doesn't that mean he is amazing?" D4 shook his head and said, "Reporting to Master, E5 may have some Dragon Clan blood running through his veins, but his bloodline is clearly not very pure. Judging by his appearance, he is what we call a Dragonborn. He is not part of the true Dragon Clan. As if afraid that Niu Yan would not understand, he made an analogy. If you compare the Black Ink clan to the Dragon clan, then the Dragonborn is similar to Black Ink disciples. Although the Dragonborn have some of the Dragon clan's powers, they are far from the real thing. Niu Yan nodded without really understanding the explanation. In any case, he knew that the servant called E5 was quite special. D4 continued, the Dragon clan is very powerful. They are known as the head of the divine spirits. Hence, their physical bodies are extraordinarily powerful. E5's strong physique is probably related to the dragon vein in his body. It all makes sense now. He comes from Enyang Cave Heaven after all, so how can his body be stronger than that of someone from Bright King Cave Heaven? Turns out he was a dragonborn all along. Niu Yan laughed loudly. Turning to look at Xianxia, he mocked the other party. You have chosen the wrong opponent. Xianxia coldly snorted. It is uncertain who will win and who will lose. Don't get carried away. Niu Yan snorted and said nothing more. Wasting time arguing with Xianxia was meaningless. As long as his servant won the battle, he would be able to see Xianxia's angry and depressed face, which would make it all worth it. On the battlefield inside the crater, the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator who cast his immovable Bright King golden body, and Yang Kai who was in his half-dragon form, attacked and collided with each other again. This time around, the battle was more ferocious and cruel compared to before. Everybody knew that both parties had played their final cards and the outcome of the life-or-death battle was about to be decided, so all were excitedly paying attention. The two gigantic figures collided with each other, but they did not separate from each other as they did before. On the contrary, they became entangled together. Activating the powers of their small universes, they constantly attacked each other indiscriminately. Both of them had completely abandoned any form of defense and focused solely on a fierce offensive. They were behaving as though they wanted to kill each other or die trying. Yang Kai even used his dragon tail and dragon fangs to attack. This battle was not flashy, but it was ferocious and brutal. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the two figures rolled about in a tangle of limbs. When they slammed into the light barrier, the impact even made an indentation in it. Although the light barrier recovered quickly, the horrifying power behind their collision could be seen. After some time, the light of the immovable Bright King golden body gradually became dim. Likewise, Yang Kai was drenched in blood and he looked as though he was in a precarious state. Be it Xianxia or Niu Yan, their expressions became solemn. Nobody had expected this battle to end up in this situation. It was impossible to tell who would win in the end. However, it had to be said that this was a satisfying battle to watch. That much was obvious just by looking at the exhilarated expressions of the Black Ink clan in the audience. Hong! A loud explosion erupted. The two figures that had been tangled together since they pulled out their final trump cards finally separated, dropped out of the sky and crashed to the ground. The immovable Bright King golden body had been shattered completely and the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator lay motionless on the ground. It was unknown whether he was still alive. The corners of D4's mouth twitched slightly. Although he came from 9 Stars Paradise, he was aware that a Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator's golden body was extremely powerful. It was unbelievable to think that it had been forcibly broken with brute force. If Bright King Cave Heaven learned about this situation, they would certainly feel ashamed. Yang Kai's dragon transformation slowly disappeared, and he returned to his human form. Similarly, he lay on the ground without moving. Did the both of them die? The Black Ink clan watched with eyes widened in surprise. If that was the outcome of the battle, then it would be quite interesting in and of itself. They did not care for the life or death of the Black Ink disciples, so it would be a worthwhile trip here if they could witness such an exhilarating battle. However, there were no signs of any small universes collapsing. In other words, both parties were still alive. It was just that the battle had been too intense, so they were completely exhausted. Xianxia's furious roar rang out, "Stand up and kill him. Victory or defeat is only one step away. How can I fall short now?" Seeming to hear his master's command, the fingers of the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator twitched in response. Then he struggled to his feet and staggered towards Yang Kai. Niu Yan felt as though his heart was in his throat. Although he sent E5 into battle because he originally planned to abandon him, this battle had completely exceeded his expectations. Based on the strength E5 displayed so far, It was clear that he was much stronger than A1. Nu Yen was reluctant to throw aside a servant like that, but there was nothing he could do at this moment. Masters were not allowed to interfere in the fights between their black ink disciples. Those were the rules. Seeing that the opponent was going to reach E5, Nu Yen yelled anxiously, "Get up! Get up!" Yang Kai remained motionless. D4 sighed sorrowfully. In the end he still lost. In this place defeat meant death, as the opponent would not be merciful. In front of everybody's eyes, the bright King Cave Heaven cultivator staggered over to Yang Kai and stood before him. It was at that moment that Yang Kai, who had been lying there without moving, abruptly leaped to his feet and kicked his opponent in the chest. His opponent stumbled and fell to the ground. Then he lunged forward, sat on his opponent and threw a frenzy of punches. Nu Yen had been so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his chest, so when he saw this sight he couldn't help laughing out loud. On the other hand, Langya was flabbergasted. He never imagined such a turn of events would occur. Ping ping ping. Yang Kai's fist smashed down, causing the bright King Cave Heaven cultivator to become bruised and bloody under his punches. Be that as it may, everyone could tell that he barely had any strength left even though he was attacking fiercely. His punches seemed almost weak and flimsy. At the beginning, the bright King Cave Heaven cultivator struggled to fight back. Nevertheless, he quickly lost the strength to resist and just lay there to be slaughtered. He was also a dry oil lamp at this point. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped and struggled to his feet. Immediately after that, he did something completely unexpected. He grabbed the bright King Cave Heaven cultivator by one of the legs and staggered towards Nu Yen. The cheers had died down. All the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples were staring at Yang Kai in confusion. Having reached this point, the winner of this battle was obvious. Even so, the conclusion of the battle never came. In a place like this, one party had to die in order for a deathmatch to be considered over. Although Yang Kai had won the battle, his opponent was still alive. The audience understood. It was not that he didn't want to kill his opponent. He simply no longer had the strength to do so. Martial Peak, Chapter 4924, An Unexpectedly Pleasant Surprise. The bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was a dry oil lamp who didn't even have the strength to fight back at this point. Be that as it may, thanks to how he normally focused on cultivating his physical body, his physique was incredibly intrepid all on its own. It was not easy for an opponent who was equally exhausted to kill him. Such a situation had never been seen before. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was feeling extremely uneasy as he dragged the bright King Heaven cultivator towards Nu Yen. He didn't know whether the plan he had made up on the spot could be realized. Even so, he had to try. This matter involved a life after all. Inside the sealed world, Meng Qi once told him that there was no need for him to show mercy to his opponents if he encountered another Black Ink disciple in the future. On the contrary, he should kill them if he could, as that would in and of itself be a blessing for them. Yang Kai never imagined that the time to make such a choice would appear so quickly before him. However, he could not bring himself to ruthlessly slaughter the Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven in front of him. He had the means to solve the root issue after all. There might be an opportunity for him to rescue this Black Ink disciple and restore his original nature, which was why he tried every means possible to defeat his opponent without killing him. Staggering over to Nu Yen, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Master, fortunately I did not fail my mission." Nu Yen smiled and nodded. "Very good. I knew I was right about you." The truth was that he had made up his mind to abandon Yang Kai when he sent him into the battlefield earlier. Looking back on his decision now, it would seem like he had great foresight instead. Nu Yen lowered his head and glanced at the bright King Cave Heaven cultivator whom Yang Kai had dragged over to him. A greedy look flashed across his eyes as he stretched out his hand. "Hand him to me." Yang Kai had no choice but to obey. Nu Yen reached out and grabbed the bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, his large palm holding him upright as his Black Ink strength surged and wrapped around the latter. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nu Yen's actions had not disappointed him. This situation was exactly what he had been hoping for. On the other hand, the expression of Langya, who had been gnashing his teeth and watching from nearby, immediately fell at this sight, and he shouted grimly, "Nu Yen, what are you doing?" He initially thought that Nu Yen would simply enjoy the spoils of war. The world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an extremely nutritious supplement to a high-rank Black Ink clansman after all. Nu Yan's strength would surely increase sharply after devouring the world force of the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. How could he have anticipated that Nu Yan had no such plans at all? Contrary to expectations, Nu Yan used his own Black Ink strength to corrode the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. In this way, wouldn't the Bright King Heaven Cultivator become Nu Yan's Black Ink disciple instead? How could Xianxia accept this situation? A living Black Ink disciple and a dead Black Ink disciple had very different values. He had agreed on a death match with Nu Yan, so now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Xianxia had mentally prepared himself for his Black Ink disciple to be killed. If Nu Yan had killed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, then he would have nothing to say. However, Nu Yan's current actions were unacceptable to him. Doing this would greatly increase the overall strength of Nu Yan's subordinates. Conversely, Xianxia would lose a powerful subordinate. Thanks to this shift in numbers, the gap between his strength and Nu Yan's strength would become very large. Do you have an objection? Nu Yan glanced sideways at Xianxia. Xianxia roared angrily, "You and I agreed to a death match. The battle must end with death to determine the winner. What do you mean by stealing my Black Ink disciple now?" If it were a life bout where the ownership of the losing Black Ink disciple was the wager, then Nu Yan's actions would be beyond reproach. However, it was different for a death match. Nu Yan sneered, "What do you mean by stealing? The outcome of the battle has been decided and these are spoils of war. If I want him alive, he will live. If I want him dead, he will die. His life is mine now. It has nothing to do with you." Xianxia insisted on the rules and refused to back down. A death match is a death match. Between these two Black Ink disciples, only one may survive. You may choose which one. Nu Yan shook his head slowly. Nobody ever said that only one person can survive in a death match. It was true that nobody had ever specified such a thing. It was just that every death match had ended with the same result, mainly because the Black Ink disciples who fought in each battle were not significantly different in strength. There had never been a situation in which a Black Ink disciple with a higher order had utterly suppressed a Black Ink disciple with a lower order before. Seeing as the Black Ink disciples could not afford to hold back once the fight started, it was only natural that one side would eventually be defeated and killed. In this way, everybody had simply taken this rule as a given. A situation like this, where Yang Kai had captured his opponent alive and returned to his master, was unprecedented. Hence, there was room for interpretation. Xianxia did not waste his time arguing with Nu Yan though. Raising his arms, he shouted to the audience, "Let's ask our clansmen. What are the rules of a death match?" Kill, kill, kill. Deafening cheers rang out from the surrounding audience. The Black Ink clan did not care about who would benefit from this situation, they simply wanted to see blood and death. Xianxia gave Nu Yan a defiant look with a smug expression on his face. Nu Yan's expression became solemn. He really liked this Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, so it would be great if he could take him under his command. However, his gains would not be worth the losses if he incurred the wrath of his clansmen here. While Nu Yan was hesitating, Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fist. "Master, why don't you let me fight him again? I can slowly torture him to death." Nu Yan frowned and asked, "Slowly torture him to death? What would the point of that be?" Yang Kai quickly followed up, "What do you think of 100 years? Only then did Nu Yan understand and grinned to himself. Who would be willing to watch this fight drag on for 100 years? Even Xianxia may not have such patience. Once Xianxia was gone, the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator would naturally become his Black Ink disciple. It wasn't a bad solution. "You court death." Xianxia turned and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head. "If Master wants me dead, I will die." The implication behind his words was naturally, "You are not qualified to order me around." D4's eyes widened when he heard those words. It was only at this moment that he realized how bold E5 was. I can't believe he dared to speak to a Black Ink clansman in such an aggressive manner. Does he not know how to write the word death? Impudence. Nu Yan rebuked, but the tone of his voice held no sense of reproach whatsoever. Yang Kai bowed his head in deference. Nu Yan then turned to look at Xianxia. "I'm sure you're not willing to spend 100 years watching a boring fight, right? If you're really that leisurely, then I can allow the two black ink disciples to continue their match. In any case, the cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven had already been imbued with his black ink strength and could already be considered his black ink disciple. As long as Nu Yen gave the order, it was really possible for the two black ink disciples to fight for another 100 years. Lang Ye's expression was frigid, but he remained silent. Let's do this. Why don't we just invite the three feudal lords to adjudicate this matter? We can ask them for their opinions and decide based on the majority. Whatever the feudal lords decide, we will obey their decision, Nu Yen suggested. The reason Nu Yen made such a suggestion was that he would not suffer any losses regardless of the outcome. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was allowed to live, then he would obtain an additional powerful servant. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was condemned to die, then he could take the opportunity to devour his world force and increase his own strength. On the contrary, no matter how the situation turned out, Lang Ye would not benefit in any way. More importantly, Nu Yen did not have 100 years to waste either. Seeing as Nu Yen had already made such a suggestion, how could Lang Ye refuse? He immediately nodded in agreement. Good. Nu Yen turned to look around him, then he placed his hand on his chest. I respectfully invite our respected feudal lords to pass judgment upon this matter. Pointing at the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, he continued, the life of this black ink disciple will depend on your judgment, sirs. There were black ink feudal lords mixed among the black ink clan watching in the surroundings. Moreover, they were not few in number. As long as one could reach the appropriate level of strength, they would automatically become a feudal lord, but not every black ink feudal lord had their own territory. This place was the Fierce Wind Estate, and there was naturally a feudal lord in charge here. As such, other feudal lords did not have a say in how this place operated. Since the lord of the Fierce Wind Estate had a territory of his own, that could only mean that his strength was incomparable to an ordinary feudal lord. Still, that did not mean other feudal lords did not have any authority here. It was the same as Voidland. There were so many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, but despite also being one of the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai was also Voidland's lord. The others might be part of Voidland, but they did not have the status of being the lord. After Nu Yen finished speaking, he waited quietly. A short while later, a female black ink feudal lord finally spoke up with great majesty. A death match should involve death. What meaning is there for both to survive? The meaning behind her words was extremely clear. Lang Ye and Nu Yen bowed with their hands on their chests as a sign of respect. Then they quietly waited for the next feudal lord to speak. Nevertheless, Lang Ye's expression was obviously much more relaxed thanks to the support of this female feudal lord. Nu Yen was unaffected by the situation as he figured he would win regardless of the outcome. After a while, another feudal lord spoke. The Black Ink disciple is also part of the Black Ink clan's strength. Let him live. He will be of use on the battlefield. The opinions of the two feudal lords had opposed each other. In that case, the last feudal lord would undoubtedly decide the life or death of that Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator. A voice soon rang out from somewhere, "Let him live." The response was very concise. There was no need for much explanation. He probably had the same thoughts as the second feudal lord. The Black Ink disciple could contribute more if he survived. Nu Yen and Lang Ye bowed once more. When they straightened their backs, Nu Yen gave Lang Ye a triumphant smile. Lang Ye snorted in response. Turning around, he left with his remaining Black Ink disciple in tow. He originally had 3 Black Ink disciples gathered around him, including 2 Fifth Order and 1 Sixth Order. One of his Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been killed by D4, and his only Sixth Order servant had been captured by Yang Kai. At present he was only left with 1 Fifth Order Master. It was a bleak sight to behold. If Lang Ye wanted to obtain more Black Ink disciples, then he could only buy them from other Black Ink clansmen, participate in similar gambling battles, or wait for the war to break out so that he could corrupt a human cultivator with his Black Ink strength on the battlefield. In any case, he suffered a huge loss this time. Nu Yen, who was in conflict with Lang Ye, was naturally overjoyed by this turn of events. The 2 gambling battles had resulted in the loss of A1, followed by the acquisition of the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator. Although the lineup under his command remained at 5 subordinates, His overall strength had increased. Everything could be accredited to the newly recruited servant called E5. If E5 had not given him such an unexpectedly pleasant surprise today, he would not be so ecstatic right now. Turning around, he looked at Yang Kai, who was bloody and disheveled from the fight. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the happier he became. He had never found a black ink disciple so appealing before. From today onwards you will be called A1. Nu Yen said while looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai froze for a moment before he cupped his fist and responded softly, yes. His name had changed from E5 to A1 all of a sudden. It was obviously a giant leap in status. Your name is E5. The Black Ink clansman looked at the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator again. The Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had yet to recover fully after such a short rest, but he had enough energy to at least stand up now. Despite his pale complexion, he responded in the affirmative. Martial Peak, Chapter 4925, Money Tree. Thanks to Yang Kai's performance earlier, Nu Yan's attitude towards him became much warmer and friendlier. Moreover, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time with a thoughtful expression. Leading the Black Ink disciples under his command, Nu Yan left the gambling arena and found a place to rest. He even handed many cultivation resources to Yang Kai so that the latter could recover sooner. Yang Kai could only show a grateful attitude. The truth was that the previous fight against the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had not exhausted him to a great extent. He had been holding back his strength all this time, so he only looked like he was in a wretched condition on the surface. Nevertheless, in order not to expose his secret, Yang Kai was forced to suppress his recovery ability as much as possible. In this way it took him 3 whole days before he returned to his peak. During these 3 days he repeatedly felt Nu Yen watching him with a vaguely meaningful look. These occurrences made him somewhat vigilant. He even wondered whether he had accidentally revealed his secrets and caused Nu Yen to become suspicious of him. Upon careful consideration though, Yang Kai realized that his worries were unwarranted. He had not made any mistakes, so Nu Yen could not have figured out anything. Even so, he could not understand what Nu Yen was thinking. When Yang Kai opened his eyes on the 3rd day, it was obvious that Nu Yen had been waiting for a long time. Nu Yan's gaze immediately swept in his direction and he called out, "1." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fist. "How may I help you, master?" "With your ability, how many battles can you win if you fought consecutive rounds against humans in the same order without any rest?" Nu Yen asked. Yang Kai did not know why Nu Yen was asking about this. He thought to himself that it was impossible for him to lose against opponents in the same order no matter how many of them he fought, but he answered cautiously, 3 battles at most. Nu Yen raised his eyebrows. 3? Very good. While saying that, he stood up and looked in a certain direction. "I'm going to bring you to a gambling arena. Can you guarantee that you will be undefeated in all 3 battles?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "This subordinate has just shown his face in the gambling arena a few days ago. Will anybody be willing to be my opponent if we go again now?" His previous battle against the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had been witnessed by many Black Ink clansmen. No matter how much he had suppressed his strength, his victory would not change. There might not be anybody who was willing to take up the challenge due to the skills Yang Kai showed in the earlier battle. Nu Yen chuckled. "Rest assured there will definitely be contenders. Even if there aren't, I'll think of a way. You don't need to worry about this. However, I need you to guarantee me that you will never lose. If you think that you are incapable of continuing, then let me know in advance." He was reluctant to lose a servant like Yang Kai. "Yes." Yang Kai responded. "Let's go." Nu Yen beckoned with his hand and led his Black Ink disciples towards the gambling arena once more. A short while later, they arrived at a crater where 2 Black Ink disciples were fighting. The surrounding area was as lively as ever. This was undoubtedly a deathmatch. The 2 Black Ink disciples were struggling desperately, each unleashing their respective secret techniques and divine abilities. It was an extraordinarily heated battle, and the cheers rang out endlessly from the crowd. After waiting for some time, the fight between the 2 Black Ink disciples finally came to an end. The winner survived and the loser died. Sometimes the fate of Black Ink disciples lay at the whims of the Black Ink clan. When the victorious Black Ink disciple left the arena, Nu Yen signaled Yang Kai with a look. Yang Kai immediately understood and flew down into the crater. It had only been 3 days since he last fought a valiant battle here. So many Black Ink clansmen recognized him when he suddenly showed up here. They immediately looked enthusiastic, chatting while watching with great interest. Be that as it may, no Black Ink clansmen sent their own Black Ink disciple into the arena. This couldn't be helped as Yang Kai's performance a few days ago had been too extraordinary. If somebody entered the arena without confidence, they would only suffer a tragic end. It was not easy to obtain Black Ink disciples, so the Black Ink clan was not willing to squander them carelessly. Naturally, there were many Black Ink clansmen who showed interest in Yang Kai. It was just that they could only shake their heads regretfully after asking the opinions of the Black Ink disciples under their command. Despite waiting for a while, nobody stepped forward to accept the challenge. Yang Kai remained standing in the middle of the crater looking rather bored. A Black Ink clansman soon yelled from the surrounding area, "Nguyen, nobody will accept your challenge if you send this person into battle. Change him for someone else." Nguyen bared his teeth in annoyance. He initially thought that he could get lucky, and a Black Ink clansman who was not aware of Yang Kai's strength would send their Black Ink disciple into battle. Who could have known that there were no reckless fools around today? The Black Ink clansmen who witnessed the battle 3 days ago would not be deceived, and those who had not witnessed the battle in person learned about the situation after making some inquiries. Since he could not rely on luck, he could only lure others in with the temptation of profit. Nguyen chuckled and spoke in a carrying voice. "It is true that my Black Ink disciple is quite strong. I've never seen anybody else in the same order who is more powerful than him. But since he is already standing in the arena, it's a pity to leave without even fighting. Let's do this instead. We'll fight a life bout. Whoever wins the battle can go ahead and take him away. Whoever loses the battle will only need to pay me 100 Black Ink coins." As soon as this statement came out, an uproar broke out among the Black Ink clansmen. Nguyen's words were too brazen. It was almost like he was implying that it was impossible for his Black Ink disciple to be defeated. A Black Ink clansman immediately asked eagerly, "Nguyen, are you serious?" The value of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple was not low. If a 6th Order Black Ink disciple were to be traded, they would definitely be sold for tens of thousands of Black Ink coins. It had to be said that tens of thousands of Black Ink coins would be a sizable chunk of wealth to a high-rank Black Ink clan. Even if they lost, the compensation was not too high. There would not be any deaths either since it was a life bout. In other words, they did not need to worry about their Black Ink disciples dying and only needed to pay 100 Black Ink coins. It was only 100 Black Ink coins. Who could not afford something like that? Even the low-rank Black Ink clansman could bring out 100 Black Ink coins at will. Nguyen nodded. "Of course I'm being serious. That is something I announced in public, so how can I go back on my words?" Upon hearing those words, the Black Ink clansmen immediately became agitated and sent the Black Ink disciples under their command into the arena. Dozens of Black Ink disciples instantly took to the air and landed inside the crater. Originally, Yang Kai stood alone in the gambling arena. Now a dozen or so figures were present. Nguyen chuckled. "Are you planning to gang up on me? If that's the case, I will have to admit defeat." Many of the Black Ink clansmen looked around at each other. Nobody was willing to let their Black Ink disciples retire from this battle. It was a great opportunity after all. Therefore, they all waited for the others to withdraw their Black Ink disciples from the battlefield. After a period of stalemate, Nguyen came up with a suggestion. "Let's do this. I'll ask my Black Ink disciple to randomly pick an opponent. Whomever he chooses will be the opponent in this battle, so there's no need to argue over this matter. What do you think?" This suggestion naturally received unanimous approval from everybody, so they nodded in agreement. Only then did Nguyen lower his head to look at Yang Kai. "Choose one yourself." Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and randomly pointed a finger at a handsome young man. "You." The young man nodded lightly, and the other Black Ink disciples left the battlefield after receiving orders from their respective masters. Soon only Yang Kai and the young man were left on the battlefield. Nguyen said, "Once you're ready, you may start at any time." As soon as those words rang out, Yang Kai slammed into his opponent like an arrow released from the string. His large hand reached out as world force surged around his palm. The young man had obviously seen the battle 3 days ago, so he knew Yang Kai's strength. As soon as he saw Yang Kai making a move, how could he dare to let his opponent approach him? He immediately fled to the back and simultaneously cast a secret technique. The secret technique blasted at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai neither dodged nor avoided the attack and instead threw out a punch. The battle was quite fierce. The young man was quite strong. Having originated from a cave heaven or paradise, he was not an average master. Both parties exchanged blows furiously, allowing the Black Ink clan to enjoy the battle with relish. For Yang Kai, this kind of battle was nothing special. It was just that he needed to moderately show off his strength without exposing too much, so suppressing his power was actually the most difficult part. The intense battle lasted for an incense stick, and in the end, Yang Kai found an opportunity to punch the young man so hard that he coughed up blood and flew out. During that interval, Yang Kai did not pursue victory and simply stood silently in place. The young man gasped for breath for some time before he cupped his fist and flew away without a word. The corners of Nu Yan's mouth curled into a smile at the sight. After receiving the 100 black ink coins from the master of the black ink disciple earlier, he glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, to which Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. Seeing that, Nu Yan suddenly became confident and shouted, "The rules for the next battle will remain the same, but the loser will have to pay me 500 black ink coins." Many Black Ink clansmen were stunned. Generally speaking, Black Ink disciples would need to rest after each fight. It was not common for them to fight consecutive battles. Of course, it had happened once 3 days ago, the result of which was Lang Ye's Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven being snatched by Nu Yan. The strength of Black Ink disciples in the same order did not vary greatly, so it was very difficult for them to bear the burden of continuous battles. Hence, Nu Yan's practice was undoubtedly reckless. The number of black ink coins might have increased from 100 to 500, but it was still within an acceptable range. 500 black ink coins was not too much. Not to mention his black ink disciple had already fought once, so his strength must have declined by now. The astonishment of the Black Ink clan lasted only for a moment. Following that, a dozen or so black ink disciples flew down and stood in front of Yang Kai once more. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this point, how could he not know what Nu Yan was planning? Nu Yan was totally regarding him as a money tree. No wonder he previously asked me how many battles I could last. He even repeatedly told me that I must not lose and to tell him in advance if I was too tired to continue fighting. Despite understanding the situation, Yang Kai could only go along with the arrangement. Fortunately, Nu Yan only wanted to earn black ink coins, so the battles were not death matches. Otherwise, Yang Kai truly had no idea whether he could kill. The same scene as earlier, along with the same rules. Yang Kai randomly chose his next opponent. The masters of those black ink disciples who were not selected sighed in disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. In their opinion, this was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. It was a pity that they failed to grasp the chance twice. Be that as it may, reality turned out to be beyond their expectations. At the end of the second battle, Yang Kai won again. Although it looked like the battle had exhausted him, he pummeled his opponent to the point where they were coughing up blood. It was obvious that his opponent could no longer continue the fight. Nu Yan was smiling so widely that his teeth could be seen. After receiving the 500 black ink coins, he shot another inquiring look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai regretted saying that he could fight 3 battles in a row. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given such an answer. His careless response had made things difficult for him to quit now, so he could only nod lightly in silence. Sitting down cross-legged, he seized the time to recover his strength, as though he was extremely exhausted. Many Black Ink clansmen turned their eyes to Nu Yan and waited for him to speak, and they were not disappointed as Nu Yan soon shouted, "This is the last match. The rules will remain the same. If you win, you can take him with you. If you lose, you have to cough up 1,000 black ink coins." Compared to a 6th order open heaven realm black ink disciple worth tens of thousands of black ink coins, 1,000 black ink coins were undoubtedly worth betting on. Especially since Yang Kai had already gone through 2 consecutive battles. The chances of winning were astronomical at this point. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-26, Black Ink Nest. Before the third match began, the Black Ink clansmen began to quarrel among themselves. They had watched the previous 2 consecutive battles. Most notably, Yang Kai had been injured during the second match, so his strength would surely have been greatly reduced. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for him to win the third match. This match was going to be a huge opportunity, so nobody was willing to back down. Although Nu Yen appeared to be watching cheerfully, he was actually feeling nervous inside. It was true that Yang Kai had given him the signal that he could continue fighting, and it was also true that Yang Kai had demonstrated incredible combat prowess. Even so, he was not confident as to whether Yang Kai could win the third battle. If Yang Kai were to lose, then he would have shot himself in the foot with his actions. At any rate, now that things had reached this point, his only option was to persevere. This was a matter concerning 1,000 black ink coins after all. If this method was feasible, then he would never need to worry about black ink coins again in the future. The Black Ink clansmen quarreled endlessly among themselves. In the end, they decided to follow the original rules and allowed Yang Kai to pick his own opponent. The opponent would be fighting whomever he chose, and nobody could object to his decision. When the third battle began, everybody paid close attention to the fight, with Nu Yen looking the most nervous out of them all. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The two Black Ink disciples exchanged countless blows with each other, and the battle was astoundingly intense. Yang Kai once again transformed into his half-dragon form. His performance made it seem as though he had played all his cards, but the fight left him drenched in blood nevertheless. He looked like he was at risk of dying at any moment. Nu Yen felt his heart sinking in his chest. He was starting to think that he was going to lose the battle. On the other hand, the opponent's side was in high spirits because he could almost see the scene where he obtained a new and powerful Black Ink disciple. However, accidents always occurred when they were least expected. The opponent had clearly been holding the upper hand in the battle, but he experienced a sudden turn of events. In spite of the fact that Yang Kai had been fighting for 3 consecutive battles and looked like a wretched mess as a result, his attacks only became increasingly aggressive the further he was pushed into a corner. When the opponent fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground unconscious, the entire gambling arena fell silent. Yang Kai also fell out of the sky at the same time, but he managed to stay on his feet at the last moment. His complexion was as white as a sheet. "We won!" D4 shouted from beside Nu Yen. Nu Yen also burst into cheerful laughter, his tense mood finally relaxing. The other party handed over a space ring. Nu Yen took the space ring and checked the amount. After confirming that there were indeed 1,000 black ink coins, he smiled and said, "My respects." The Black Ink clansman's expression was indifferent. The loss of 1,000 black ink coins might hurt slightly, but the damage was not significant. He nodded lightly in response. "Are you interested in another match?" Nu Yen immediately shook his head. While he regarded Yang Kai as a cash cow, he was not a fool. Yang Kai was no longer in a state to continue fighting. If he fought another battle, he would definitely lose. How could Nu Yen agree to such a proposal? The Black Ink clansman added, 2,000 black ink coins. Nu Yen continued to shake his head. "Even if you offer me 5,000 black ink coins, I won't accept the challenge." Nevertheless, he did not cut off the possibility of future negotiations and reassured the other party with a smile. "Until next time. There will certainly be chances to have a rematch in the future." Having said that, he turned around and instructed D4, "Bring him back." D4 accepted the command and flew towards the crater to bring Yang Kai back. Nu Yen did not stop there. Leading his Black Ink disciples, he returned to the place where they rested previously and handed some resources to Yang Kai for cultivation and recovery so that his wounds could heal. Yang Kai had earned Nu Yen a total of 1,600 black ink coins from the 3 battles earlier. The amount might not be much, but this was not a one-time gig. What was there to fear about the lack of black ink coins if he repeated this cycle a few more times? Looking at Yang Kai, who was meditating in a cross-legged position nearby, Nu Yen felt as though he could see a method to earn a fortune. A few days later, Nu Yen led Yang Kai and others to the gambling arena again. Armed with the previous experience, he showed significantly more confidence in Yang Kai this time. Yang Kai had shown off his great strength after winning 3 consecutive battles a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples knew that he was not an easy opponent to mess with. Be that as it may, most people believed that they might get lucky and had thoughts such as, "What if I strike gold?" In any case, the losses were not too high even if they didn't win the match. That was why, as soon as Yang Kai entered the battlefield, several Black Ink disciples immediately flew into the crater under the command of their masters. Nu Yan's rules did not change. All 3 matches were life bouts, and the bet increased with every round. The first match was 100 Black Ink coins, the second match was 500 Black Ink coins, and the third match was 1,000 Black Ink coins. The number of Black Ink disciples in the battlefield increased with every round, and Yang Kai would randomly choose an opponent each time. The 3 battles eventually ended with 3 consecutive wins. Just like before, Nu Yan earned 1,600 Black Ink coins. He was overjoyed. For the next month, Nu Yan would lead Yang Kai to the gambling arena every few days. It was the same experience every time. Yang Kai never disappointed him. This Black Ink disciple was definitely his greatest treasure that would bring him enormous wealth in the future. Nu Yan secretly rejoiced that he had accidentally picked up this servant while resting inside the Black Ink cloud back then. In just 1 month, Yang Kai became famous throughout the Fierce Wind estate. Be it the high-rank Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink clan feudal lords, all of them were paying close attention to him now. They had never seen anyone who could defeat so many Black Ink disciples before. Most of the Black Ink clansmen here had participated on the real battlefield in the past. To survive and return from the battlefield meant that they had battled and slaughtered human cultivators. It had to be said that the situation would be very terrifying if all the human cultivators were like Yang Kai. Even Black Ink clan feudal lords took the initiative to meet Nu Yan and made their intentions to purchase Yang Kai clear. The price they offered was very reasonable. Generally speaking, a Black Ink disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm would be worth 10,000 or so Black Ink coins. Nonetheless, many of the Black Ink feudal lords offered a price of 20,000 or even 30,000 Black Ink coins. Although Nu Yan was tempted, he refused all their offers in the end. A one-time sale could never be as beneficial as long-term financial stability. He had far more plans to implement, so how could he sell Yang Kai off? However, on a certain day 1 month later, nobody stepped up to accept the challenge when Nu Yan brought Yang Kai to the gambling arena. After so many battles, Yang Kai had not lost a single one. He would fight 3 consecutive battles each time, and he would look as though he was on the verge of losing every time. Be that as it may, he would always win in the end. The Black Ink clan had also noticed this issue and began to suspect that Nu Yan was digging a pit for them to jump into. Therefore, they all cursed Nu Yan for being insidious and cunning. Since it was a battle they could not win, who would willingly give money away for nothing? There was nothing Nu Yan could do if nobody accepted the challenge. After waiting for some time, he summoned Yang Kai back and left the gambling arena with his subordinates. His efforts during this period had indeed allowed him to gain enormous benefits. In the beginning, Nu Yan did not have many assets, but now he had enough for him to carry out something important. Silently following behind Nu Yan, Yang Kai vaguely noticed that they seemed to be heading towards the Black Ink nest. He had secretly observed the Black Ink nest on many occasions during the time he lived in Fierce Wind Estate. D4 had mentioned that it was the place where all Black Ink clansmen were born. The Black Ink nest was not only an important foundation of the Black Ink clan, but the advancement of a Black Ink clansman's cultivation must also be done inside a Black Ink nest. Entering a Black Ink nest cost Black Ink coins. Even purchasing world spheres required Black Ink coins. That was why the Black Ink coins were considered so valuable. Yang Kai was very concerned about this Black Ink nest. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity to approach it previously and could only watch from afar. It could be said that he finally obtained what he wished for. The group soon arrived in front of the Black Ink nest under Nu Yan's guidance. From a distance, the Black Ink nest resembled a huge flower bud. Rich Black Ink strength tumbled about and dissipated into the surroundings with every breath it took. Standing in front of the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai finally realized how large it was. The thick roots were closely connected to the entire Fierce Wind Estate, and its existence was like a plant but not a plant. The external surface looked like dried meat, which gave off an extremely malevolent aura. Meanwhile, the thick roots themselves were natural pathways leading upward to a portal at the bottom of the flower bud. A Black Ink feudal lord was standing guard beside the portal. Nu Yan stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the Black Ink feudal lord. Then he handed over a space ring filled with a certain amount of Black Ink coins. The Black Ink feudal lord checked the contents carefully before he nodded lightly. Nu Yen turned around, looked at his black ink disciples for a moment, and reached out to point at C3 and D4. "You two follow me inside." C3 and D4 responded in unison and followed Nu Yen inside. Before leaving, D4 cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Take care." Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Although he looked confused, he returned the courtesy. It didn't take long for Nu Yen to lead C3 and D4 out of Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai, B2 and E5 moved to the side and waited quietly. A black ink clansman would lead their black ink disciples over from time to time. What's more, each black ink clansman would take one or two black ink disciples inside the black ink nest with them, just like Nu Yen. Looking at this scene gave Yang Kai a vague guess about what was happening, but he could not be certain. After enduring for some time, he finally blurted out, "Is Master planning to break through?" Nu Yen had spent a lot of black ink coins to enter the black ink nest, so it was obvious that he was here for an advancement. It was obvious that Yang Kai was highly valued by Nu Yen, so the other black ink disciples had been quite friendly with him recently. Upon hearing the question, B2 nodded in response. "That's right. This is the second time." Yang Kai was stunned. Can a black ink clansman fail in his advancement? B2 replied, "Of course there's a possibility of failure. If success was guaranteed for every attempt, then Master would already be a black ink feudal lord by now. It's just that the consequences they face if they fail in their breakthrough are not particularly serious. They are very different from us. For us, the higher our order, the more severe the consequences we suffer if we fail a breakthrough attempt. We might even end up dead. In contrast, they will only weaken for some time at most. It's only a matter of time before they make a full recovery." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. Nu Yen was a high-rank black ink clansman who was equal to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of strength. If he succeeded in his advancement, then he would become a black ink feudal lord. Yang Kai was not afraid of a mere black ink feudal lord, but the stronger Nu Yen became, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Naturally, he hoped that Nu Yen failed in the advancement. Why did Master take C3 and D4 inside with him? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Logically speaking, the advancement was an extremely important process to both human cultivators and the Black Ink clan. They would need to concentrate fully, so why would Nu Yen take two Black Ink disciples inside with him? Was it for standing guard? But there should not be dangers inside the Black Ink nest. B2 fell silent for a moment before he explained, "Just as how we need to accumulate our strength to advance, the same goes for Master. He brought them along in case of emergency." Yang Kai's facial muscles tightened instantly. B2's explanation might not have been explicit, but how could Yang Kai fail to understand the meaning behind those words? It was obvious that C3 and D4 were being regarded as emergency resources. In a pinch, Nu Yen could devour their world force to aid in his advancement. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-27 Sweeping Victory. It was not just Nu Yen. From what Yang Kai observed just now, most of the Black Ink clansmen who entered the Black Ink nest would bring one or two Black Ink disciples with them. Through the ages, who knew how many Black Ink disciples from the cave heavens and paradises had perished inside this massive evil Black Ink nest? Yang Kai clenched his fist tightly. The urge to charge straight in and destroy the Black Ink nest flooded him, but he firmly suppressed the impulse. This was not the only Black Ink nest in the Black Ink clan. Even if he were to destroy the Black Ink nest in front of him, it would not change the fate of many Black Ink disciples. On the contrary, it would only expose his identity. The existence of the Black Ink clan was the root cause of the problem. Only by completely eradicating the Black Ink clan from the world would the crisis faced by the 3,000 worlds since time immemorial be resolved. Yang Kai and the others waited silently, and Nu Yan's figure finally emerged from the entrance of the Black Ink nest a few days later. However, Yang Kai immediately noticed that Nu Yan seemed rather weak at the moment. Not only was Nu Yan's aura fluctuating unevenly, but his expression was also dark and gloomy. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. Yang Kai's heart stirred at the sight. Combined with what B2 said earlier, how could he not realize that Nu Yan had failed his breakthrough? Every time a Black Ink clansman failed during their advancement, they would be weakened for some time. In addition, it was already the second time Nu Yen failed. It would be strange for him to be in a good mood. Yang Kai glanced behind Nu Yen. There was a person following behind the tall figure. It was D4. Meanwhile, C3, who went inside with them, was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed slightly. He understood that C3 had probably met a tragic end. Nuyen might have failed to break through, but he must have devoured the world force of C3's small universe during the process. How could C3 survive when his world force had been devoured and his small universe had collapsed? Although Yang Kai had neither interacted much with C3 nor built up a friendship between them during this period, the death of C3 still weighed heavily on his heart. Nuyen walked out of the black ink nest without saying a word. Yang Kai and D4 glanced at each other and nodded lightly in greeting. Then Yang Kai quickly followed after Nuyen with B2 and E5 in tow. Returning to the place where they rested again, Nuyen sat down cross-legged. His chest and abdomen swelled as he inhaled the black ink strength that could be found everywhere in the fierce wind estate. As he absorbed the black ink strength, his weakened aura gradually recovered. D4 seemed to be feeling a lingering sense of fear after narrowly escaping death. Even though he had known what kind of fate awaited him when he followed Nuyen into the black ink nest, it was impossible for a black ink disciple like him to refuse his master's command. Nevertheless, anybody would instinctively feel fear when faced with the threat of death. Even a talkative person like D4 fell into a heavy, brooding silence for quite some time. It was fortunate that Nuyen had failed in his breakthrough though. If Nuyen had succeeded, then he too would have shared C3's fate. An entire month later, Nuyen finally made a full recovery. He slowly stood up and glanced in the direction of the gambling arena. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually shook his head slowly and beckoned to the others. "Let's go." The black ink coins that Yang Kai earned for him in the gambling arena had mostly been spent on the black ink nest. If he wanted to enter the black ink nest again for cultivation, then he would need to earn more black ink coins. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's fame had spread throughout the fierce wind estate. Nobody was willing to fight him again, so this method of making money had lost its effect. If he wanted to earn more black ink coins, then he could only switch to another place and begin anew. That was one of the reasons why Nu Yang had rejected the offers from the Black Ink clan feudal lords when they wanted to purchase Yang Kai at high prices. His subordinate, known as a one, was practically a money tree after all. How could he sell off his source of income for a mere 20 or 30,000 black ink coins? The 4 black ink disciples left the fierce wind estate under Nu Yan's leadership and rushed towards a certain direction in the void. More than 10 days later, they arrived at another territory. Yang Kai stealthily checked the universe chart that Meng Qi had given to him and discovered that this territory was known as the False Decree Estate. The False Decree Estate did not look very different from the Fierce Wind Estate. It might be slightly bigger in size, but the difference was not very significant. Standing in the void, Yang Kai saw the towering black ink nest in the False Decree Estate from a distance. The black ink nest was releasing black ink strength that covered the entire spirit province. Upon arriving at the False Decree Estate, Nu Yen headed directly for the gambling arena without pause. There was a gambling arena in almost every territory because the Black Ink clan seemed to like sending their Black Ink disciples into battle. When the battle in the gambling arena ended, Nu Yen shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and immediately flew downward. Then Nu Yen repeated his previous trick and recited the gambling rules that he used back at the Fierce Wind Estate. It was just that he had increased the compensation for the first match from 100 to 500 black ink coins. His statement caused a huge uproar in the gambling arena. If they won, they could walk away with a 6th-order black ink disciple. If they lost, they would only need to pay 500 black ink coins. Who could miss out on such a fantastic deal? Nearly 100 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples immediately flew into the battlefield under their master's command and surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not a drop of water could leak out. If somebody did not know better, they would have thought that these Black Ink disciples were about to gang up on Yang Kai. Nu Yen had long expected this situation as something similar had happened back at the Fierce Wind Estate. Therefore he applied the same rule and allowed Yang Kai to choose his own opponent. The Black Ink clan naturally had no objections to this. Yang Kai did not hesitate and randomly chose an opponent. When the others left the battlefield, the match immediately began. Needless to say, the results went as expected. Nu Yen cheerfully received the 500 black ink coins, then he recklessly announced that he wanted to continue with the second match. The bet for the second match was 1,000 black ink coins. The Black Ink clansmen who failed to seize the opportunity earlier were both surprised and delighted. so they dispatched their black ink disciples into the battlefield again. It was soon time for the third match. Moreover, the wager for the third match had been increased to 2,000 black ink coins. After 3 consecutive battles, a blood-drenched Yang Kai finally withdrew from battle. Nu Yen happily earned 3,500 black ink coins, which was more than double the income he received at the Fierce Wind Estate. One battle here was equivalent to 2 battles back at the Fierce Wind Estate. The efficiency had increased significantly. Thanks to the bloody battle on the first day, Yang Kai caught the attention of many black ink clansmen. Many people became interested in him. In fact, a black ink feudal lord immediately approached Nu Yen and expressed his intention to buy Yang Kai. Nu Yen had already rejected such offers countless times in the Fierce Wind Estate, so naturally he would not agree here either. The black ink feudal lords might hold higher positions than him, but the black ink clan had their own rules. No matter how much one liked another person's black ink disciple, they could not forcefully snatch them away. Otherwise, Nu Yen would not have been able to hold on to Yang Kai. He allowed Yang Kai to rest and recover for a few days before he brought him back to the arena. A month later, all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm black ink disciples in the False Decree Estate had been soundly defeated and nobody accepted the challenge again. Nu Yen turned out to be surprisingly decisive. Once the challengers dried up, he immediately led Yang Kai and the others out of the False Decree Estate and traveled to the next place. At times, Yang Kai had no choice but to admire Nu Yen's business acumen. Nu Yen was obviously taking advantage of the lack of information circulation at the moment. Every time they arrived at a new place, the Black Ink clan would be unaware of Yang Kai's strength and as a result, all of them were tempted into taking their chances against him. Who could have known that they would fall into Nu Yan's trap and contribute black ink coins to him for nothing? In any case, this continuous stream of battles was not without benefit to Yang Kai. Unlike others in the 6th Order, his small universe had fully materialized. Combined with the fact that his small universe had been integrated with the sealed world bead, his heritage had always been far greater than others in the same order from the start. Therefore, he always obtained crushing victories when fighting other cultivators in the same order. Be that as it may, he had to suppress his strength in every battle inside the gambling arenas. He did not dare to expose too much, lest he revealed his secrets to the others. Under the premise that he fought while suppressing his strength, repeatedly fighting battles that culminated with heavy injuries on both parties had the effect of polishing his combat techniques. If that were not the case, Yang Kai would have considered losing some battles a long time ago. Being treated as a cash cow by Nu Yen was not a pleasant experience. However, things might not be different if he changed to a different master. They did not stay in any of the territories for more than 2 months. It was meaningless to stay any longer, as once people learned about Yang Kai's strength and stopped accepting the challenge, there would be no more black ink coins to earn. It could be said that Nu Yen swept from one territory to the next with Yang Kai and the others in tow. Furthermore, he earned a huge fortune everywhere he went. For every 3 battles he would earn 3,500 black ink coins. Even if he could only fight 7 to 8 times in each territory, that was an income of 20 to 30,000 black ink coins. It was an astronomical amount for a high-rank black ink clansman. Yang Kai had been worried that Nu Yen would attempt a breakthrough again. If that happened, D4 would be in danger. But on second thought, Yang Kai realized that the reason Nu Yen brought C3 and D4 into the black ink nest with him last time was to prepare for any emergencies. Now that Nu Yen possessed such a large amount of black ink coins, he could buy some world spheres to use instead of sacrificing a black ink disciple under his command. In a chat with D4, Yang Kai learned that once a black ink clansman failed their advancement, they generally did not choose to try again for the next few decades. That was because the probability of success was much lower. Only once the backlash from their previous failure had been completely removed would they make another attempt. This discovery was a huge relief to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, passing the days in this manner was not in line with his goal. Meng Qi had sacrificed himself so that the existence of the Void Corridor would remain a secret and Yang Kai could escape alive. Originally, Yang Kai was supposed to rush to one of the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, then confront the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. He was not supposed to impersonate a Black Ink disciple and become the cash cow of a Black Ink clansman. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly and could only wait patiently. Niu Yan was a high-rank Black Ink clansman, so it was impossible for him to avoid the battlefield forever. But as long as he entered the battlefield, then Yang Kai would be able to find an opportunity to break free from him. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai was in a closely matched battle with a 6th-order Black Ink disciple. This was already the 3rd fight of the day. Having won 2 other matches earlier, he had already earned 1,500 Black Ink coins for Niu Yan. The outcome of the 3rd battle involved 2,000 Black Ink coins and even his ownership, so many Black Ink clansmen were naturally paying close attention. Outside the battlefield, Niu Yan watched the battle calmly. Although Yang Kai was covered in blood, Niu Yan was not worried in the slightest. On the contrary, he was cheerfully chatting with his clansmen beside him. That was because Yang Kai always had such a miserable appearance during the 3rd match of each round of battles. Even though he looked like he was in a dangerous situation where he could be defeated at any time, he always won in the end. In the beginning, Niu Yan had been extremely on edge whenever this happened. However, he had gotten used to the sight after 2 years. No matter how terribly Yang Kai seemed to perform, he had great confidence in the latter's victory. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-28, A 9th Order Attacks. In the end, Yang Kai lived up to Niu Yan's expectations and won the 3rd battle with some difficulty. Before Niu Yan could receive the bet of the 3rd match, though, a sudden change occurred. An extremely violent force surged throughout the territory, and an oppressive force simultaneously descended upon everybody. For an instant, everyone felt as though an entire universe world was pressing down on their heads. Even their bodies involuntarily stooped slightly from the pressure. Countless Black Ink clansmen turned pale. Meanwhile, world force surged and fluctuated turbulently around them. Inside the gambling arena, the blood-drenched Yang Kai abruptly raised his head to look at the sky. What entered his vision made his expression tense. In the sky, world force that gathered like clouds was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yang Kai was shocked by the sight. Although he had met many high-rank open heaven realm masters in the past, he had never seen such rich and pure world force before. Back in Black Territory, Yang Kai had been present when countless 8th Order ancestors joined hands to besiege the Black Ink Royal Lord, and the attacks of those 8th Order masters had been absolutely extraordinary. Even so, all those attacks seemed insignificant compared to what he was seeing right now. He did not know what was happening, but the world force visible to the naked eye was clearly the power unleashed by some sort of secret technique activated by a master. Enemy attack. A furious howl reverberated through the world. It came from the direction of the Black Ink feudal lord's palace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The situation in front of him turned out to be an enemy invasion, and the Black Ink clan's enemy was undoubtedly the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In other words, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had launched an attack on this place. He was surprised that the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were so bold. It had to be said that he had checked the universe chart when he first arrived here. Although this place was close to the front lines, it could still be considered part of the Black Ink clan's inner region. How could they do as they pleased after venturing so deep into enemy territory? On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Cave Heavens and Paradises had taken the initiative to attack before he had the chance to follow Niu Yan to the battlefield. Taking advantage of this chance, he might be able to break free of Niu Yan's control and follow the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises back to the Great Pass. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky above the territory at a rapid rate, and it only took a moment for an enormous and hazy green palm to form. Despite its slow and clumsy appearance, the palm that literally covered the entire sky actually descended at an incredibly fast pace. Before the countless Black Ink clansmen in the territory had the chance to react, the palm grabbed hold of the huge Black Ink nest. Then the green palm clenched tightly and hauled up the entire Black Ink nest as though pulling up a mountain. Dense Black Ink strength scattered and gushed out of the Black Ink nest. Under the impact of the World Force palm, the Black Ink nest turned into dust. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai stared in amazement and secretly rejoiced. Everything that entered his vision was beyond his imagination. He had witnessed the power behind an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor's attacks before, but that was definitely not as ferocious as this offensive. In other words, this attack had to be unleashed by a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestor. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into enemy territory. It turned out that a ninth-order old ancestor, an existence on par with a Black Ink Royal Lord, was personally leading the charge. The female Black Ink Royal Lord had caused heavy losses to the cave heavens and paradises despite being greatly weakened after being trapped inside the Black Ink territory for so many years. It was difficult to imagine how powerful she would have been in her prime. Needless to say, a ninth-order old ancestor who could rival a Black Ink Royal Lord in strength would not be weak either. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's delight only lasted for a moment as his expression soon turned bitter. That was because the hazy green palm immediately slammed downward after destroying the Black Ink nest. The incomparably enormous palm was almost the size of half the spirit province. Moreover, the entire palm was formed from a pure and dense world force. If such immense force even grazed him, Yang Kai was not certain that he could survive. It would be too unjust to die because of this palm strike. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan did not sit around waiting for death. After the warning came out from the feudal lord's palace, Black Ink's strength immediately surged and gathered to form an incomparably huge figure that towered into the sky. The figure then raised a hand into the sky to defend against the attack. It was not a real entity, but rather a presence formed completely from the surrounding Black Ink strength. Moreover, it was clearly being guided by the Black Ink feudal lord of this territory. Watching the destruction of the Black Ink nest had enraged countless among the Black Ink clan, so there was no need for any command or dispatch. Regardless of their rank, every member of the Black Ink clan quickly took action, blasting violent attacks at the hazy green palm in the sky. Furthermore, the Black Ink disciples also unleashed various secret techniques and artifact attacks. Colorful lights filled the entire sky in an instant. Nevertheless, the enormous palm continued to press downward. The countless attacks slammed into the palm, causing layers of ripples to appear on its surface. But although these attacks constantly weakened its power, they were unable to stop the palm's downward progress. The huge figure at the feudal lord's palace was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Despite fighting back with all his might, he was only a Black Ink feudal lord whose strength was equivalent to a 7th-order master's. How could he contend against the power of a 9th-order old ancestor? Before the palm strike descended completely, the enormous figure had already bent slightly under the pressure. The feudal lord struggled desperately and roared in defiance, but his avatar composed of Black Ink strength soon exploded into nothingness. Even his true body was heavily injured as a result. It felt like only a moment had passed. At the same time, it also felt like 1,000 years had gone by. The huge palm slammed down. Be it the Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink disciples, many of them died a violent death everywhere the palm print covered. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. Countless small universes collapsed and the world force within these small universes dissipated. Following a violent earthquake, the entire spirit province broke into pieces. The destructive aftermath spread out into the surroundings after the attack, causing space itself to shake and become unstable. The low-rank Black Ink clansmen didn't even have the opportunity to resist and were wiped out by the fallout of this attack. Only the high-rank Black Ink clansmen with strength equivalent to 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to withstand the shockwave. As such, the brutality of the palm strike was clear to see. Everything happened in a flash. Only a few thoughts went through Yang Kai's mind before the aftermath of the attack came crashing down on him. Nevertheless, he could be considered lucky. In fact, it could be said that all the people in the gambling arena were lucky because they were not located within the range covered by the hazy green palm. All of them would have died in the impact otherwise. Even Yang Kai himself would have needed to transform into his Grand Dragon form to survive such a powerful attack. What's more, doing so would only allow him the possibility of survival. Despite not receiving direct damage, the fallout of the palm strike had turned the entire gambling arena upside down. Numerous Black Ink disciples coughed up fresh blood and even the aura of the Black Ink clansmen churned fiercely. They were obviously having a tough time. The spirit province under Yang Kai's feet shattered, and like a drowning man caught in the tumultuous currents of the sea, he was swept away by the shockwaves and could not control his direction at all. Startled exclamations and horrified screams entered his ears. When he turned to look in that direction, he saw an extremely pale D4 bleeding from all 7 orifices and struggling to hold on. Furthermore, there was a gleaming white light surrounding D4's body. It would seem that he had activated some sort of defensive artifact. On the other hand, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple next to D4 had reacted slightly slower and failed to summon his own defensive artifact as a result. Due to the churning of his aura, he was unable to withstand the bombardment of the shockwave and exploded after a short struggle. The light covering D4's body was also fading away at a horrifying speed. Hence, his expression became despairing. With the strength of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was impossible for him to survive the impact without the defensive artifact. Just as he was about to give up and accept his fate, a figure suddenly rushed over and stood in front of him to help block most of the impact. He looked up gratefully. A1. He never imagined that A1 would come and protect him at a critical juncture of life and death. It had to be said that he was standing next to Nu Yen B2 and E5 earlier. All of them had used various means to save themselves, but nobody even bothered to care about whether he lived or died. Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed D4 by the shoulder. At this moment he could not afford to care about what secrets he was exposing. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai quickly moved away. The shockwave continued to follow closely behind him as he flew out. After a few instantaneous movements, Yang Kai finally stabilized his figure and turned to look behind him. A huge light shone brightly approximately 100,000 kilometers away. The place where the spirit province used to exist was now completely devoid of anything. The might of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was absolutely terrifying. The truth was that Yang Kai had not even seen the true appearance of the Old Ancestor up until now. In other words, the Ninth Order Master had destroyed the entire spirit province simply by unleashing a secret technique from somewhere far away. Countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples also perished in the process. D4 was a little stunned. After being brought here by Yang Kai's space secret technique, he could be considered safe now. It was just that he could not understand how one could run so fast. In fact, he had almost thought that he was doomed to die during those fleeting moments earlier. Nevertheless, now was clearly not the time to pursue this matter. D4 gasped for breath slightly before he anxiously said, "We need to hurry and find Master. It's not safe for us out here right now." It was not safe for any Black Ink disciple without the company of a Black Ink clansman. Take the first time Yang Kai encountered Nu Yen for example. A Black Ink disciple without a master would easily attract the greed of a Black Ink clansman. Nu Yen could be considered relatively kind, having only used his Black Ink strength to convert Yang Kai into his own servant. If Yang Kai had encountered a Black Ink clansman with stronger murderous intent, then they might have tried to devour his world force to enhance their own strength instead. More importantly, the Black Ink disciples themselves were absolutely loyal to the Black Ink clan. It was clear to see that D4 was worrying about Nu Yan's safety. Yang Kai turned to look at D4 and thought to himself, "Why should I search for master? I've never regarded Nu Yan as my master. What's more, I finally obtained this opportunity after waiting for 2 whole years. Why would I stupidly go back to Nu Yan?" Too lazy to explain, he simply said, "Brother D4, I'll deliver you a huge present." D4 was stunned. What? Yang Kai raised both hands as soon as finished speaking, each hand lighting up with a different colored light. Then he pressed both palms together. When the yellow and blue lights combined, they turned into a pure white light that immediately enveloped D4 on the spot. D4 never imagined that Yang Kai would attack him at this moment, mainly because it was Yang Kai who had saved him just now. If Yang Kai had malicious intentions towards him, there was no reason to rescue him in the first place. Who would be wary of their savior? Enveloped by the white light, D4's expression suddenly twisted in pain and a pitch-black aura seeped out of his body. Swiftly though, his pained expression gradually became calm. It didn't take long before the white light faded away and his true nature was restored to him. He opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief and uncertainty. "Enter my small universe before we talk about the rest," Yang Kai shouted. He had wanted to bring D4 into his small universe a long time ago, but could not find the opportunity. Now that he finally had the chance to be alone with D4, he could not let the opportunity slip by. D4 opened his mouth and said, "Brother Iwan, you." He was still in a dazed state. The main reason was that so many things had changed so suddenly that he could not adapt to them all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-29 Hit and Run. In particular, D4 was puzzled by how Yang Kai wanted him to enter his small universe. He knew that Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and the small universe of a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master was no more than an immaterial existence that could not accommodate living beings. So how could he enter Yang Kai's small universe? In the midst of his confusion, Yang Kai actually reached out to grab him, opened the portal to his small universe and unceremoniously stuffed him inside. D4 felt his vision blurring for a moment, then he found himself in another world all of a sudden. Looking around his surroundings, he was filled with utter confusion. A moment later, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in front of him and resolved his confusion. In the void, the aftermath of the 9th Order Old Ancestor gradually subsided. A large part of the spirit province was shattered, resulting in countless casualties among the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples. Before those who were lucky enough to survive could recover from their shock, though, numerous figures appeared in small groups. They silently emerged out of nowhere and charged straight at the survivors. These were the Open Heaven realm masters of the human race as well as a large number of warships. The brutal attacks that blasted out from the warships sent the surviving Black Ink clan into a panic. This was definitely an attack that had been carefully planned for a long time, so the Black Ink clan was completely caught off guard as a result. Moreover, due to the immense gap in strength, they suffered huge losses in this encounter. With each passing moment, either a Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple would lose their life. Whenever a Black Ink clansman died, dense Black Ink strength would erupt from their bodies to form Black Ink clouds that scattered across the void. Similarly, numerous Black Ink disciples perished. The movements caused by the destruction of their small universes reverberated through the void. Even though all the Black Ink disciples were once masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, nobody could afford to show any mercy under these circumstances. As soon as they encountered each other, it became a situation where one party had to die. Yang Kai watched from a distance for a moment before he rushed forward with a flicker of his body. For him, this was an opportunity. As long as he could prove that he was not corrupted by the Black Ink, then he could join the masters from the human race and leave the Black Ink clan's domain. It was not easy to come across such an opportunity. Yang Kai had been serving beside Nu Yen for more than 2 years now, and during this period he passed through countless Black Ink clan territories and gained some information from the leisurely chats he had among the Black Ink disciples. Although the human race would occasionally take the initiative to invade the Black Ink clan's domain, these incursions occurred very rarely. One invasion in 100 years would be considered frequent. The main reason was that they could not occupy this territory for long even if their invasion turned out to be successful. Therefore, the great pass guarded by the major cave heavens and paradises was the line of defense that they had always steadfastly maintained. Their biggest aim whenever they launched a raid was to weaken the strength of the Black Ink clan. Once they killed a certain number of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, they would swiftly withdraw their forces. That was why such raids generally did not last for long. More importantly, Yang Kai might not encounter another opportunity this good again if he let this chance slip through his fingers. How could he afford to hesitate under such circumstances? Nevertheless, it was going to be difficult to prove his identity. There was not much time for him to prove his innocence on the battlefield, but it should not be an issue if he could kill a Black Ink clansman in front of a human race cultivator. A true Black Ink disciple was completely loyal to the Black Ink clan, so it was impossible for them to turn against their masters. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly came to a decision. His body swept forward more and more quickly. Under the urging of the space principles, it only took him a brief moment to return to the battlefield with a few flickering movements. Everywhere he looked, Yang Kai could see numerous warship artifacts navigating across the battlefield. Powerful secret techniques constantly blasted out from these warships without pause, giving the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples endless grievances. There were also many 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters and even 8th Order masters who either fought in small groups or hunted down enemies on their own. A sharp divine sense locked onto Yang Kai the moment he returned to the battlefield. Immediately after that, he felt his skin tightening as a great sense of crisis washed over him. He turned to look in that direction and saw a woman in white fluttering robes watching him intently with her beautiful eyes, an extraordinary aura pulsing from her figure. Holding a sharp long sword in her hands, she slashed at him without hesitation. Her movements showed no mercy, and the strength she displayed unmistakably belonged to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The attack contained an overwhelming power, and the sword wave flickered irregularly like the tongue of a spirit snake. Yang Kai could feel an overbearing sense of pressure behind the attack before she even approached him. Shocked, he lowered his voice and shouted, "Senior, stop." A trace of grief and pity flashed through the woman's eyes when she heard those words. Even so, she did not pause her actions. With a flick of her long sword, she transformed it into a sword curtain that shrouded over his head. Yang Kai was desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. He knew that the other party thought of him as a black ink disciple, which was why she was showing no mercy with her attack. Unfortunately, there was no point in trying to explain himself at this moment. No matter what he said, she would not believe him unless he killed a black ink clansman in front of her. He did not know which cave, heaven or paradise this woman came from, but her strength in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing the sword curtain that was looming over on him, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate. He quickly raised his arm and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear before exerting his supreme limitless spear art to its maximum. At this time, his priority was to ensure his survival. It would truly be a huge joke if he was accidentally killed during the confusion and chaos. A series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's eyes bulged with surprise. He was sent flying backward by a violent burst of power, and the vitality in his chest churned restlessly. Dense sword wounds also appeared all over his body, causing his physique to tremble and writhe. This woman is strong. Yang Kai was secretly amazed. Although he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before and had fought many others in the past. He was familiar with the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he had never come across anyone who could hold a candle to this woman among all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he encountered previously. While Yang Kai was surprised, the woman was even more taken aback. It had to be said that she had been immersed in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm for 3,000 years. Having lived most of her life on the Black Ink battlefield, it could be argued that her strength had reached the very peak of the 7th Order, leaving her just one step away from the 8th Order. On top of that, her combat experience was beyond the comparison of those who lived a comfortable life in the 3,000 worlds. Even though she did not use her full strength earlier, her attack was not something an ordinary 6th Order Black Ink disciple could resist. Since the beginning of the raid until now, more than 26th Order Black Ink disciples and Black Ink clansmen of similar strength had perished at her hands. She was confident that her previous attack contained enough power to take this Black Ink disciple's life. Be that as it may, reality proved to be beyond her expectations. Yang Kai might have been injured, but he survived. This Black Ink disciple seems a little different. The murderous intent in the woman's eyes blazed more vigorously than before. The more a Black Ink disciple stood out from the others, the more she had to ruthlessly kill him here and now. If she failed to kill him here, then her juniors on the battlefield might end up dying to him in the future. However, a loud whistle resounded through the void before she could pursue him once more. Raising her sword before her, she glanced in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying and hesitated for a moment before she turned and left. The loud whistle seemed to be some sort of signal, as after it sounded, all the human race masters slaughtering their way across the battlefield immediately retreated from battle, quickly regrouped, and left like a great gust of wind. They're leaving just like that? It took great effort for Yang Kai to stabilize his figure. Nevertheless, how could he willingly give up when he saw the situation before him? He quickly chased after them, only to quickly notice something strange behind him, like something was swiftly approaching his position. When Yang Kai turned to look behind him, the pupils of his eyes contracted at what he saw. A mass of black ink was rapidly permeating the void, flowing like the swift currents of the tide. Consequently, everything was dyed pitch black wherever this mass of black ink went. Moreover, the countless powerful auras hidden inside the mass of black ink made the scalp of Yang Kai's head tingle with fear. There was one aura in particular which made him shudder both mentally and physically despite the distance between them. This aura reminded him of the feeling he experienced when he first came into contact with the will of a black ink royal lord. The will was absolutely overwhelming and made him feel as insignificant as an ant. A black ink royal lord is coming. Now that the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race had made a move, the royal lord of this region could not sit by the sidelines. Only a royal lord could fight back against the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race. No wonder the human race was in such a hurry to retreat. It turned out that they were anticipating this situation and took the necessary precautions. A Ninth Order old ancestor might not be inferior to a royal lord in strength, but they would only be evenly matched in a battle. This place was still within the hinterland of the Black Ink clan, so while it was okay to launch a swift raid and then flee after obtaining a certain degree of victory, it would not be wise to engage the Black Ink clan in a prolonged battle here. The darkness approached quickly. Almost as soon as Xianxia noticed the invasion of the Black Ink cloud, the darkness was already upon him. He did not dare to make any rash movements and simply stood quietly in place. It didn't take long before Black Ink's strength washed over him like the advancing tide. Gigantic figures of various shapes and sizes rushed past, each one of them exuding a powerful aura. They were the Black Ink territory lords and Black Ink feudal lords. These masters had no interest in Xianxia and regarded him as insignificant. Although the divine senses of several Black Ink clansmen probed towards him, they did not take any action against him. Xianxia was secretly grateful for their indifference. A short while later, the Black Ink tide swirled past him in tight pursuit of the human race retreating in the front and promptly departed into the distance. Xianxia shuddered in fear, but just as he was about to chase after them, a voice entered his ears, "A1." Xianxia turned to look in the direction of the sound and felt his brow twitching slightly at the sight. The person calling him turned out to be Zhou Xian. "I can't believe this guy is still alive." During the chaos just now, Xianxia had only focused on protecting D4 and withdrawing from the battlefield. He had not bothered to pay attention to the survival of the others, much less thought about returning to Zhou Xian's side. On the other hand, Zhou Xian had managed to locate Xianxia after some effort. Moreover, B2 and E5 were also by his side. It was just that all three of them seemed to be suffering from varying degrees of injuries and their auras were clearly weakened. E5 seemed to be in relatively good condition, but there were obvious traces of blood at the corners of B2's mouth. Upon further consideration, this was not strange. They had been at the gambling arena when the Ninth Order old ancestor attacked. The impact that struck the gambling arena was relatively small, so it was not strange for those with Sixth Order strength to survive. A hint of hesitation flashed through Xianxia's eyes, but in the end he cupped his fist in greeting, "Master." On the other hand, Zhou Xian seemed very happy. "It's good that you didn't die." Xianxia was his cash cow after all. It didn't matter if any of the other Black Ink disciples under his command died, but Xianxia was the sole exception. That was why Zhou Xian began searching for Xianxia's whereabouts as soon as the human race masters retreated. It was fortunate that he found him rather quickly. "Let's go. Follow me." Zhou Xian beckoned and took the lead to charge forward. For the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for them to stand around doing nothing now that even a royal lord had taken action. It didn't matter how much or how little they contributed to the battle, they had to follow their leader to war. Zhou Xian didn't even bother to pay any attention as to whether D4 had survived. In his opinion, the most important thing was that A1 had survived. As for D4, who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it would not matter much even if he died. Conversely, it was B2 who quietly asked Xianxia, "Where did D4 go?" Xianxia was silent for a moment before he responded solemnly, "He died." B2 looked a little sad but didn't say anything more. The three of them followed closely behind Zhou Xian, doing their best to recover their strength as quickly as possible while pursuing the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 4930 Shocking Sword Slash. Along the way, many Black Ink clansmen continuously gathered nearby with their respective Black Ink disciples in tow. These were the survivors of the sudden raid launched by the human race earlier. Several hundred of them soon gathered together like small streams converging to form a great river. Led by one of the Black Ink clan feudal lords, they charged forward aggressively in a mighty procession. Moreover, the number of troops steadily increased along the way. Xianxia secretly grumbled to himself. He originally thought that he would have the chance to meet up with the human race masters, but the circumstances had changed to the point where he didn't dare to act rashly and could only take one step at a time. All of a sudden, blinding lights bloomed in the distant void and terrifying energy fluctuations that caused a person to tremble in horror simultaneously spread out from that direction. Yang Kai looked up only to see the dazzling light contending with an intense pitch-black darkness that could not be scattered. His expression couldn't help becoming cold and somber at the sight. He speculated that the Black Ink Royal Lord was currently fighting the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race. Nothing else could have created such a great commotion. The leading Black Ink Feudal Lord obviously noticed the situation too. Shouting for the procession behind him to speed up, he rushed forward to provide reinforcements. Yang Kai, B2 and E5 followed closely behind Nu Yen, taking up protective positions around the ladder, remaining in close proximity at all times. Their pursuit had persisted for several days at this point. Not only did they come across the occasional corpses of the slain Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but they also observed the wreckage of the destroyed territories nearby. The human masters had invaded deep into the domain of the Black Ink clan after all, so it was impossible for them to pass through these lands peacefully. All the places where the Black Ink clan generally gathered together had been obliterated in their wake. In addition, there were also fragments of countless worship artifacts. The sight of these worship fragments made Yang Kai's heart grow heavy. He had personally experienced the strength of such worships in the past. The palace artifacts Wuquan Hui wielded when he led the Heavenly Sword Union to war against Voidland had greatly troubled Yang Kai and the others at the time. Mobile palace artifacts were not only difficult to refine, but the cost to refine them was also astronomical. In the 3,000 worlds, ordinary artifact refiners were not qualified to refine such artifacts, and most great forces would not have the financial strength to own one either. In the past, Yang Kai had commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to create a mobile palace artifact which was now in Voidland's possession. A mobile palace artifact was a valuable treasure for laying siege to enemies and a powerful weapon that integrated both offensive and defensive abilities. After the Ninth Order Old Ancestor attacked several days ago, numerous palace artifact warships had navigated their way across the battlefield and slaughtered countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, many of these powerful warships had been shattered and destroyed here. It could be seen that the battle had been very fierce for the human race. Judging from the current situation, the Black Ink clan army had caught up to the human race army even though the latter had retreated in a timely manner. A battle must have broken out between them. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. The number of casualties remained unknown. Yang Kai's group continued to give chase for another 2 or 3 days before, all of a sudden, the leading Black Ink feudal lord changed direction and led the hundreds behind him to the flank. The Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples quickly followed in his lead. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. He had hoped to follow the Black Ink clan army to the front lines of the battlefield and find an opportunity to escape. Who could have expected the Black Ink feudal lord to change directions so abruptly? "Master, are we giving up pursuit?" Yang Kai asked with a glance at Nu Yen. Nu Yen did not understand what the Black Ink clan feudal lord was trying to do either, but he answered anyway, "Sir feudal lord must have his own considerations. We only need to follow him." If it were any other Black Ink disciple, he would not have been so accommodating. It was just that Yang Kai was very useful to him, so he was much more tolerant towards Yang Kai's behavior. It didn't take long before Yang Kai understood the reason why the Black Ink clan feudal lord had suddenly changed directions. Approximately an hour later, a raging battlefield came into view. There was a warship artifact there trying to break out from the encirclement formed by the Black Ink clan army. Blinding lights constantly blasted out from the warship, each one containing terrifying force. Consequently, any Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple struck by the beams of light would either perish on the spot or cough up blood from the injuries they sustained. That was the biggest advantage of a warship artifact. Every single attack unleashed by it was equivalent to the full power of a Seventh Order Master. Furthermore, these attacks could be fired continuously as long as the warship was functioning properly. Although the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples in the surroundings suffered huge casualties, they continued to fight to the death without any hesitation. Countless secret techniques blasted towards the warship, but even so, these secret techniques were blocked by the warship's shield and could only create ripples on its surface. For the Black Ink clan, The fact that the humans had invaded their domain and destroyed dozens of their strongholds was a huge humiliation for them. It had to be said that the humans had been besieged in the various great passes by the Black Ink clan for countless years, so it was very rare for the humans to take the initiative to attack. In any case, their humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. For that reason, the Black Ink clan disregarded their casualties and dedicated themselves to destroying this warship that had fallen behind the main force, regardless of the price they had to pay. This battle had probably been going on for a while by now, as the void was littered with the corpses of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples. In fact, there were only a dozen or so survivors at this point. If nobody hindered them, the human masters could likely use their warship to obliterate the remaining Black Ink clan and flee with ease. However, when the group of several hundred people including Yang Kai rushed over, the human masters inside the warship immediately turned pale. What they feared the most had finally come to pass. This place could still be considered to be within the domain of the Black Ink clan, so enemy reinforcements could arrive at any time. They had killed the Black Ink clan surrounding them as quickly as possible in hopes of escaping their predicament even a moment sooner, but who could have known that their efforts would still not be enough? Similarly, Yang Kai was secretly anxious when he saw this scene after following Nguyen to this place. He did not know why this warship had been left behind, but the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so it shouldn't have been a surprise. Just as the humans were in the process of retreating, the Black Ink Royal Lord had led many masters to pursue them and later engaged the Ninth Order Old Ancestor in battle. It might be that the powerful fallout from the battles between the two parties had impacted the human race army's formation and caused this ship to fall behind. Numerous figures stood on the deck of the ship, their world force surging as they unleashed secret techniques indiscriminately in tandem with the attacks of the warship itself. Their assault continued without pause. A furious roar suddenly rang out, "Kill them!" Under the command of the leading Black Ink feudal lord, hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples charged towards the warship like the surging tide. It only took an instant for them to surround the ship tightly. That was not all. The leading Black Ink feudal lord was brave and fierce. With a shift of his body, he immediately rushed towards the ship. His enormous figure erupted with a horrifying force as he swung his fist out, smashing it into the protective shield. At that moment, a shocking sword slash swept out. It was extremely brilliant, so much so that it seemed only this sword light remained in the entire world. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as the arm that the feudal lord swung earlier was chopped off on the spot. He staggered backward unsteadily, thick pitch-black blood gushing out endlessly from his severed arm. The pain caused his face to twist hideously, but he still glared grimly at the slender figure standing at the bow of the warship. The figure was dressed in white robes that were untouched by dust and fluttered around her in an ethereal manner. More importantly, she was staring at the feudal lord as though she was looking at a dead man. Yang Kai was astonished. The shocking sword slash earlier had been extremely blinding, so it was only natural that he noticed the attack. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to glance at the master who unleashed the strike. The woman standing at the front of the deck turned out to be somebody he recognized. They could not be considered well acquainted, but they had indeed met several days ago. It was the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm who tried to take his life the other day. If not for the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm Old Ancestor's signal to withdraw, this woman in the Seventh Order would not have stopped back then. Yang Kai never imagined that he would encounter her here, so he could only marvel at how unpredictable fate could be. Her current situation was clearly a little less than optimistic though. The warship she was on was very powerful, and the human race also had a number of people on their side. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan had received hundreds of reinforcements out of the blue. As long as the Black Ink clan could delay things here for a short while, even more reinforcements were bound to arrive. The people aboard the ship would not be able to escape if that were to happen. Although the warship was large, it moved as smoothly as the wind under the control of the human masters. Relying on its unparalleled and unmatched defenses, it shuttled back and forth among the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. At the same time, horrifying lights blasted out from all directions of the large ship. From time to time, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples would be struck by those beams of lights and lose their lives on the spot. Naturally, the Black Ink clan did not sit around and do nothing as they unleashed their respective means in retaliation. For a time, Both sides attacked furiously, making the scene extremely chaotic. Likewise, Yang Kai randomly unleashed various secret techniques, but did not dare to exert his full strength. How could he actually attack his comrades? It was enough if he just put on a show. At the moment he was currently wondering whether he should take the opportunity to fight his way over to the human race, prove his identity to them and join their ranks. However, the idea only flashed through his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. He had already suffered a loss previously. When he first encountered the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm woman, he had wanted to prove his identity, but who could have known that the other party would not give him the chance to explain himself? Standing in the other party's shoes, Yang Kai could understand the reason behind her actions. The Black Ink disciples looked no different from ordinary humans in terms of external appearances. For the humans who invaded the Black Ink clan's domain, they could not afford to hesitate in the slightest when facing either the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink disciples. On a battlefield like this, the slightest hint of hesitation could lead to their deaths. Therefore, as long as the other party was not one of their own, they should kill first and ask questions later. In any case, the chances of making a mistake were basically zero. Throughout history, nobody had ever been as bold as Yang Kai. He had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple, remained by the side of a Black Ink clansman, and involved himself in various gambling arenas for years now. At this moment he could only suppress the impulse in his heart and quietly wait for his opportunity. Unfortunately, he soon realized that something was wrong. The warship belonging to the human race might be extremely powerful, but it could not withstand a sustained barrage forever. The light shield that covered the warship was clearly dimming now. The Black Ink clan clearly noticed this fact too, and their attacks became more and more ruthless, adamant to bring down the warship. During this short period, over 100 Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples had perished in the battle. Even Nguyen had been hit by one of the light beams, which seriously injured him to the point where he coughed up blood. Yang Kai secretly glanced sideways at Nguyen and cursed in his heart. This bastard sure is lucky. Why won't he just die? The heavily wounded Nguyen no longer dared to step forward in battle. Leading Yang Kai and the others, he constantly avoided any confrontation with the ship. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed something happening on the ship. The human masters seemed to be arguing among themselves. The woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm standing at the bow said something, which caused the expressions of the people around her to change drastically. They hurriedly tried to persuade her with agitated expressions. However, she slowly shook her head with a firm expression. Yang Kai immediately felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Sure enough, a short while later the white-robed woman leaped off the ship. With her sword in hand, she crossed the distance and stood between the warship and the Black Ink clan. Then she held her sword in front of her chest and slid her finger along the blade with a solemn expression. Following a violent surging of her world force, thousands of sword waves abruptly appeared behind her back. The sword waves trembled slightly, humming with a sound that resembled sad weeping. It was the sorrowful lament of her sword. At the same time, a desolate and chilling atmosphere filled the void, and for an instant, it felt as though time had frozen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4931, Sword Dragon. 10,000 swords swept out all at once. It was an absolutely spectacular scene. Every single sword wave was as solid as a material object. Moreover, their sharp and unstoppable aura placed heavy pressure on the onlookers. Many of the Black Ink clansmen were frightened by this scene, and for a time nobody dared to act rashly. This woman had taken the initiative to leap out of the ship's protective range and stand before it. Anybody could see from her actions that she was planning to put her life on the line. On top of that, the attack she unleashed was by no means an ordinary secret technique. It was a divine manifestation. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. When he fought against this woman previously, he had noticed that she was extraordinarily powerful. She was definitely second to none in terms of strength among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters that he encountered in the past, and judging by the current situation, it would seem that she truly had a strong capital to rely on. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. Only a Seventh Order or higher master could comprehend a divine manifestation that belonged only to them. Furthermore, each person's divine manifestation was different because these divine manifestations embodied the essence of their comprehension of their respective Tao. However, not every high-rank open heaven realm master had their own divine manifestation. Take Zuoquan Hui, who was killed by Yang Kai in the past, for an example. He was a 7th order open heaven realm master and an inner elder of the Thousand Cranes Paradise. Although he held a respected position, he did not have a divine manifestation. Yang Kai might not have emerged victorious from the battle back then otherwise. The gap in strength between open heaven realm masters in the same order could be extremely disparate at times, and those who had divine manifestations were often the best among them. In any case, unleashing one's divine manifestation could only mean that the person in question was prepared to go all out. Yang Kai also had 2 divine manifestations: Golden Crow casts the sun and Towering Evergreen. Be that as it may, his situation was unique. Before he even advanced into the open heaven realm, he had already comprehended a divine manifestation while still in the Emperor realm, and it had remained one of his trump cards even today. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's Sun and Moon divine will could also be regarded as a divine manifestation because the power behind it far exceeded that of any ordinary secret technique or divine ability. It was just that nobody had ever explained the intricacies of divine manifestations to him before, so he could not be too sure on its classification. The 10,000 swords roared in unison as the woman's expression became even more solemn. Meanwhile, on the ship behind her, the people who quarreled with her earlier looked on anxiously and constantly stomped their feet in frustration. Even so, they were powerless to do anything. In the next moment, the ship abruptly shot out to forge an escape path. Transforming into a stream of light, the ship quickly fled into the distance. The woman was left alone to face the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but she showed no fear whatsoever. Her courage and will were incredible indeed. Yang Kai suddenly understood the reason for the dispute earlier. The warship had been surrounded by enemies, so it was impossible for them to escape unless they killed the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples in front of them. However, doing so would only further delay them. If more reinforcements for the Black Ink clan arrived during that time, then they would lose their chance to escape forever. The woman clearly wanted to stay behind and stop their pursuers so that the ship could escape. That was the reason behind their earlier argument. It was almost certain she was a stubborn and determined person, so without giving her comrades any chance to object, she had taken the initiative to leap off the ship and summon her divine manifestation. In this way, the ship only had 2 options. Either they stayed behind and fought with her, or they took the chance to escape from the battle. The risk of them being wiped out if they chose to stay behind was high, while on the other hand, they would have a glimmer of hope to survive if they chose to escape. There were times when choosing to escape from battle was not an act of cowardice. Quite the opposite, their actions were taken to ensure their comrades' sacrifice would not become meaningless. Besides, escaping while having to abandon one's allies carried both a physical and mental burden that was not easy to alleviate. As the saying went, a strong man would make a prompt and resolute decision. This woman had risked her life just to create an opportunity for her comrades to escape. It was for that reason that Yang Kai felt a sense of admiration and respect for her. The warship was planning to escape, but how could the Black Ink clan allow their enemy to flee so easily? Thus, they immediately rushed forward to intercept the ship. Although the woman remained motionless, the sword waves behind her slammed forward with a roar. Fresh blood splattered across the void and severed body parts scattered everywhere as dozens of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples who rushed forward to stop the ship died instantaneously. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai became quite certain that the woman was only one step away from advancing into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. An ordinary 7th Order master would never be as powerful as her. It had to be said that the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples who perished were in no way comparable to 7th Order Master, but many of them were high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were at least on par with 6th Order Masters. Be that as it may, they were totally powerless to fight back under the bombardment of those sword waves. The woman slaughtered them so effortlessly that it almost seemed as though she was chopping vegetables. It was extremely scary. With just one strike, nobody else dared to act rashly again. All the Black Ink clansmen could only watch helplessly as the warship disappeared from their field of vision. When their gazes turned towards the woman again, their eyes were filled with a mix of rage and fear. Attack together! The feudal lord, whose arm had been cut off by the woman before, roared furiously. It would be far too embarrassing if they failed to take down a single human opponent despite their overwhelming numbers. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took the lead to charge towards the woman. Before he even arrived, he swung his remaining fist and a dense cloud of black ink strength came crashing down on her. In a battle against the human masters, the Black Ink clan would naturally make use of their innate advantage. The black ink strength that they wielded was extremely corrosive. As long as the human master was careless for even the slightest moment, their small universe would be corroded by the black ink strength. If that were to happen, they would quickly degenerate into a black ink disciple if they did not sacrifice a part of their small universe. Although a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had a certain degree of resistance towards the black ink strength, they could not withstand being in contact with it for extended periods of time. That was the reason why Meng Qi had been reluctant to escape with Yang Kai back then. He knew that he would never be able to escape from the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory without being contaminated again. As long as he left the sealed world with Yang Kai, it would only be a matter of time before he was corrupted by the black ink strength and became a black ink disciple once more. At that time, the existence of the Void Corridor would no longer be a secret. That was why he decisively committed suicide inside the sealed world to keep the Void Corridor a secret. Following the attack of the Black Ink feudal lord, many of the Black Ink clansmen acted as well. It only took an instant for the entire region to be filled with black ink clouds that enveloped the woman from all directions. All of a sudden, a sword cry resounded, accompanied by numerous scraping sounds. Yang Kai focused his eyes and stared into the pitch-black black ink cloud. The sight that entered his vision inadvertently caused him to narrow his eyes. The thousands of sword waves that had been suspended behind the woman all this time almost seemed to come alive at this moment. They quickly gathered near her and wrapped around her entire body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless sword waves continued to gather. The scraping and clanging sounds that could be heard were caused by the continuous collision between the sword waves. A sensational aura erupted from the depths of the black ink cloud, giving off the feeling that the end was approaching. In the face of such a devastating catastrophe, no one had any hope of survival. Ho! A ferocious roar suddenly burst forth, like the furious howl of an ominous beast, before a shockwave swept out. As a consequence, the black ink cloud enveloping the woman was instantly blown apart, as though struck by an unimaginable impact, and the enormous figure hidden within was revealed. The woman had long disappeared from sight, and standing in her place was a 1,000-meter-long behemoth. The behemoth had a skeletal frame made from metal. Like a giant beast of steel, the surface of its body glowed with a sharp and cold light while the lines on its surface were hard and sharp. It was a dragon. More specifically, it was a sword dragon composed from thousands and thousands of sword waves. This sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clan in shock. Even Yang Kai's mouth fell open in astonishment. You can even do that with a divine manifestation? Everything that entered his eyes at this moment was completely beyond his imagination. The sword dragon that was 1,000 meters long was certainly incomparable to his 20,000 meters grand dragon form, but the oppressive aura coming from the sword dragon was not something his dragon form possessed. Although they could both manifest dragon forms, if it really came down to a battle, Yang Kai estimated that he would be defeated by this woman within 10 moves. It was no wonder she dared to stay behind on her own to stop hundreds of the Black Ink clansmen and disciples. It turned out that she had something to rely upon. Yang Kai took a closer look and discovered that the woman stood inside the head of the sword dragon. Her spotless white robes could vaguely be seen among the gaps in the sword waves. As long as the sword dragon was not destroyed, she would remain safe and sound. Therefore, he felt his anxiety over her safety reducing slightly. The changes occurred so suddenly that the many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples rushing towards her were too stunned to change the direction of their movements. Under the leadership of several Black Ink feudal lords, they blasted out numerous secret techniques at the sword dragon. In response, the sword dragon moved. The dragon head swayed from side to side, lunging forward at the nearby Black Ink clansmen. The sword waves that formed the dragon vibrated extremely fast, resulting in a sharp humming sound. At the place where both parties collided, the sword dragon opened its mouth and swallowed up the one-armed feudal lord who stood at the forefront in a single gulp. Vague roars and screams of the feudal lord coming from the belly of the sword dragon rang out in the next instant, but the screams stopped abruptly not long after, and a cloud of ink-colored blood mist burst out from within the dragon. What followed could only be described as a massacre. Everywhere the sword dragon passed, Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples were practically powerless to fight back. They were wounded when touched, and some were even torn apart on contact. Although countless attacks struck the body of the sword dragon, these attacks only destroyed some of the sword waves and could barely deal any damage to the woman's true body. Like cavalry charging through the front lines, the sword dragon swept through the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen before immediately turning around and crashing through their ranks again. Following the sword dragon's first charge, the tight formation of the Black Ink clan fell apart. They couldn't help feeling terrified and escaping in a fluster when faced with such a brutal divine manifestation. However, their actions only gave the sword waves a chance to break through their defenses once more. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques incessantly blasted towards the body of the sword dragon. On that chaotic battlefield, a life was lost with every passing moment. Pieces of flesh and pitch-black blood scattered across the void. Furthermore, the energy from the collapse of many small universes resounded violently. The sword dragon swept back and forth, charging through the Black Ink clan army 7 or 8 times in quick succession. Out of the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, more than half died, and the remaining half looked as terrified as wild beasts running from a flood. The might of the sword dragon was truly awe-inspiring, and the sight left Yang Kai sighing in amazement. There was only one thing that upset him slightly. Niu Yan had no special ability to speak of, but his ability to stay alive was definitely first class. 3 or 4 feudal lords had already been killed by the woman, but despite harrowing odds, Niu Yan remained perfectly fine. He somehow managed to avoid the sword dragon's attacks and survive every single time. At this point, Yang Kai was tempted to just summon his Azure Dragon Spear and kill Niu Yan himself. After such a high-intensity battle, the sword dragon was naturally not unscathed. The final resistance of the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples before their deaths was particularly fierce. Coupled with their constant bombardment of secret techniques and divine abilities, the majestic sword dragon looked rather ragged at this moment. It was full of holes and missing pieces. A large part of the dragon head where the woman was hiding had also been blasted apart by the constant attacks, revealing her figure to the world. Her complexion was pale and her aura was unstable. Activating her divine manifestation for such a long time must have been a great burden on her. She had intercepted and slaughtered more than half of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples here all by herself. Moreover, quite a few of them were Black Ink feudal lords who were equivalent to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in strength. Having such achievements was truly remarkable. However, for her, this was only the beginning of her struggle. Martial Peak, Chapter 4932, backed into a corner. The woman's vulnerability did not escape the notice of the many fleeing Black Ink clansmen. Although they had originally been filled with the terror of death, they seemed to see a glimmer of hope at this moment. 4 Black Ink feudal lords had survived up until this point. They exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions without the need for discussion. Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples had died at the hands of a single human. Their casualties were extremely heavy. If they allowed the enemy to escape on top of that, then it could only be said that they were far too incompetent. More importantly, they would not have a reasonable explanation for their higher-ups. It would be difficult for them to escape punishment if their superiors were to hold them accountable for this incident. Hence, their sole option was to take down this woman with all their might. Killing her here was the only way for them to wash away their shame. With that goal in mind, the fleeing Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples gathered together again. They split into several groups under the leadership of the remaining few Black Ink feudal lords and moved in different directions to surround the battered sword dragon. All of them had a deep understanding of the sword dragon's might. Out of the original hundreds of people on their side, more than half had been killed by the repeated assault of the enemy. How could they not realize the tyrannical might of the enemy at this point? For that reason, the Black Ink clansmen blocking the way immediately scattered in all directions when the sword dragon came charging in their direction. At the same time, the others fiercely unleashed various attacks at the sword dragon's body from a distance. After this maneuver was repeated a few more times, the results were as expected. The sword dragon not only failed to kill many Black Ink clansmen, but the condition of its battered body deteriorated even further instead. Conversely, the encirclement stood strong whenever the sword dragon stopped moving. They were giving the woman no chance of escape whatsoever. Despite everything, the woman's pale face remained utterly indifferent when she looked at the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples surrounding her. It was almost as though she was not the one in crisis. Cracking sounds rang out again, and the sword waves that made up the sword dragon twisted and changed their form once more. Under the stunned gazes of the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples, a brand new and perfect sword dragon was born. It was just that the sword's waves forming the sword dragon had suffered extensive damage earlier, so the current sword dragon was barely half the size of the previous sword dragon. Be that as it may, it was still over 500 meters long. Yang Kai felt his admiration and respect for this woman deepening greatly. Prior to this incident, he had never even imagined that a divine manifestation could be manipulated in such a way. It went to show just how powerful she was. Her control over her divine manifestation had reached the point where she could wield it like an extension of her own body, which also meant her attainments in the sword Dao were extraordinary. The sword dragon charged forward once more. The current dragon form was a little smaller than before, but it remained enormous compared to the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Moreover, it was much more agile than before. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan continued with their established tactics to drag out the battle. They refused to have a direct confrontation with her and simply fought with the intention of wearing her down. For a time, the woman was also extremely troubled by these tactics. She could not kill many of her enemies even though she charged forward repeatedly. On the contrary, the body of the sword dragon became battered again. The repeated confrontations and stubborn resistance allowed the woman to stop the pursuit of hundreds of Black Ink clansmen with her strength alone. At this point, the 500-meter sword dragon had transformed once more and shrunk to just 100 meters in length. She would soon lose her ability to maintain the sword dragon form if the situation persisted. In her weakened state, only a tragic fate awaited her once she lost the protection of her divine manifestation. Nevertheless, she had achieved her purpose of delaying the enemy. Regardless of her survival, the people on the warship would be able to escape safely. At this moment, anybody could see that she was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. However, the Black Ink clan had paid a heavy price just to force her into a corner, so how could they allow her to escape? Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples continued to die, but the encirclement remained tight. They were not giving her the slightest chance to flee. Yang Kai was feeling extremely conflicted inside. Watching the woman fighting alone, he was tempted to reveal his identity and fight beside her. Be that as it may, the thought only passed through his mind for a fleeting moment before he rejected the idea. Even with his help, she would have a hard time pushing back her enemies in this situation. He was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. How could he win against so many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples? What's more, it would be difficult for him to gain her trust in such a short time. On the contrary, if he continued hiding, he might be able to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. The 100-meter-long sword dragon had been reduced to tatters, and the woman was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, her ashen complexion seeming completely bloodless. Upon seeing this situation, the attacks of the many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples became increasingly vicious. All of a sudden, the sword dragon suddenly turned around and charged towards Yang Kai's position, causing the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples around him to turn pale in fright. Nguyen was the first to dodge to the side. It had to be said that he might not be particularly skillful in anything, but he was very good at avoiding danger in a timely manner. Nobody expected the sword dragon to charge in this direction because Yang Kai and the others were on the rear side of the encirclement. All this while, the woman had never bothered to target this area. She had repeatedly charged towards the front lines in order to break free of the encirclement and return to the human race army, but her wish never came true. Her sudden and opposite behavior was certainly very unexpected. Yang Kai even suspected that her previous actions were simply to mislead the enemy. Her real target had always been the rear of the encirclement. Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples quickly retreated. On the other hand, the Black Ink feudal lord leading this side only hesitated for a moment before he rushed forward with a furious roar. It was not as though he did not know how strong the woman was. However, It was obvious that she was a dry oil lamp after fighting for so long. How much more strength could she exert? What's more, he had great confidence in his own strength. As long as he could delay her for a moment, his clansmen from the other side would surely come to his aid. His self-confidence would be his undoing though. The 100-meter-long tattered sword dragon spun like a top and collided with the black ink feudal lord. Without a sound, the feudal lord became a cloud of pitch-black blood mist and perished in an instant. Even the high-rank black ink clansmen and the black ink disciples behind him suffered significant casualties. Niu Yen had evaded in time, so he was completely unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai had failed to make a timely retreat because he had been worrying about the woman's safety. He was wounded after being brushed by the sword dragon as it flew past. A gash deep enough to show bone appeared on his chest and blood gushed out of the wound. His golden blood was so striking that the woman couldn't help but glance in his direction. When their gazes met, a look of obvious astonishment flashed through her eyes. She had not noticed his presence due to the intense battle earlier, so it was not until this moment that she actually caught a glimpse of him and recognized him as the black ink disciple who escaped from her a few days ago. At the time she had wanted to kill him ruthlessly. It was a pity that she was forced to make a hasty retreat thanks to the signal from the old ancestor. Nevertheless, she only glanced at Yang Kai briefly before she paid no more heed to him. Now was not the time for her to be worrying about such matters. The final struggles of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples caused the 100-meter-long sword dragon to finally collapse, leaving only a few scattered sword waves around the woman for protection. Her divine manifestation had been completely destroyed, but she broke through the encirclement because of that very reason. Activating the remaining dregs of power in her small universe, she transformed into a stream of light and shot out at a high speed. The Black Ink clan's domain was located in the direction she was flying, opposite of where the human masters had escaped earlier. She had no choice but to make this decision. Her path forward had been obstructed by her pursuers, so she could only make a desperate choice in an attempt to survive this crisis. How could the remaining Black Ink clansmen allow things to go as she wished when they saw that she was attempting to flee? The 3 surviving feudal lords quickly gave chase. Likewise, the rest of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples followed closely behind. For a time a cat-and-mouse chase took place in the void. Even though the woman was an arrow at the end of its flight, her speed was surprisingly fast. Wrapped in sword light, she seemed to transform into a sword wave that sliced through the void. The Black Ink clansmen chasing after her could not keep up at all. After leading her pursuers in circles for some time, she abruptly changed directions and fled towards the front lines. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Fleeing deeper into the hinterland of the Black Ink clan would surely lead to a tragic ending. Without the deterrence of a 9th-order old ancestor, no matter how strong she was, it was impossible for her to survive by relying on her strength alone. Only by fleeing back to the human lines would she stand a chance to survive. The distance between the 2 parties grew larger and larger, and if nothing unexpected happened, then the woman would be able to escape alive. That was also what Yang Kai hoped to see. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from behind. Startled, he looked back only to see a pitch-black darkness rapidly approaching them. This horrifying scene was rather familiar. When the Black Ink Royal Lord led a horde of Black Ink clan masters here in a rush, Yang Kai had witnessed a similar scene. Of course, the pitch-black darkness that was rapidly approaching this time was not nearly as large-scale as back then. Moreover, there was only one aura coming from within the darkness. It was a Black Ink territory lord. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight and he clenched his fists tightly. A Black Ink territory lord was equivalent to an 8th-order open heaven realm master in terms of strength. I can't believe a master of this caliber actually appeared at this time. She's in danger. The woman fleeing in the front clearly sensed the danger looming behind her and her speed suddenly increased significantly. It was apparent that she was desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, the territory lord chasing her was in prime condition, so how could she possibly escape his incredible speed? The distance between them quickly closed and it didn't take long before the pitch-black darkness retracted to reveal the gigantic figure hidden within. The figure raised his hand and slapped at the sword wave that was running away up ahead. The void shuddered from the impact and Yang Kai clearly saw the sword wave freezing for a moment. Then the impact forcefully separated the body of the woman who was fused with her sword. Blood mist sprayed from her mouth as a result. Judging from the strength displayed by the woman earlier at the peak of her strength, she would have been able to fight back to a certain extent even if she encountered a territory lord. But in her current exhausted state, how could she defend against such a blow? Just a single palm strike was enough to heavily injure her. It was no longer possible for her to escape. So this woman was very decisive. Knowing that it was impossible to escape, she immediately spun around and fused with her sword again. She transformed into an impressive sword wave that slashed out at the territory lord chasing her. The power behind that attack was enough to shake space itself. It was her final blow into which she poured all her remaining strength. The territory lord stared indifferently at this attack and punched out with his fist. His enormous fist collided with the sword wave. Consequently, the sword wave shattered and scattered like fireflies dancing in the night. His gigantic figure stood upright in the void. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he clenched his fist and captured a small figure in his grip. The woman's pure white robes were stained red with blood, her beautiful hair was completely disheveled, and her weakened aura resembled a flickering flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Despite facing such a desperate situation, she did not simply sit around waiting for her death. Nevertheless, she could not break free from the territory lord's grasp no matter how hard she struggled. Yang Kai immediately became anxious. In this situation where the woman had been captured, it would only take the slightest pressure from the Black Ink territory lord to crush her to death. Martial Peak, Chapter 4933, Unexpected Situation. The woman's life was in danger. Yang Kai suddenly couldn't bear watching without doing anything any longer. Even if his identity were revealed, even if his future would be fraught with danger, he believed that he had to make his move now. Otherwise, he was bound to regret his decision for the rest of his life. Over the past 2 years he had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and carefully mingled among the Black Ink clan because he did not dare to reveal his identity easily. Being faithful to Nu Yan's orders and allowing himself to be regarded as a cash cow by fighting endless battles in the gambling arenas of various major territories were simply his methods of survival. He had not lifted a finger to help when the woman had been fighting on her own because she had always remained in control of the situation. However, she was now only one step away from death. Yang Kai could not watch her die here without doing anything. With his current strength, there was a high chance that he would die as well if he revealed his identity. The Black Ink territory lord was not easy to deal with after all, but throughout his life, Yang Kai had to admit that although he was not indomitable, he had a bottom line that could not be crossed. It was now the time where he had to take action. Inside the sealed world, Meng Qi from Exquisite Paradise had chosen to commit suicide in order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, when did he ever show the slightest hint of hesitation in his actions? The people who fought and risked their lives every single day on the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan for countless years did so all to protect the 3,000 worlds, all while the latter knew nothing of their sacrifice. How could he do any less at this moment? However, Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. That was because he noticed that the territory lord who captured the woman was simply staring at her quietly. There was no murderous intent in those eyes. On the contrary, they were filled with a trace of admiration. Yang Kai suddenly realized something. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises might not die if they were captured by the Black Ink clan. Rather, what awaited them was another fate. Sure enough, the Black Ink territory lord did not kill the woman immediately and instead sneered lightly, "You've got guts. In that case, become my slave forever." When the words left his mouth, Black Ink's strength dense enough to take shape seeped out of his hands. The Black Ink strength instantly enveloped the woman and began sinking into her body. The woman struggled desperately, but her efforts were to no avail. Combined with the fact that she had exhausted all her strength in the battle just now, she was completely powerless to resist the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. A short while later, she became quiet as her eyes filled with Black Ink strength. Yang Kai watched quietly, feeling sad in his heart. It was hard to believe that such a master had been corrupted by Black Ink strength. Be that as it may, compared to death on the spot, this outcome could be considered acceptable as he might be able to find an opportunity to rescue her. The Black Ink Territory Lord was clearly extremely satisfied with his newly subordinated servant. A Black Ink disciple in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was very rare, so they were considered precious even among the Black Ink clan. He studied her for a moment before he said, "Follow me once you recover." "Yes." The woman with disheveled hair bowed respectfully. After that, the Territory Lord did not say anything else. Pitch-black darkness covered his enormous figure, and he charged forward quickly. It was obvious that he planned to pursue the human masters who had retreated earlier. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples left behind glared at the woman. The situation was extremely awkward, but there was no helping it. They had been fighting each other as though there was an absolutely irreconcilable enmity between them, only for her to suddenly become one of their own in the blink of an eye. The shift in her position was rather abrupt. Even so, there was no denying that the woman in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was now a Black Ink disciple after being corrupted by the Territory Lord's Black Ink strength. Under normal circumstances, it was easy for such a powerful Black Ink disciple who was acting alone without being accompanied by their master to attract the greed of Black Ink clansmen. However, everybody had just witnessed the Territory Lord corrupting this woman with his Black Ink strength. Who would dare to steal her away after that? They would not face any consequences if they stole her now, but the Territory Lord was bound to hold them accountable for their actions later. If that were to happen, they would lose all the Black Ink disciples under their command and possibly even their life. "Why did you run off? Do you want to die?" Nu Yen reprimanded Yang Kai. In order to rescue the woman earlier, Yang Kai had increased his speed slightly and left his master behind. It was fortunate that he had reacted in time and held back from attacking the Territory Lord. Otherwise, the person being hunted at this moment would have been him. Hence, he lowered his head silently in response. Thankfully, Nu Yen only reprimanded Yang Kai once and did not seem to have any other intentions. In that way, the vigorous pursuit finally ended. The 3 surviving Black Ink clan feudal lords gathered together for a quick discussion. Then one of them said, "A few will stay behind to guard this place and prevent any misunderstandings from occurring. The rest will come with me to pursue the enemy." The woman in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm had been converted by a Territory Lord, but she was a dry oil lamp at the moment and needed time to recover her strength. The Territory Lord had also commanded her to recuperate before catching up to him. Be that as it may, it was inappropriate to leave her here alone. If any other Black Ink clan masters passed by this place and mistakenly killed her thinking that she was an enemy, they would not be able to give the Territory Lord a reasonable explanation. Therefore, a few people had to stay behind to help her stand guard and explain the circumstances to any passing clansmen. Ordinary Black Ink disciples would never receive such special treatment, but they had just witnessed this woman's strength with their own eyes. More importantly, she was personally corrupted by a Territory Lord. As the Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple, it was only natural for her to receive special treatment. After the feudal lord finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. Nu Yen dutifully stepped forward at the right moment and volunteered, "Sir, I'm willing to stay behind." Yang Kai glanced sideways at Nu Yen. During the 2 years serving under him, Yang Kai had not realized that Nu Yen was extremely scared of death. It was not until this battle against the human masters that Nu Yan's cowardice was revealed. In addition, Yang Kai had noticed something earlier. Although Nu Yen had no special abilities to speak of, his ability to sense danger and escape it were definitely first class. In other words, his ability to survive in the Black Ink battlefield up until today was not without reason. Hearing that somebody was required to stay behind, how could Nu Yen fail to seize this opportunity? He quickly volunteered before anybody else could even react. It was not a major issue that needed to be negotiated, and since he took the initiative to volunteer, the other Black Ink clansmen would naturally have no reason to compete with him. The feudal lord who spoke earlier nodded and responded, "In that case you will stay behind. The rest will come with me." After saying that, he took the lead to charge forward in pursuit. The others quickly followed behind him, and it didn't take long before only Nu Yen, Yang Kai, and the other Black Ink disciples remained. "Let's take a rest. I'm sure you're all tired from the battle earlier. It's good that none of us died." While speaking, Nu Yen turned to look in the woman's direction with a thankful expression. Several Black Ink feudal lords and countless high-rank Black Ink clansmen had died at the hands of this woman. Therefore Nguyen was very lucky to have survived. What made him rejoice even more was that all the Black Ink disciples under his command had also survived the battle. They sat down cross-legged and consumed some spirit pills for recovery. On the other side, the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm had been quietly recovering her strength ever since the departure of the Territory Lord. From time to time, Black Ink clansmen of varying numbers would rush over from behind. When they stumbled upon this place, they couldn't help feeling curious and came forward to ask about the situation. Naturally, Nguyen answered their questions truthfully. After hearing that the disheveled woman recovering her strength was a Black Ink disciple converted by a Territory Lord, they immediately gave up any ideas about her and left quickly. After just half a day's time, the woman opened her eyes under Yang Kai's close watch. Her originally ashen complexion had already returned to normal. She casually tied up her hair and slowly got to her feet, and then she walked over to Yang Kai and the others. The crimson patches that blossomed all over her white robes were extremely striking. Nguyen had also gotten to his feet after he noticed her movements, but his smile was rather forced. "Have you recovered your strength?" He fervently wished that the woman would take as much time as possible to recover. In that way he would no longer need to chase after the human masters or take any risks that could endanger his life. Still, he was part of the Black Ink clan, so even if his strength was much weaker than the Black Ink disciple in front of him, a Black Ink disciple was nothing more than a servant in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, regardless of their cultivation. Of course, this woman was a servant converted by a Territory Lord, so Nguyen had to show her a certain degree of respect. Even his inquiring tone was rather polite. The woman said nothing and simply stared at Nguyen silently. In the next moment she stretched out her arm and a long sword immediately appeared in her grip as a shocking light burst forth. The world seemed to lose all its colors at that moment. Nguyen's forced smile remained on his face, but his eyes were flooded with a sense of horror and fear. Raising his hand slightly, he pointed at the woman. "You?" The words had only just left his mouth when his enormous body suddenly split into two halves. Pitch-black blood and Black Ink strength exploded to form a Black Ink cloud. Yang Kai and the others standing nearby were completely stunned. Nobody could have predicted this sudden turn of events. Black Ink disciples were the servants of the Black Ink clan after all. No matter how high their cultivation, it was impossible for them to have thoughts of betraying a Black Ink clan. That was why Nguyen had been completely caught off guard when this woman walked over to them. Needless to say, with the gap in their strength, there was nothing he could have done to stop her even if he had been on guard. In any case, this situation was totally unexpected. The woman who had just recovered her strength had killed Nguyen with a single stroke of her sword. Yang Kai had been praying for Nguyen to die as soon as possible so that he could escape, but he never imagined that Nguyen would perish just like that. If he had to be honest, he was feeling rather confused. Before he had time to think though, the aura of death suddenly loomed over him. The woman did not stop after killing Nguyen and swiftly slashed her sword down on him. Turning pale with shock, Yang Kai immediately summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust forward without any hesitation. There was a loud explosion, followed by an overwhelming force that erupted from before him. Yang Kai felt as though an entire universe world had smashed into him, and his figure was sent flying backwards. A metallic taste flooded his mouth, and the vitality in his chest surged violently. This was the second time he had suffered defeat at the hands of this woman, but a vague speculation formed in his mind at that moment. The woman looked slightly surprised. Yang Kai had escaped from her death blow during the previous raid, and the same thing had occurred again this time. Just as she suspected, this sixth-order Black Ink disciple was truly unusual. On the other side, both B2 and E5 went crazy after witnessing Nguyen's death. As Black Ink disciples, their master and the Black Ink clan were supreme. It was their responsibility to ensure the safety of their master. However, Nguyen had been killed right under their noses. How could they not be furious? The two of them showed no hesitation whatsoever. One of them blasted a divine ability at the woman while the other lunged forward. His entire figure swelled significantly under the effects of his secret technique. The woman's expression remained indifferent, and the long sword in her hand transformed into a curtain of swords that rained down on B2 and E5 like a storm. With her strength, it would not take much effort for her to kill two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. At the critical moment, Yang Kai desperately yelled out, "Senior for Universe Pillars." Martial Peak, Chapter 4934 Feng Ying. Yang Kai's yell caused the woman's movements to pause slightly. It was precisely because of this momentary hesitation that B2 and E5 survived. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as both of them instantaneously suffered severe injuries and were forced to retreat. However, they were clearly unafraid of death and rushed forward again after being forced to retreat once. The woman frowned slightly and murderous intent blazed brightly in her eyes. She had held back just now because of Yang Kai's yell, but that did not mean she had lost her intention to kill B2 and E5. Human masters who became Black Ink disciples after being corrupted by Black Ink strength were destined to stand on the opposite side as the enemy, and there could be no mercy when dealing with the enemy. That was the lesson learned by the human cultivators after innumerable years on the Black Ink battlefield. It was a lesson they received in exchange for the blood of countless ancestors. Before the woman could attack again though, Yang Kai rushed over in a flash. B2 and E5 were completely focused on the woman, so they were totally defenseless towards him. He easily approached them for that reason and knocked them down, rendering them unconscious rather than killing them. Unfortunately, due to the urgency of the situation, his attacks had been a bit too heavy, so there was a high chance that they would need to recuperate for some time when they woke up. The woman held her long sword in her grip. Watching the scene in front of her, a look of surprise flashed through her eyes. As a Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai's actions were undoubtedly puzzling. However, if she combined his actions with the words he shouted earlier, a vague speculation formed in her head. "Are you not corrupted by the Black Ink's strength?" Holding B2 in one hand and E5 in the other, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I wanted to tell you when I met you for the first time, but I didn't get the chance to speak." "You really have one of the 4 universe pillars?" The woman raised her eyebrows. "I have a world spring." Words are nothing without proof. She did not lower her guard, and a sword wave continued to hum around the long sword in her hand. Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Please see for yourself, Senior." While speaking, he opened the portal to his small universe. She took a deep look at him before she activated her divine sense and probed the interior of his small universe. A short while later, she withdrew her divine sense, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had certainly seen a clear spring inside Yang Kai's small universe, in addition to the mysterious power that flowed out of it which stabilized his small universe. Thanks to this power, his small universe was not only extremely firm, but also completely impervious to any external forces. She also saw that his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material, which was what surprised her the most. After all, the young man in front of her was clearly only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. "Senior, do you also have one of the 4 universe pillars?" Yang Kai inquired for verification. If she did not have one of the 4 universe pillars, then how was it possible for her to safely escape from the clutches of a Black Ink territory lord? The reason she had quietly endured the process and pretended to be corrupted by Black Ink strength was that she had been running out of strength. If it was discovered that she had one of the 4 universe pillars, she was bound to be killed on the spot. Therefore, she waited until the territory lord departed and she recovered enough before she made her move. Nu Yan's death was simply collateral damage. He originally thought that staying behind to watch over her would be an easy task because he did not need to confront the human masters, but how could he have known that staying behind was actually the fastest way to die? If Nu Yan had known that his decision would result in such an outcome, he would never have agreed to stay beside this woman. It was precisely because Yang Kai had such a guess that he shouted at the top of his voice when the woman made her move just now. Unexpectedly though, she slowly shook her head. "I don't have one of the 4 universe pillars. The 4 universe pillars are only given to the 8th Order Masters. I am not qualified enough to own one. Why else did you think that territory lord left without checking my small universe?" There had never been a precedent of a 9th Order old ancestor becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength, so there was no need for them to worry about it and thus no reason for them to have one of the 4 universe pillars. 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the strongest fighting force below the old ancestors and also the commanders and leaders of the human race army on the Black Ink battlefield. Hence, A treasure like the 4 universe pillars would naturally be given to them so that they could be used to the fullest. More importantly, they had enough strength to defend themselves on the chaotic battlefield and would not be killed by accident, leading to the loss of the 4 universe pillar they carried. If treasures like the 4 universe pillars were possessed by 6th or 7th order masters, they would be lost if these open heaven realm masters perished on the battlefield. The Black Ink clan was also aware of this point. The humans did not have many 4 universe pillars in their possession, and these treasures were always possessed by 8th order masters. There was no exception to this rule. It was precisely for that reason that the territory lord had left with peace of mind after corrupting the woman with his black ink strength and did not bother to check her small universe. Yang Kai was surprised. How did you resist the corruption of the black ink strength then, senior? When he asked this question, he immediately became vigilant. If this woman had been corrupted by the black ink strength, then the situation in front of him would be very bad. The woman was silent for a moment before she explained, "Somebody once planted a secret technique based on the profound fish inside my small universe. It can help me to resist the erosion of the black ink strength once." The profound fish was one of the 4 universe pillars. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique she was referring to and had never heard that the 4 universe pillars could be used to plant such secret techniques. However, this kind of technique would naturally be developed only on the black ink battlefield, so it wasn't surprising for him not to know about it. In order to fight against the black ink strength, it was not surprising for the human masters to create some novel sparks after painstakingly struggling with all their might for countless years. "Senior, do you mean to say that the secret technique can protect you only once?" She nodded. "May I verify the truth?" Yang Kai asked in a grim voice. She said nothing and just opened the portal to her small universe. At a time like this, she knew that it was a necessary gesture to gain Yang Kai's trust. In any case, on the black ink battlefield, it was very normal for one's small universe to be investigated by others. After a quick investigation, Yang Kai discovered that the woman's small universe certainly did not contain any signs of being corrupted by the black ink strength. There were also no signs of a universe pillar inside either. He couldn't help feeling amazed by his discovery. "We can't stay here for long," the woman said softly. Nu Yan's corpse was suspended there in open view, so if any other black ink clansmen passed by this place, the two of them would have a hard time explaining the situation. While speaking, she glanced at the 2 black ink disciples in his hand. "You can't save them. Just kill them." However, Yang Kai shook his head. "If it was just me, then I would not be able to save them. But it's different with you around, senior. Please put them into your small universe for now." She frowned. "Impossible. They are black ink disciples. If I place them in my small universe, I will be in trouble when they regain consciousness." "Please wait a moment, senior." After he said that, Yang Kai's left and right hands suddenly glowed with dazzling light. When he pressed his palms together, the yellow and blue lights merged together to form a pure white light that enveloped both B2 and E5. Sizzling sounds rang out and the expressions of the 2 unconscious men suddenly twisted in pain. Immediately after that, dense black ink strength seeped out of their bodies and faded into nothingness. Their expressions gradually softened again as the black ink strength dissipated from them. Dismissing the remaining purifying light, Yang Kai nodded at the woman. "It's fine now." The woman was flabbergasted by what she just witnessed. Although she had some speculations, she couldn't help feeling incredulous. She took a large step forward and casually grabbed B2's wrist. Then she carefully probed his condition. After a while, she stared at Yang Kai as though she was looking at a ghost. "What method did you use to dispel the black ink strength?" Such a method was completely unheard of and unseen before. She had been fighting the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for some 3,000 years now, but she had never even heard of such a technique. "I can't explain in such a short time, but this is a unique ability that I have," Yang Kai responded faintly. She didn't know what to say, mainly because Yang Kai had given her too much of a shock. Besides, she had the vague feeling that there would be a huge impact on the battle situation of this unchanging and eternal war if this method was spread. In the past, the Black Ink disciple corrupted by Black Ink strength were destined to be mortal enemies. Any encounters between the human masters and Black Ink disciples would only end with the death of one party or the other. However, there was now a method to restore order from chaos among the Black Ink disciples. If this method was utilized properly, then the losses suffered by the human race would be significantly reduced. Where did this kid come from? Why have I never heard of him before? What's more, he was wandering around alone in the Black Ink clan's territory. Should I say he is ignorant and foolish or bold and courageous? Not only did he possess one of the 4 universe pillars, but he also had the means to purify and dispel the Black Ink strength. Thus she suddenly realized that she had picked up an immeasurable treasure. He would be a huge asset to the entire Black Ink battlefield. Upon confirming that all Black Ink strength in B2 and E5 had been purified and dispelled, she did not hesitate to toss the 2 unconscious men into her small universe. Then she grabbed Yang Kai by the arm. "Let's go." Yang Kai did not resist and allowed her to lead him away. Along the way, the woman would glance sideways at him from time to time. Finally, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer and asked, "Which cave, heaven or paradise did you come from? What is your name?" Yang Kai was silent. In the end he answered, "This junior is called Yang Kai. I come from Inyang Cave Heaven." He did not mean to deceive her, but he figured she might not know of Void Land. If he mentioned that name, he would only need to explain even more. He was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises after all. Why would he enter the Black Ink battlefield for no reason? That was a valid point of suspicion, and since this matter was related to the Void Corridor, he could not speak carelessly. He had not forgotten Meng Qi's warning. Aside from the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestors, no matter who questioned him, he could not reveal the existence of the Void Corridor to anybody. The woman did not seem to think that he was lying. The main reason was that she never expected anybody to lie about their background, so she nodded lightly and said, "Blue Sky Paradise, Feng Ying." Blue Sky Paradise. Yang Kai raised his brow lightly. "Senior, do you know Elder Muzhua?" Muzhua was the foreign affairs envoy from Blue Sky Paradise and was the person in charge of their Dao temple in the Star Boundary. Although Yang Kai was not close with him, they had interacted with each other on multiple occasions. Due to the Star Boundary's world tree, Yang Kai was more or less acquainted with several elders from each of the major cave heavens and paradises, even though his cultivation was low. He was also quite friendly with some of them. There were times when the value of something like personal connections was reflected in such situations. "Muzhua? He's my junior brother. Do you know him?" Feng Ying was a little surprised. Yang Kai answered, "I've met him a few times." Upon hearing his answer, she was tempted to ask why a Inyang Cave Heaven disciple would meet a Blue Sky Paradise elder, let alone several times. However, she was not very familiar with the situation in the outside world after fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for so long. It was meaningless to ask such questions, so she suppressed the curiosity in her heart. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly looked around and realized that something was wrong. Taking out his universe chart, he checked his current position and the direction they were heading before exclaiming in astonishment, "Senior, aren't we heading in the wrong direction?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4935. Quite strong. It turned out that the direction in which Feng Ying was leading Yang Kai was not heading towards the great pass defended by the cave heavens and paradises. They seemed to be heading in the opposite direction actually, so he was naturally quite confused. Feng Ying explained, "The last operation has undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan army is gathering at the front. We might not be able to break through their lines with just our strength alone. If we go there so recklessly, we will only be walking directly to our deaths. Therefore, our best option is to find as many helpers as possible first." Helpers? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly at those words but soon understood. Black Ink disciples. Feng Ying nodded. "You have the ability to restore their true selves, so as long as we find a few more Black Ink disciples, we might be able to gather a group large enough to create chaos at Black Ink clan army's rear. Only then will we have a chance to return." She originally did not have such a plan. Trapped in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory alone, Feng Ying had already mentally prepared herself for her death. If not for that, she would not have killed Nu Yen immediately after recovering her strength. She had no plans of returning alive and simply planned to kill as many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples as she could, so she would not be dying in vain. It was not until she witnessed Yang Kai's astonishing method to dispel the black ink strength that this plan sprang to mind. If they could smoothly implement this plan, then they would have a standing chance to survive and even rescue some black ink disciples along the way. However, Yang Kai was an indispensable part of this plan. It was impossible to pull this off without him. Yang Kai immediately understood after listening to her explanation. Looking around for a while, he glanced towards a black ink cloud condensed in the void and made a suggestion. "Senior, how about we hide inside the black ink cloud over there?" Feng Ying followed the direction of his gaze, and her expression became pensive. "Are you suggesting?" He nodded. "The black ink disciples will definitely be traveling together with the black ink clan. If we run around like this, even if we encounter black ink disciples, we will only cause the black ink clansmen traveling with them to become vigilant. If that's the case, it will be difficult for us to take action. However, it will be a different story if we hide inside the black ink cloud and emerge when the enemy passes by this area." Pondering in silence after listening to his suggestion, Feng Ying nodded in agreement. "You're right." With her intelligence, she didn't need Yang Kai to explain much for her to understand the various advantages of this method. Unfortunately, there was one problem with this plan. "Can you guarantee my safety?" She was powerful, and the immense heritage of her small universe gave her a certain degree of resistance towards black ink strength. Even so, it was impossible for her to remain inside a black ink cloud for an extended period of time. She would eventually fail to withstand black ink strength if too much time passed. "We'll know once we try," Yang Kai declared firmly. Taking the lead, he rushed towards the black ink cloud. It was impossible for him to not be in high spirits right now. He had been trapped in Black Ink Clan's domain for the past 2 years, during which he always had to act with utmost caution, as though he was constantly walking on thin ice. Thus, Yang Kai inevitably felt his blood pumping when doing something so invigorating all of a sudden. A short while later, Yang Kai charged into the black ink cloud with Feng Ying following closely behind. The dense black ink cloud was almost as thick as solid matter. If the two of them hid inside this black ink cloud, random passers-by would not be able to discover their whereabouts without careful investigation. Yang Kai had a world spring, so no matter how impressive the black ink cloud was, it was completely ineffective against him. However, it was different for Feng Ying. She had to use her world force to shield herself the moment she entered the black ink cloud to prevent the black ink strength from corrupting her. Not only would this consume her strength quickly though, she would also risk being corrupted at any moment. Naturally, Yang Kai was prepared well in advance for this situation and released a burst of purifying light to completely dispel the black ink strength around the space where they stood to create a safe zone for them. It was not until then that Feng Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Be that as it may, she could not figure out what kind of method Yang Kai was using even though she had carefully observed him when he cast the purifying light. Still, now was not the time to ask such questions, so Feng Ying declared, "Take a rest. We might need to fight at any time." After saying so, she closed her eyes to replenish her strength. Yang Kai had no need to recuperate his strength as the battle earlier had not consumed much of his energy. What's more, he needed to keep a close watch on his surroundings. There were too many uncertain elements in waiting for gains without pains here, so he needed to carefully monitor the outside world for any possible complications that might arise. Time passed slowly and fortunately their luck was pretty good. Only an hour later, a dozen or so figures flew over from the depths of black ink territory. Yang Kai was the first to notice them and quickly called out, "Senior." Feng Ying opened her eyes and focused her senses in that direction. The black ink cloud formed a barrier that made it difficult for her to look outside, but her divine sense could perceive the situation clearly. Assessing the situation, she reported, 2 feudal lords, 6 high-rank black ink clansmen, and 5 black ink disciples. The situation made her frown slightly. There were quite a few enemies in this group, so it might be difficult for them to handle. Nevertheless, this was the first batch of people to arrive after they started waiting here, so they had to take action. As long as their initial attempts went well, their situation would only get better and better. Feng Ying briefly checked her small universe, but the 2 former black ink disciples she tossed inside earlier had yet to regain consciousness. Yang Kai's previous attack had been rather heavy, so they could not rely on these 2 for help right now. While she was hesitating, Feng Ying heard Yang Kai whisper, "I'll leave the 2 feudal lords to you, senior. I'll deal with the rest." She glanced at him in disbelief. Are you sure? After hastily exchanging blows twice with him, Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai was quite strong. Be that as it may, she was not familiar with his true abilities. It was not easy for one person to face 6 high-rank Black Ink clansmen alone. On top of that, the 5 Black Ink disciples would not simply stand around doing nothing once the fight broke out. They would surely attack to support their masters. Rest assured, Senior. This junior may be young, but I've experienced many things in life. I won't screw up. Yang Kai licked his lips with an eager expression. Having suppressed himself for so long, he could finally go all out again. Feng Ying hesitated slightly before she nodded. Be careful. I will dispatch those 2 feudal lords as quickly as possible, then come to help you. Yang Kai nodded in response. Exchanging a glance, the pair rushed out of their hiding spot in the Black Ink cloud. As soon as the 2 of them emerged from their hiding spot, the Black Ink clansmen passing by noticed them, and numerous gazes immediately turned towards them. Upon seeing that these 2 were humans, the 2 leading feudal lords revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. They exchanged a glance with each other and flew over in tacit agreement. Likewise, Yang Kai and Feng Ying approached the Black Ink group. Both parties soon came close to each other. One of the feudal lords reached out towards Feng Ying, but in the next instant his body suddenly stiffened without any warning. A sword wave sliced through him from the top of his head to his crotch. The sharp and unstoppable sword wave broke through his defenses and split his enormous body in 2. Feng Ying had made her move. She actually launched her attack even earlier than Yang Kai. Yang Kai had the protection of the World Spring, so he could fearlessly allow the Black Ink strength to pour into his body and make the enemy lower their guard as a result. However, she did not have such luxury. As soon as the feudal lord in front of her reached out towards her, she unleashed a killing move. She was among the strongest 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and not too long ago, she had slaughtered hundreds of enemies with her strength alone. She not only attacked decisively at this moment, but she also had the element of surprise on her side while striking from point-blank distance. How could the feudal lord defend against her attack? It only took an instant for her to kill the first feudal lord on the spot. Then without delay she slashed her sword at the second feudal lord. The second feudal lord happened to be preparing to subjugate Yang Kai at that very moment, so how could he stand a chance against Feng Ying's sudden assault? When the sword wave slashed down, he was chopped in half and died just like that. The 2 feudal lords perished in an instant. Only then did Feng Ying breathe a sigh of relief, but when she looked over she was slightly stunned. That was because Yang Kai was standing there with a spear in one hand, a high-rank Black Ink clansman hanging from its end. With a twist of his arm, the high-rank Black Ink clansman exploded into mist. As expected, this kid is strong. She had managed to kill 2 Black Ink clan feudal lords by herself because she had enough confidence in her strength. However, in the short time taken for her to deal with her enemies, Yang Kai had already slain 4 of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 who were pushed back looked greatly weakened. It was obvious that they were severely injured. Martial Peak, Chapter 4936. The prey is here. How could an ordinary 6th Order master be so fierce? Feng Ying felt she had seen something new today and also had the vague realization that Yang Kai was at the peak of the 6th Order and would soon advance to the 7th Order. It was impossible for him to be so strong otherwise. Despite her swirling thoughts, her movements did not stop for an instant. She was already charging towards the 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were heavily injured by Yang Kai earlier, and with one swing of her sword she easily killed them. These 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen had been severely injured by Yang Kai when he swept his spear at them, and Feng Ying's attack was sharp and overwhelming. How could they defend themselves? In the blink of an eye, 2 Black Ink feudal lords and 6 high-rank Black Ink clansmen perished. Although this was the first time the 2 of them cooperated together in a fight, they seemed as though they had known each other for a long time. There was not the slightest flaw in their cooperation. It was not until this moment that the 5 Black Ink disciples finally came to their senses. Seeing the tragic deaths of the Black Ink clansmen around them, these 5 Black Ink disciples were absolutely enraged. They instantly summoned their respective artifacts and blasted various divine abilities and secret techniques at Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Yang Kai and Feng Ying could not afford to act without restraint when dealing with these 5 Black Ink disciples, as their current mission was a rescue operation. It went without saying that they could not heavily injure or kill the people they were supposed to save, so their actions were a bit restricted. Yang Kai hastily dodged to avoid a divine ability shooting towards him while simultaneously putting away the Azure Dragon's spear. He then shot towards the nearest Black Ink disciple. Feng Ying cooperated without any need to discuss matters with him. With a flourish of her long sword, sword light burst forth like a waterfall and enveloped the remaining 4 Black Ink disciples to restrict their movements and capture their attention. Meanwhile, yellow and blue lights glowed brightly before merging together to form a pure white light that flared brilliantly and engulfed the Black Ink disciple. The pure and flawless light did not contain the slightest impurity. As the pitch-black filth was expelled from the body of the Black Ink disciple, his pained expression gradually returned to normal and his violent resistance slowly subsided. Nevertheless, his expression remained confused. Despite being corrupted by Black Ink strength for all these years, he had not lost his consciousness. He could clearly remember his condition and the things that he experienced during those years. Looking back now, his belief that the Black Ink clan was supreme seemed so foolish and ridiculous. It could be said that his actions had been a complete betrayal of not just his humanity, but even his own convictions. Yang Kai had no time to explain anything in detail, so after nodding at the man lightly, he quickly charged towards Feng Ying. Seeing how swiftly Yang Kai dealt with the Black Ink disciple, Feng Ying immediately withdrew her sword light before sending out another to pin down all but one target. They repeated the same steps over and over again, their cooperation perfectly complementing each other's movements. As a result, it didn't take long for the Black Ink strength to be dispelled from all 5 Black Ink disciples. There were no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters among these 5 people. 3 were in the 6th Order while the remaining 2 were in the 5th Order. That was one of the key reasons why Yang Kai could finish dealing with them so quickly. All 5 of them stared at Yang Kai in stunned disbelief, as though they were trying to find a flower on his face. Feng Ying's previous display had revealed her immense strength. However, they all came from different cave heavens and paradises where countless masters existed, so they were not impressed by raw power alone. Conversely, what grabbed their attention was the method Yang Kai had displayed earlier. As Black Ink disciples who became ordinary humans again, they had personally experienced these changes and held deep feelings towards that pure white light. Does our side have such means now? The 5 of them were genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts. Since ancient times, any of their comrades who were corrupted by Black Ink strength would stand on the opposite side of the human race and become an irreconcilable enemy. Moreover, it was impossible to rescue them. Now that they had such means, there was no need to reluctantly give up on their comrades whenever one of them became corrupted by Black Ink strength. They could still rescue their comrades if the opportunity arose. That was definitely something that could change the entire tide of the Black Ink battlefield. Although there were many things they wanted to ask, they knew that this was not the place for discussion. They silently cupped their fists at Yang Kai and Feng Ying to indicate their thanks. We cannot stay in this place for long. Enter my small universe. Feng Ying ordered before opening the portal to her small universe. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it stood to reason that masters below the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm were able to enter her small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai could only take in those below the 6th Order. The 5 of them nodded and entered the portal leading into Feng Ying's small universe to recuperate without any hesitation. Let's go. Feng Ying called out and took the lead to head in a certain direction. Yang Kai quickly followed behind her. Since they were looking for helpers, then it was only natural to gather as many as possible. Yang Kai did not know what was waiting for them ahead, but since Feng Ying had mentioned that the Black Ink clan army was gathering on the front lines, it would not be easy for them to pass through. Only by gathering enough force would they stand a chance to fight their way through the Black Ink clan army and return to the Great Pass. Half a day later, the pair repeated their earlier actions. Hiding inside a Black Ink cloud, they prepared to wait for fish to swim by once more. Less than a quarter of an hour after they hid, a large Black Ink clan army passed by in the vicinity. There were very many of them, almost 1,000 in total, and the leader had a deep and profound aura. It was highly likely that it was a Black Ink territory lord. Hiding inside the Black Ink cloud, Yang Kai and Feng Ying did not dare to move a single muscle and concealed their auras as much as possible. If they exposed themselves in front of such a strong enemy, they would surely suffer a tragic fate. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on their side today. Although the Black Ink clan army passed close to their position, they did not bother to check the situation inside the Black Ink cloud where they were hiding. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, black ink clouds were extremely common and there was no need to investigate them carefully. Furthermore, they would never have imagined that two humans would recklessly hide inside a black ink cloud or that these humans could resist the corrosion of the black ink's strength for an extended period of time. Yang Kai and Feng Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief when the Black Ink clan army disappeared from the scope of their senses. They saw another team of 100 or so passing by after some time, but just as before they could only remain in hiding. Judging by the current situation, it could be seen that Feng Ying's previous guess was correct. The Black Ink clan was marshalling their army on the front lines. The long-distance raid carried out by the human masters had fully provoked the wrath of the Black Ink clan, so it was obvious that the enemy was planning a large-scale counterattack to take revenge. From time to time they would see Black Ink clansmen passing by in groups of varying numbers, but even if the numbers were small, these groups weren't targets that they could defeat. The current situation was different from when Feng Ying had previously repelled hundreds of Black Ink clansmen on her own. At the time she had no other choice but to go all out. She had been prepared to sacrifice herself in order to allow her comrades to escape, so she had fought with reckless abandon in order to drag down as many enemies with her as possible. Now though, the two of them had to move around in secret. All of a sudden Yang Kai, who had been keeping a close watch on their surroundings, suddenly brightened and whispered, "Senior, our prey is here." Feng Ying glanced at him wordlessly. His statement sounded as though they were bandits who were waiting to ambush unsuspecting travelers. Be that as it may, she could not deny that tempting prey had appeared. They had waited for so long and avoided several Black Ink clan teams during this period, but at this moment what entered their sight was a group that consisted of only 10 individuals. In addition, this team was heading directly towards them. Although the numbers of this team were similar to their first encounter, the lineup was considerably inferior in terms of strength. There were no feudal lords in this group, only several high-rank and even low-rank Black Ink clansmen. There were not many Black Ink disciples either, only 3 of them. After confirming that there were no other dangers in the vicinity, Yang Kai and Feng Ying no longer hesitated. They rushed out of the Black Ink cloud and charged directly at the oncoming team. What followed was a swift massacre where the opponents were practically powerless to fight back. The Black Ink clansmen were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, after which Yang Kai used his means to dispel the Black Ink strength from the 3 Black Ink disciples. Once this was done, Feng Ying stuffed them into her small universe so that they could recover their strength. In the 2 months that followed, Yang Kai and Feng Ying wandered around aimlessly. The Black Ink clouds that could be found everywhere became the perfect hiding spots for them, and whenever they came across a suitable opportunity, they would attack. If their opponents were too strong, then they would simply remain in hiding. Their harvest over the past 2 months was bountiful. They slaughtered at least 100 Black Ink clansmen, a number of whom were feudal lords. Moreover, they had rescued some 30 or 40 Black Ink disciples by now. Not every Black Ink clansman had their own Black Ink disciples. In fact, many of the Black Ink clansmen harbored a deep hatred for the human race, and even Black Ink disciples were unbearable to them. Therefore, it was impossible for them to be accompanied by Black Ink disciples. Even more Black Ink clansmen simply never had the opportunity to subjugate their own Black Ink disciples. Nu Yen, who had 5 Black Ink disciples under his command even though he was only a high-rank Black Ink clansman, could be considered a rare example. If a Black Ink clansman wished to own their own Black Ink disciple, they would either need to buy one at a great cost or subjugate one on the battlefield. Neither of these options were simple for a Black Ink clansman to achieve. Yang Kai and Feng Ying were currently hiding themselves inside a random Black Ink cloud, taking their time to recover their strength after a rather intense battle. A short while later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at Feng Ying. Seeming to sense his gaze, Feng Ying spoke without even opening her eyes. "Speak if you have something to say." He thus asked, "Senior, when are we heading back?" Feng Ying decisively said, "We have too few people. It is dangerous to return like this. At the very least we should gather 100 comrades before we make an attempt. Otherwise we will only be walking to our deaths. 100 people. Yang Kai was tongue-tied. During the past 2 months that they had been traveling together, they had only managed to rescue 30 or so Black Ink disciples. At this rate it would take half a year to gather 100 people. No need to worry, Feng Ying opened her eyes and reassured him. We didn't have enough strength in the past, so we had to be selective with our targets. Now that we have more manpower, we can take the initiative to attack. If we find the right opportunity, we will be able to progress much quicker. Yang Kai nodded and said nothing more. Since he did not know much about the situation on the Black Ink battlefield, he could only follow her lead. Half a day later, the two of them rushed out of the Black Ink cloud after fully recovering before carefully concealing their figures and searching for a possible target. The Black Ink clan army was gathering up ahead. Therefore, many Black Ink clansmen were constantly rushed towards the front lines from the rear. If the opportunity presented itself, then these scattered Black Ink clansmen would become their prey. And an opportunity came quickly. In the distance, the two of them saw an enormous ship sailing through the void in the direction where all the Black Ink clansmen had been rushing towards during this period. It was undoubtedly heading to the front lines to provide support. To have a flight-type artifact of this magnitude meant that the Black Ink clansmen aboard could not be weak. The owner of this ship had to be a feudal lord at the very least, and one with his own territory at that. Across a large distance, Yang Kai and Feng Ying quietly observed the large ship. They could clearly see many figures swaying about on the ship, a large number of which were Black Ink disciples. "Senior, do you plan to attack that ship?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying nodded. "It's a good opportunity." Martial Peak, Chapter 4937, An Order to Convey. Yang Kai was worried. "But we don't know what kind of existence is on board that ship. What if there's a territory lord?" Feng Ying shook her head. "That's highly unlikely. 2 months ago the Black Ink royal lord personally took action. Therefore all territory lords in the vicinity should already have followed him to the battlefield at the time. Even if they received the news late, they would not have waited until now to set out. That's why there should not be any territory lords among the reinforcements. What's more, the war has begun and territory lords are the backbone of the Black Ink clan. Logically speaking, they should have rushed to the battlefield at the earliest notice. Bringing out a flight-type artifact like this ship to transport manpower indicates that the people on the ship have varying strength, so they have different flying speeds." There was some logic to Feng Ying's statement, so Yang Kai nodded slightly in response. She then added, "Of course there are always exceptions. If we encounter a territory lord, I will delay them for as long as possible. You should escape immediately." During this period she had witnessed his ability and recognized his value. A talented individual like Yang Kai could not be killed here. Otherwise the loss to the cave heavens and paradises would be incalculable. She even mentally prepared herself to risk her life in order to create an opportunity for him to escape at a critical juncture. "Let's go." Feng Ying beckoned and charged towards the large ship with Yang Kai in tow. When the two figures appeared without warning, there was an immediate response from the ship. Several figures flew out to stand on the deck and focused their gaze in this direction from a distance. Feng Ying and Yang Kai did not reduce their speed as they flew forward in a straight line. It didn't take long for them to land on the deck. Countless scrutinizing gazes mixed with curiosity turned towards them. At the same time, Yang Kai was also observing them. He discovered that there were no Black Ink disciples in the high-rank open heaven realm here, so he couldn't help sighing in relief. Just as Feng Ying had predicted, these people certainly had varying levels of strength. It would seem that her previous speculations were correct. Feng Ying placed her hand over her chest and glanced at the inside of the cabin. "Who is in charge here?" "Hong Lian territory lord has an order to convey." Her words made her seem as though she was Hong Lian territory lord's Black Ink disciple. A group of Black Ink disciples on the deck looked around for a while but did not answer. Yang Kai's eyes flickered slightly, admiring Feng Ying's courage and caution. She had used the name Hong Lian territory lord. If there was a master on the large ship, he would certainly reveal himself immediately after hearing this name. In that way they could quickly determine the strength of the enemy and come up with countermeasures. Besides, Feng Ying was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was normal for her to disguise herself as Honglian Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple. The dull thud of footsteps soon came from within the cabin. Immediately after that, a tall Black Ink clansman strode out. Yang Kai looked up and saw that this Black Ink clansman was nothing more than a Black Ink feudal lord. The sight immediately filled him with relief. Many feudal lords had died at the hands of Feng Ying during this period, hence a single feudal lord was not much of a concern. The only thing that bothered him slightly was the Black Ink disciple accompanying the feudal lord. The Black Ink disciple was undoubtedly in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, and his aura was deep and profound. After appearing on the deck, the feudal lord lowered his head and looked down at Feng Ying and Yang Kai. "I am Xiaoyu feudal lord. What are Sir Territory Lord's orders?" He held no suspicion towards Feng Ying's identity, mainly because he did not expect a person to be so bold as to impersonate the Black Ink disciple of a Black Ink clan territory lord in front of him. Feng Ying respectfully said, "Sir, please lean down. Master has commanded that this order can only be relayed to you alone." Xiaoyu feudal lord frowned slightly at those words. Although he did not understand why Honglian territory lord would give such an order, he lowered his body slightly, tilted his head to the side and listened intently. Feng Ying flew forward slightly and whispered, "Master said." Her sentence trailed off. Having piqued his curiosity and caused him to lower his guard, Feng Ying immediately pulled out her sword and slashed at him in the next moment. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as Xiaoyu retained his posture of listening intently, but his massive head had already been separated from his neck. Feng Ying's movements did not stop there. She quickly pushed back the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple beside the Xiaoyu feudal lord with another slash of her sword. Immediately after that, she opened the portal to her small universe, and dozens of figures, who were raring to go, instantly emerged. The Black Ink disciples whom Yang Kai and Feng Ying had spent 2 months rescuing, had been recuperating in Feng Ying's small universe all this while. Having long since attained a full recovery, they had nothing to do every day and were practically dying from boredom. Now that they came out from Feng Ying's small universe, they were like fierce tigers coming down the mountain. They immediately summoned their artifacts and unleashed various divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink clan and the surroundings. At this moment, the Black Ink clan were reeling in confusion and shock. They never imagined that they would be ambushed by human masters in such a place, so they immediately suffered heavy casualties. As soon as Feng Ying made her move, Yang Kai also complemented her actions and lunged forward. He ignored the rest of the Black Ink disciples and focused his attention on the Seventh Order Black Ink disciple beside the Xiaoyu feudal lord. At present, it was still unclear how many on the ship could rival a Seventh Order master in strength. However, Xiaoyu feudal lord had been eliminated, so as long as this Seventh Order Black Ink disciple was dealt with, they could stabilize the entire situation. At the same time that Yang Kai lunged forward, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple who was repelled by Feng Ying earlier rushed forward aggressively. In the eyes of a Black Ink disciple, it did not matter whether or not Feng Ying had been sent by Honglian Territory Lord. He had to take revenge after witnessing the tragic death of his master that occurred right in front of his eyes. Feng Ying had not lowered her guard against him, of course, and after releasing her allies from her small universe, she raised her sword and charged at him. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was faster than her. He sprang out from behind her and swung his fist at the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple. A cold light flashed in the opponent's eyes, and the Seventh Order Black Ink disciple raised his palm towards Yang Kai. World force surged violently from the palm of his hand like a tsunami. He seemed determined to kill Yang Kai with a single strike. "Be careful!" Feng Ying exclaimed in horror. She never expected Yang Kai to be so reckless. In her original plan, she would pin down any Seventh Order masters or feudal lords herself, while Yang Kai only needed to go and rescue the subjugated Black Ink disciples. How could she have imagined that this brat would target the Seventh Order Black Ink disciple on his own? She didn't even have time to stop him. Swiftly though, she recalled that Yang Kai had managed to block 2 of her killing moves in the past and felt slightly more relieved. He would not die so easily. When the 2 attacks collided with each other, world force exploded and Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards. Still, the Seventh Order Black Ink disciple was stunned as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. His strength might not be at its peak, But his order was not something that could be ignored. Even so, an opponent who was one order lower than him had successfully defended against his attack. He couldn't help feeling astonished. If it was a one-on-one battle, now would be the best time to hunt down Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had only just been thrown off when Feng Ying approached. Her long sword transformed into sword shadows that covered the entire sky and slashed down on the Black Ink disciple. In that instant, the 7th Order Black Ink disciple immediately fell into a precarious situation. Feng Ying was extremely powerful, and even at his peak he might not have been her opponent, what more in his current situation. In just a few blows he was cornered to the point where he could only parry her attacks and was powerless to fight back. Furthermore, he could not break free of her suppression no matter how hard he struggled and resisted. Yang Kai, who had been forced back just now, returned and joined forces with Feng Ying. Their combined efforts left the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple increasingly helpless to fight back. Yang Kai was extremely agile, his figure flitting around erratically, causing great trouble to his opponent. Moreover, the flickering white light in the palm of his hands filled the 7th Order Black Ink disciple with an instinctive sense of fear. The 7th Order Black Ink disciple had never seen such pure white light before. Even though he did not know what kind of attack that was, the black ink strength in his body transmitted a message of fear and horror to him as though it had met its natural enemy. As a result, his already precarious situation became even more unbearable. It didn't take long before Yang Kai found an opportunity to approach the enemy. He shot forward and pressed his palm against the back of the 7th Order Black Ink disciple. A pure white light flared brightly and enveloped the Black Ink disciple. Following a series of sizzling sounds, the black ink strength was dispelled and dissipated into nothingness. Accordingly, the resistance of the Black Ink disciple gradually subsided. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped and nodded at Feng Ying. Then he hastily rushed towards the nearest Black Ink disciple. The dozen or so Open Heaven Realm Masters previously released by Feng Ying were currently fighting an intense battle on the ship's deck. In such a short span of time, several people had already lost their lives. Their deaths went to show the ferocity of the battle, but the main reason was that their actions were restricted to a certain degree. Not to mention their numbers were fewer than their opponents. They had not been able to take an accurate accounting earlier, so it was not until this moment that they realized there were some 300 people aboard this ship. Among them, only a few dozen or so were Black Ink disciples. The others were Black Ink clansmen. While they were merciless towards the Black Ink clan, they had to hold back against the Black Ink disciples as unlike before, they could no longer just kill them. Following the commotion of the battle, the Black Ink disciples and the Black Ink clansmen below deck emerged in 2s and 3s. It was fortunate that the enemies did not emerge all at once. Otherwise, they were bound to suffer heavy casualties at first encounter if they challenged 300 enemies directly with only a few dozen people on their side. After the 7th Order Black Ink disciple was rescued, Feng Ying immediately moved to block the hatch. She slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen who came her way, allowing Yang Kai to move freely and display his abilities. Roaming around the battlefield with purifying light blooming from his hands, he helped the Black Ink disciples return to their true natures. Every Black Ink disciple he rescued was equivalent to increasing the strength of his side while simultaneously weakening the strength of the enemy. As the battle dragged on, they gradually gained the upper hand. There was something else that delighted Yang Kai. Aside from the Xiaoyu feudal lord and the 7th Order Black Ink disciple accompanying the former, the large ship did not seem to contain any other personnel who could rival a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. As a result, the situation became better and better for them. Now that the 7th Order Black Ink disciple had been rescued, there was no need for further discussion. He immediately understood what he needed to do and cooperated with Yang Kai to subdue the remaining Black Ink disciples. The Black Ink clansmen died at a steady pace. Unfortunately, Black Ink's strength that dissipated from the corpses was extremely troublesome to deal with. This couldn't be helped. Although the Black Ink disciples had been rescued by Yang Kai, they could easily be corrupted by Black Ink's strength once more. Therefore, they had to avoid Black Ink's strength at all times. Some who had their small universe invaded by Black Ink's strength again had no choice but to rush to Yang Kai's side and ask for treatment. Naturally, Yang Kai did not refuse anybody who came to him. During the 2 years he served under Nu Yen, Yang Kai had learned quite a lot about the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples even though he had been living in disguise. As such, he knew that almost all of the Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted by Black Ink strength had sacrificed parts of their small universe at least twice before they were converted. The first time they were eroded by the Black Ink strength, they would always choose to sacrifice a part of their small universe to preserve their sense of self. Martial Peak, Chapter 4938. One man can turn the tide. The integrity of one's small universe was extremely important to an open heaven realm master because their small universe served as the source and foundation of their strength. Once their small universe was damaged, their strength would definitely decline. Moreover, as a result of their incomplete small universe, further improvement in their cultivation would become impossible. Therefore, no open heaven realm master would willingly sacrifice a part of their small universe unless they had no other choice. Unfortunately, it was impossible to dispel the Black Ink strength from their small universe once it was corroded by it. Their only option was to sacrifice the part of their small universe that had been corrupted in order to retain their clarity and maintain their true nature. The human race masters had contended and fought against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield since ancient times. There were bound to be people who were forced to give up part of their small universe in every battle. For that reason, the resolution to make a prompt decision was something their ancestors had repeatedly cautioned all of them about before they stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. If they did not wish to be corrupted by Black Ink strength and lose their autonomy, then they had to be willing to make sacrifices. If they were destined to be killed by their enemies, then they should strive to drag their enemies down with them. At every great pass, these were the two warnings that the seniors would always repeat to their juniors who just arrived on the battlefield. In many cases, sacrificing a part of their small universe would allow them to retain their sense of self and prevent them from being corrupted by Black Ink strength. However, doing so would cause their small universe to become damaged. Not only would their strength decline, but their incomplete small universe would also make it harder for them to resist the erosion of the Black Ink strength if they were subjected to it in the future. Relatively speaking, the amount of time which an open heaven realm master could resist the corrosion of the Black Ink strength was different between open heaven realm masters with complete small universes and open heaven realm masters with incomplete small universes. An open heaven realm master with a complete small universe would be able to persist for a much longer time. When subjected to the corrosion of the Black Ink strength, an open heaven realm would be able to sacrifice part of their small universe the first time. Unfortunately, their success rate would be uncertain on the second attempt. Nevertheless, there would always be instances where the situation was impossible to prevent. That was why almost all the Black Ink disciples corrupted by the Black Ink clan generally had an incomplete small universe. When they were corroded by the Black Ink strength, they had already done their best to prevent the situation from occurring. After all, they did not wish to be converted into a Black Ink disciple either. That was the case for Meng Qi from Exquisite Paradise, whom Yang Kai met previously. Yang Kai had also noticed the same pattern among all the Black Ink disciples he fought in the gambling arena. Even B2, D4 and E5 were no exceptions. That was especially true for D4. Although he was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm at the moment, he had said that he used to be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. He was once the elite disciple of a certain cave heaven or paradise, but he had been invaded by the Black Ink strength. As a result, he was repeatedly forced to sacrifice parts of his small universe. That was the reason why his cultivation declined and he eventually regressed to the 5th Order. Generally speaking, almost all of the Black Ink disciples could be considered pseudo-Open Heaven realm masters. It was not to say that they were no longer Open Heaven realm masters. Having split heaven and earth apart in their bodies to form their small universe, they could be classified as Open Heaven realm masters. It was just that their small universes were no longer perfect, so the strength of the Black Ink disciples would never reach the normal standards among cultivators of the same order. Take Meng Qi for example. He could be considered a pseudo-7th Order Open Heaven realm master. Although he was much stronger than the average 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, he was pitifully weak compared to ordinary 7th Order masters. On the other hand, B2 and E5 could be considered pseudo-6th Order Open Heaven realm masters. All the people Yang Kai and Feng Ying rescued while wandering around for the past 2 months were Black Ink disciples. Needless to say, none of these Black Ink disciples possessed a complete small universe. Many Black Ink clansmen had been slaughtered in this battle. Following the death of these Black Ink clansmen, black ink strength that dissipated from their corpses would gather together to form a cloud. In this way it was very easy for the open heaven realm masters to become corrupted by the black ink strength again. Thanks to their prior experience of being rescued though, these people immediately rushed over to Xianxia as soon as they discovered that their small universe was being corroded by black ink strength so that he could help them dispel it. Combined with the black ink disciples who originally needed rescue in the first place, Xianxia was overwhelmed for a time. It was fortunate that Feng Ying and the newly rescued 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were relatively strong. In addition, the large ship also lacked the corresponding high-end combat power to deal with them. As the two of them rushed back and forth, the Black Ink clan suffered countless casualties. As such, the situation slowly stabilized. Seeing the strength of the human race masters, the surviving Black Ink clansmen knew that they were no match for the enemy and immediately dispersed in all directions. Feng Ying's gaze sharpened at the sight and she shouted in an authoritative voice, "Don't let a single one escape." Leading a team of people, she pursued the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. Likewise, the other 7th Order Master chased down the others fleeing in the opposite direction. They had been causing a storm in the Black Ink clan's territory, and the main reason they managed to stay safe until now was that they had never revealed their existence before. All this while, they had ruthlessly silenced all Black Ink clansmen that they encountered and rescued all the Black Ink disciples they came across. If news of their activity were to leak though, the Black Ink clan would surely take countermeasures against them. If that were to happen, they would be helpless to resist with the strength of so few people. Therefore all the Black Ink clansmen here had to die. Only the dead could be trusted to keep secrets. The Black Ink clansmen fled in a very scattered manner, so some still managed to slip through the net even with 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters chasing after them. Naturally, everybody else quickly split up to hunt down these fleeing Black Ink clansmen. Xianxia did the same and took the lead in the pursuit. His figure latched onto the tail of several Black Ink clansmen like a leech, and he manipulated space principles from afar to stall them. The Black Ink clansmen who were fleeing desperately immediately felt as though they had fallen into a quagmire. The more they struggled, the stiffer their bodies became. When he got closer, Xianxia summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. The Black Ink clansman perished with a stab of his spear. Afterwards, his figure moved around the void as he stopped several others from fleeing. He killed every one of them and finally took a look around him. The originally chaotic battlefield had calmed down. A short while later, everybody returned to the ship once more to count their casualties. The results were not too bad. Although they lost some people, they gained even more. Their lineup had increased to around 80 people, and they even gained an additional pseudo-7th Order Master. The large ship had been reduced to tatters during the battle earlier. This was just a simple flight-type artifact after all. Even though the ship had some defensive abilities, they were not deployed during the previous battle. What's more, it might not have made a difference even if the defenses had been deployed. The fallout of the attacks from so many Open Heaven Realm Masters was extremely brutal, and a flight-type artifact of this caliber was incapable of enduring such impact. Feng Ying was very decisive and directly destroyed all the evidence lest the Black Ink clan passing by this area noticed that something was wrong. Only then did she turn to the others and said, "Everyone enter my small universe. We can talk about the rest later." It was too conspicuous for such a large group of humans to gather together. Besides, it was inconvenient for them to move swiftly with their varying strengths. It would be more convenient and safer for them to hide in Feng Ying's small universe. Everybody knew that this was not the place for discussion, so despite the questions in their hearts, they entered her small universe in successive order. It didn't take long before only Xianxia, Feng Ying, and the pseudo-7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master remained. "Let's go," Feng Ying ordered and took the lead to head in a certain direction. Xianxia and the pseudo-7th Order Master followed behind her. A quarter-hour later, a dense patch of black ink clouds came into view. Feng Ying turned to look at Xianxia with an inquiring gaze and Xianxia nodded lightly in response. Then the three figures headed straight towards the thickest black ink cloud. The pseudo-7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked doubtful as black ink clouds were not something humans would approach carelessly. That was especially true in his current condition. His small universe had flaws in it, so this black ink cloud was an extremely dangerous threat to him. However, considering the means Yang Kai displayed earlier, he said nothing and simply followed close behind. Soon the three of them plunged into the black ink cloud. Yang Kai immediately created a safe area inside the black ink cloud, and the pseudo-seventh order master finally calmed down. Blue Sky Paradise Feng Ying. Feng Ying turned to the pseudo-seventh order open heaven realm master, cupped her fist slightly and introduced herself. Yang Kai followed suit. Inyang Cave Heaven Yang Kai. The pseudo-seventh order open heaven realm master returned the greeting and solemnly introduced himself. Myriad Transformations Paradise Xianxia. After introducing himself, he turned to Yang Kai with a serious look. I will never forget your saving grace. In the future, please feel free to speak if you have anything you need, little brother. This Shun will not refuse as long as it is within my ability. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. It's just a minor matter. You are being too polite, senior. Xianxia shook his head solemnly. I have been living in a fog for hundreds of years and finally regained my clarity today. I will forever remember this kindness. He continued with a look of curiosity. Since when did we obtain such means? For countless years, it had always been impossible to rescue a black ink disciple who was corrupted by black ink strength. Be that as it may, the method that Yang Kai displayed earlier had rescued all the black ink disciples who survived. It was obvious that the black ink strength in their bodies had been dispelled and purified. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't help feeling extremely curious and a little excited. Just like Feng Ying, how could he fail to realize the immense value of this technique? Feng Ying explained, this method is not something everybody can use. It is a unique ability that belongs only to this kid. I myself have only learned about it recently. Surprised, Xianxia looked at Yang Kai and asked, is this a secret technique or a divine ability? Can other people cultivate it? Yang Kai paused for a moment before he answered quietly, it can be regarded as a secret technique, but nobody else can cultivate it. Xianxia did not understand. If it is a secret technique, then why can't others cultivate it? The cave heavens and paradises are filled with talented people. I'm sure there will be people among them who can succeed, even if the number is small. Similarly, Feng Ying looked at Yang Kai with curiosity. If she had to be honest, she had been extremely curious about Yang Kai's methods throughout the duration of their travels. Although there were many times when she wanted to ask about it, she could not bring herself to do so. After all, Yang Kai seemed reluctant to say much about it. If she tried to get to the bottom of this matter, she would be suspected of trying to infringe upon his privacy. At this moment, Xianxia had asked the questions that Feng Ying wanted to ask. If this method could be spread to the public, the situation on the black ink battlefield would surely change drastically. Yang Kai shook his head and explained, I'm afraid Senior has misunderstood the situation. Although I can use this method, I did not cultivate this power myself. It was granted to me by someone else. While saying so, he activated the seals on his left and right hands. The seal on his left hand was like a bright great sun, while the one on his right was a brilliant blue moon. Feng Ying and Xianxia looked on in amazement. These two marks are the foundation of that secret technique. It is not this junior's ability. Moreover, the ones who gave me these two marks are not on the black ink battlefield. After listening to his explanation, the other two couldn't help but look disappointed. Nevertheless, they could detect a trace of the terrifying aura that came from these marks and were certain that the ones who gave him these two marks were beings that should not be provoked. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. You need to protect yourself well. You can turn the tide of this war with your strength alone. That statement was so exaggerated that Yang Kai couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-39. Nobody will take it. Xianxia then turned to look at Feng Ying. Senior sister, what are your plans? The two of them were in the same order. In addition, they had never encountered each other before. Since he did not know who was older or younger, addressing her as senior sister was simply a sign of respect. There was no special meaning behind his words. Feng Ying replied, the Black Ink Clan army is probably gathering on the front lines to attack the Great Pass. I plan to gather more people and launch a surprise attack from the rear. That way, even if we are unable to break the siege on the Great Pass, we can still create some confusion among the Black Ink Clan. What do you think, junior brother? Xianxia nodded in agreement. I heard some information regarding the front lines while traveling beside Xiaoyu. There are indeed many Black Ink clansmen gathering on the front lines to storm the nearest Great Pass. However, throughout the ages, the Great Passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises have never fallen. There is no need to be too worried. On the contrary, we will need to gather enough strength if we wish to return. He turned to look at Yang Kai and continued. With little brother's means though, gathering more people will not be too difficult. Let us proceed as you planned, senior sister. I have no objections. Nodding, she said, good. Let's recover our strength for now. If we want to gather more people, we will need to search for more Black Ink clansmen. Xianxia added, I'm sure you know about my current condition, senior sister. Even if we encounter a strong enemy, I will have to rely on you to take action. She nodded in understanding. Rest assured. I will do my best. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Xianxia and asked, Senior, is your small universe damaged? Generally speaking, most Black Ink disciples had a damaged small universe. During the previous battle against the Black Ink clan, the strength displayed by Xianxia was somewhat inconsistent with the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Xianxia looked slightly depressed. That's right. This was a lingering regret of his. Many years ago he had accidentally gotten corrupted by Black Ink's strength during a battle against the Black Ink clan and was forced to sacrifice a part of his small universe as a result. Unfortunately, that battle had been extremely fierce and he had been exhausted from fighting with no time for him to rest or recuperate. In the end, he was unwittingly corrupted by the Black Ink strength again and became a Black Ink disciple. He had lived in a daze until now. Nevertheless, it truly was amazing to regain his clarity. Hearing this, Yang Kai took out an object and handed it to Xianxia. Senior, please take a look and see if this is useful to you. Xianxia took the object suspiciously and opened the box. His expression immediately stiffened in surprise. Profound Yin spirit fruit? Even Feng Ying looked over with a shocked expression. It was only natural that she recognized this object. After all, it was considered a precious treasure in the Black Ink battlefield since it had an extremely significant effect on repairing one's small universe. Where did you get that? Feng Ying asked in astonishment. Yang Kai shrugged. I found it by accident. It was inconvenient for Yang Kai to explain any further as this was something Meng Qi had given to him, meaning he could not explain the circumstances. He looked at Xianxia and inquired, will this help to repair your small universe, senior? Xianxia clutched at the profound Yin spirit fruit tightly with a look of excitement in his eyes. Of course. This is the only thing that can help me. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his mental fortitude was quite strong, and there were few things in the world that could make him so excited. Even when he was rescued by Yang Kai, he had not been so emotional. Be that as it may, when he held the profound Yin spirit fruit in his hand, he couldn't help being shaken by the hope of restoring his small universe. How long will you need? Feng Ying probed. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. I have never used this before after all, but I don't think it will take too long. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he added, Little brother, this object is extremely useful to me. I will not refuse your goodwill. I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. If your strength is restored, senior, it will also be very helpful to our plans. At the moment, Feng Ying and Xianxia were the only two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by his side. While there was nothing to worry about when it came to Feng Ying, Xianxia was only a pseudo-7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Not only was his strength lower than average, his resistance against Black Ink strength also left much to be desired. Xianxia's current condition would be highly detrimental to their future plans. If a profound Yin spirit fruit could resolve these issues, then there was no reason for Yang Kai to be stingy. Yang Kai continued after some deliberation, I still have a few more profound Yin spirit fruits. Should we have some of our allies consume them? In his opinion, under their current circumstances, they should increase their combat power as much as possible. Besides, the restoration of one's small universe would also increase their resistance towards the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. He still has more. Feng Ying and Xianxia immediately became shocked to the core. The profound Yin spirit fruit was extremely rare and precious. In the Black Ink battlefield, only a few special sealed worlds could produce them. It was the blessing of a lifetime just to find one, but Yang Kai had more than one in his possession. Moreover, although they did not know how many profound Yin spirit fruits he had, the number was definitely not few. This was not something Feng Ying could decide for the others, so she responded after a short pause, "I'll ask and see." Unexpectedly, Xianxia laughed bitterly. "I don't think anybody would take them." "Why not?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling astonished. The small universe of the black ink disciples they rescued earlier should be in a damaged state. Hence, the profound Yin spirit fruit should be extremely attractive to them. Why would anyone refuse such an offer? Xianxia did not explain and simply said, "You'll soon find out." Meanwhile, Feng Ying closed her eyes and said nothing, probably communicating with the open heaven realm masters inside her small universe. A short while later she opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "You should hold on to those profound Yin spirit fruits for now." As predicted, nobody wanted the profound Yin spirit fruits. Seeming to understand Yang Kai's confusion, Xianxia explained, "When they come across such opportunities, they will always choose to leave them for the high-rank open heaven masters. Forget the spirit fruits in your possession. Even if they obtained one themselves, they would not consume it easily. On the contrary, they would choose to turn it over to the higher-ups." After saying that, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and walked over to the side. Sitting down cross-legged, he swallowed the profound Yin spirit fruit. Yang Kai stood in silence for a long while, but in the end he just sighed softly. He never expected the people they rescued to resist the temptation and refuse the profound Yin spirit fruits. Nevertheless, this incident allowed him to experience the difference in culture on the black ink battlefield. In the 3,000 worlds, such a precious treasure would have attracted the greed of countless people. On the contrary, the hearts and minds of the people were united as one on the black ink battlefield. Everybody would choose the option that was most beneficial to the overall situation. They would never disregard the bigger picture just to satisfy their own selfish desires. The black ink cloud was filled with silence as the trio focused on their respective recovery and meditation. From time to time, subtle fluctuations in the world force would radiate from Xianxia, most likely the result of the profound Yin spirit fruit at work to mend his small universe. It took more than 20 days for the intermittent fluctuations coming from him to finally subside. Another half-day later he slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai had been paying close attention to the changes in Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia at this moment, he could sense that Xianxia's aura seemed to be different from before and he had become much more confident. When their gazes met, Xianxia nodded lightly at Yang Kai to express his gratitude. Feng Ying spoke up from the side, "Are you prepared?" "Yes," Xianxia nodded. "In that case, let us depart," she said as she climbed to her feet. Before their departure, the three of them made some preparations. All the open heaven realm masters they previously rescued were currently hiding inside Feng Ying's small universe. As a 7th order open heaven realm master, her small universe was big enough to accommodate these people. However, accommodating too many of them placed a burden on her and affected how much strength she could wield. In addition, if they were to launch another surprise attack on the Black Ink clan like before, it would take some time for her to release all of them from her small universe. Following a brief discussion, a dozen or so 5th order open heaven realm masters were taken into Yang Kai's small universe while the rest were split equally between Feng Ying and Xianxia. At this point, the expression on Xianxia's face when he looked at Yang Kai could only be described as flabbergasted. They had not known each other for long, but Yang Kai had already sprung so many surprises on him in such a short period. Yang Kai had the means to restore order to chaos, which could rescue the Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength. He had also given a profound Yin spirit fruit to Xianxia, and now he could even accommodate living beings inside his small universe. Leaving aside the matter of the profound Yin spirit fruit, the two other matters could be said to be unprecedented in all the years that Xianxia had been alive. These two events had certainly given him quite a huge shock. Feng Ying observed Xianxia's expression and smiled slightly. This brat also has a world spring, one of the 4 universe pillars. I wonder what Xianxia would think if he found out about that. In all honesty, she herself had been shocked by Yang Kai on numerous occasions. She had never met a 6th order open heaven realm master like him before. There were always all kinds of bizarre things about him, so she was often astounded by the unexpected incidents that he accidentally created. There were times when she simply could not understand. Somebody like him should be carefully protected. So how did he end up in the depths of the Black Ink clan's domain where he had to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple to survive? The main force of the Black Ink clan had been gathering successively on the front lines, but there would always be some scattered Black Ink clansmen who were slower to head for the battlefield. They were not as orderly as the human race, so they moved in a more scattered fashion. What's more, the territory occupied by the Black Ink clan in the Black Ink battlefield was too vast. Even under the Royal Lord's call to arms, there was bound to be a difference across the various territories in terms of the Black Ink clan's response speed. There were also Black Ink clansmen who would delay or find excuses to refuse joining the front lines of the battlefield. More importantly, these Black Ink clansmen who belatedly rushed for the battlefield usually traveled in small groups, which gave the trio numerous opportunities to act. If there were too many in a group, the trio would remain hidden and not reveal their whereabouts. If it was a small group, then they devoured their prey in one bite. They slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen and did their best to rescue as many Black Ink disciples as they could. In the past, just Yang Kai and Feng Ying were enough to kick up a storm in the Black Ink clan's rear lines. Now that they not only gained an additional helping hand in Xianxia, but also dozens of helpers, it was only natural that these activities became even easier to carry out. As the days passed, more and more Black Ink disciples were rescued. Their lineup grew from tens to hundreds and soon breached the 200 mark. Among these people, they also gained 2 additional 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Including Feng Ying and Xianxia, they now had a total of 4 7th Order Masters on their side. Needless to say, the 2 newly rescued 7th Order Masters received a gift from Yang Kai. They consumed the profound Yin spirit fruit and restored their small universes. Over the recent period, at least 2,000 Black Ink clansmen had died at their hands, including a dozen or so feudal lords. It could be said that their battles had been very fruitful. After a particularly large battle, Yang Kai and the 4 7th Order Masters hid themselves inside a Black Ink cloud to rest and recover their strength. During such times, Yang Kai would always think about Meng Qi. The current situation could be said to have been jointly created by Meng Qi and Feng Ying with their own hands. Meng Qi was not as powerful as Feng Ying in terms of strength, but he was also in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If he had not chosen to commit suicide back then and instead leave with Yang Kai, he might have been able to survive. Be that as it may, he had resolutely chosen to sacrifice himself because there was always a chance that something detrimental might happen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4940, It's a Trap. Meng Qi had been worried that he might become corrupted by the Black Ink strength again. If that were to happen, the secret of the Void Corridor would definitely be exposed and the 3,000 worlds would be invaded by the Black Ink clan army. He had not dared to take any chances so long as even the slightest possibility existed. Thus, he had chosen to sacrifice his life instead. Although Yang Kai understood the reason behind those actions, he could not help feeling regretful whenever he came across similar situations and remembered Meng Qi. Other than Yang Kai, nobody else in this world knew that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Exquisite Paradise had sacrificed his life in order to protect a secret related to the safety of the 3,000 worlds. As a matter of fact, countless human masters had risked their lives on the Black Ink battlefield since ancient times. Who among them had not given blood and life to stop the invasion of the Black Ink clan? Be that as it may, with the exception of the elders and elite disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, most of the people in the 3,000 worlds were not even aware of the Black Ink clan's existence. The cave heavens and paradises had contributed greatly to the 3,000 worlds. "We've got movement," a low voice sounded inside the Black Ink cloud. The others who were resting nearby quickly opened their eyes and focused their senses outside. Sure enough, they discovered movement. A large number of Black Ink clansmen suddenly entered the range of their perception. Not only were there as many as 500 people in the approaching group, but several Black Ink feudal lords were leading it. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters exchanged a glance with each other and noticed the eagerness in the other's eyes. During this period of time, everybody had carried out numerous acts of intercepting the enemy, so it could be said that they had long since gotten accustomed to such acts. In fact, this large group of Black Ink clansmen looked like nothing more than a delectable piece of meat in their eyes. With their current lineup, they were perfectly capable of destroying this enemy. Most importantly, there were many Black Ink disciples among this group of enemies. If they could successfully rescue these black ink disciples, they would further increase their strength. In the beginning, if they had encountered such a group of enemies, they could only choose to make a temporary retreat. There was no helping it as the difference in numbers was too great. In contrast, even though they currently only seemed to have 5 people on the surface, the truth was that they each contained many helpers in their respective small universes. It was only natural for them to eye these enemies with relish. Something is wrong, Yang Kai suddenly scowled. What's wrong? The person who asked the question was an elderly-looking man. He was one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who introduced himself as Chi Tai Chu of Yuan Origin Paradise. Their direction is wrong. Yang Kai shook his head. Upon hearing those words, another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Ning Qiji of Red Sun Paradise agreed. That's right. Why is a Black Ink army coming from that direction? During this period, all the Black Ink clansmen they intercepted had been heading towards the front lines of the battlefield from the Black Ink clan's territory. However, this group of enemies came from the opposite direction. From the looks of it, they seemed to have retreated from the front lines of the battlefield. Did they finish fighting on the front lines? Shin Ao raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, then it was good news. They would only need to wait for the Black Ink clan army to retreat, and then they could make the return trip. There was no need to continue hiding and sneaking around. It's too quick. Feng Ying slowly shook her head. When has the Black Ink clan's attack not lasted at least a decade or two? There are times when they even attack for hundreds of years without stopping. How could they possibly retreat so quickly? Then why did this group return? Could they be escorting something? They whispered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions. Even so, none of them could provide a reasonable answer. The enemy was approaching closer and closer, so if they did not make a move now, they would miss the opportunity to do so. Seeing this, Ning Qiji asked, "Are we attacking or not?" All of them turned to look at Feng Ying. Although she was a woman, she was also the strongest among them. Moreover, all of them were jointly rescued by her and Yang Kai, so it was only natural for her to take command. Feng Ying turned towards Yang Kai with an inquiring glance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. It's probably okay to attack, but we should be extra careful. If you think that something is wrong, retreat immediately. She nodded in agreement. In that case, let's move. The moment the words left her mouth, she took the lead and rushed out of the Black Ink cloud. Yang Kai and the others quickly followed suit. As usual, when the 5 figures emerged from the Black Ink cloud, the Black Ink clan noticed them immediately and turned to look in their direction. The leading Black Ink feudal lords exchanged glances with each other, showing suspicious and puzzled expressions. One of them immediately raised his hand to stop the forward motion of the group they were leading. Then they quietly waited for the 5 figures to approach. Although they did not seem to be on guard against the 5 approaching figures, it was not due to a lack of vigilance. The main reason was that no ordinary human cultivator would conceal themselves inside a Black Ink cloud. Those who dared to hide inside a Black Ink cloud without fear of being corrupted by the Black Ink strength were definitely already Black Ink disciples. Besides, they had hundreds of people on their side while Yang Kai's party only had 5. The gap in their numbers was too great. Those were the same reasons why Yang Kai and the others could repeatedly approach their enemies in such a bold fashion and succeed in their sneak attacks. The distance between both parties grew closer and closer, so much so that they could clearly see the expressions on each other's faces. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed at something. A long sword appeared in her grip, and she immediately slid her finger across the blade of her sword. Following a surge of world force, a crisp humming sound reverberated throughout the void. Thousands of sword waves appeared behind her, twisting and converging to form a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon in an instant. At the same time, she concealed herself within the dragon head and vanished out of sight. As soon as she attacked, she unleashed her divine manifestation. It was obvious that she planned to end this battle as quickly as possible. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan clearly never expected this kind of thing to happen. They initially thought that these people were 5 Black Ink disciples separated from their masters. Therefore, they had planned to wait for the other party to approach and enjoy some easy benefits. Who could have expected the other party to unleash a killing move instead? The sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clansmen reeling in confusion. The expression of the leading feudal lord changed drastically and he shouted ferociously, "Enemy attack!" For a time the 500-man team was engulfed in chaos. At the same time the 1,000-meter-long sword dragon lunged towards the Black Ink clan army while shaking its head and flicking its tail. Nobody could halt its rampage. The sword waves that formed the body of the sword dragon vibrated with a humming sound, turning into unstoppable weapons. All the Black Ink clansmen who came into contact with the sword waves were either heavily injured or killed on the spot. In that way the enormous sword dragon swept open an empty path through the Black Ink clan army. When Feng Ying made her move, Yang Kai and the others immediately opened the portals to their small universe. Numerous figures that had been prepared for a long time emerged from within. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly lonesome 5-man party expanded into a small army of over 200 people that charged towards the Black Ink clan with a ferocious roar. The Black Ink clan was stunned by the attack. Targeted by Xianxia and the others, the feudal lords were unable to issue effective orders. Consequently, the battlefield was soon split apart. The Black Ink clan were separated into small groups that stuck together on the defensive. Yang Kai ignored the feudal lords as his figure moved through the crowd as nimbly as a fish in water. Whenever he came across an opportunity to attack, he would not miss it. The azure dragon spear in his hand swept out left and right. Everywhere he passed, Black Ink clansmen erupted into blood mist in his wake. With his current strength, as long as he did not encounter a feudal lord, nobody beneath them could defend against his spear. Be that as it may, his main task was not to slaughter the Black Ink clansmen but to rescue the Black Ink disciples. Purifying light flickered here and there, following Yang Kai's figure as he roamed the battlefield. The Black Ink strength was dispelled from the bodies of the Black Ink disciples, and they regained their clarity one after another. Although there were hundreds of people on both sides, the battle was an extremely one-sided slaughter. Not to mention it was the human race with fewer numbers who held the upper hand. It was very strange indeed. However, this result came from catching the Black Ink clan by surprise. The Black Ink clan never expected the 5 human cultivators who approached them to carry malicious intent. In addition, Feng Ying's divine manifestation had caused great casualties and instilled panic among the Black Ink clan army right at the outset of the battle. If both sides could reconstruct their formation and fight on fair terms, the Black Ink clan would not suffer so badly even if they were ultimately outmatched. Many Black Ink clansmen tried to escape when they saw that the situation was not in their favor. Be that as it may, how could the human cultivators allow these Black Ink clansmen to survive? The human cultivators immediately gave pursuit and quickly slaughtered the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. The intense battle took less than an hour from the beginning to the end. All the Black Ink clansmen were eliminated and the Black Ink disciples were rescued. The human cultivators also suffered some casualties, but their losses were within the acceptable range. Martial uncles and martial aunts, this junior brother has important information to report. While they were counting their losses on the battlefield, somebody walked over to Feng Ying and the others with a young man in tow. Yang Kai turned to look at the young man and recognized him as one of the Black Ink disciples he rescued earlier. Feng Ying looked at the young man and asked, "What information?" The young man solemnly cupped his fist. "Martial aunt, this is a trap. We cannot stay here for long." She frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Explain clearly." He thus explained, "I don't know much, but the Black Ink clan seems to have noticed something strange. They believe that a small team of human cultivators are causing havoc in the rear, so they dispatched some people to launch a search. They intend to locate and eliminate the hidden team. We were merely one of the search teams. There are another 7 or 8 teams in the vicinity. As soon as they discover something, they will immediately communicate with each other to provide support. Although you moved very quickly just now, Martial Ant, the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan are probably on the way. Moreover, I overheard several Black Ink clansmen mention that this operation is being overseen by a territory lord." The expression of Feng Ying and the others immediately became grim. All the doubts and illogical occurrences from before were clarified at this moment. Xianxia pounded his fist against his palm and gritted his teeth. "I was wondering why this group was retreating from the front lines. It turns out that they have noticed our movements." Ning Chizi frowned. "Although we've always wiped out the enemy without fail, the Black Ink clan has suffered quite a heavy loss recently. It was only a matter of time before we were discovered, but I never imagined that they would respond so quickly. The Black Ink clansmen who should have headed to the front lines had repeatedly failed to arrive on the battlefield. One or two people might have gone unnoticed, but it was impossible for thousands to simply be overlooked. This war began because the human masters had raided the Black Ink clan's domain and destroyed a number of the Black Ink clan's territories along the way. Therefore, it was not strange for the Black Ink clan to suspect that a small team of human masters were causing havoc in the rear. This particular Black Ink clan team had been ordered to perform a search of this region. Under normal circumstances, they would have been on guard when they encountered these 5 people, but Feng Ying and the others had emerged from within the Black Ink cloud, which caused the Black Ink clansmen to mistakenly assume that they were Black Ink disciples. For that reason, the Black Ink clansmen lowered their guard and allowed Feng Ying's party to launch a sneak attack. Everybody began moving swiftly. Although they slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen, the information would have leaked out by now. The other Black Ink clan search teams in the vicinity would surely be on their way to provide support. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-41 escaped towards the rear. What's more, the one presiding over this matter was a Black Ink territory lord. That was in existence on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they ran into a master of that caliber, nobody could be his opponent. Upon learning the seriousness of the issue, they did not dare to delay any longer. They quickly prepared for departure and hastily left the scene after the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered all the other cultivators into their small universes. Their swift response allowed them to safely make their escape. Not to mention, the Black Ink clan did not expect the Black Ink disciples who originally belonged to them to leak their information to the enemy. An hour later, the group of 5 hid inside another Black Ink cloud and quietly focused their minds to conceal their auras. They did not dare to act rashly and instead laid low inside the Black Ink cloud for the next half-month. From time to time, they would detect hundreds of Black Ink clansmen passing by in the vicinity. It was obvious that the Black Ink clan was searching for them. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan only managed to infer that the enemy was a small team of human cultivators causing havoc at the rear. They did not know who these people were or how many people were involved. Every time Yang Kai and the others made a move, they would ruthlessly wipe out all the Black Ink clansmen they encountered, so it was only natural that their information was not spread to the Black Ink clan. In any case, the thought that the enemy was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud would never occur to the Black Ink clan. That was also why they failed to discover their targets despite searching very thoroughly and even passing by the spot where Yang Kai and the others were hiding a number of times. On the flip side, the group of 5 were no longer free to take action as they pleased. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had created a safe area inside the Black Ink cloud so they could hide without worrying about being corroded by the Black Ink strength. Although they were safe for the time being, hiding like this was not a viable long-term strategy. The Black Ink clan had failed to obtain results after searching for so long, so there was no saying whether they would begin to investigate the situation inside the Black Ink clouds as a result. If they were to do so, then Yang Kai and the others would not be able to remain hidden for much longer. It would only be a matter of time before their whereabouts were exposed. At that time, they would fall into a situation where they could no longer take the initiative. Inside the Black Ink cloud, Feng Ying looked at the others with a solemn expression. It's time to take a risk. Ning Qizhi frowned. Senior Sister Feng, what do you mean? She turned back to look at the front lines. Aiming for stealth will only make our situation more and more difficult. I want to try and see if we can return to the Great Pass. What do you think? Everybody fell silent for some time. They were once Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength. Having served the Black Ink clan as servants for so long, it had been a long time since they returned to the Great Passes guarded by the human race. What they wanted more than anything in the world was to return. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, they could not return just because they wanted to. There was bound to be a certain degree of risk involved. Shen Ao said, the Black Ink clan has already been alerted to our presence, so choosing to remain here will not be beneficial to us. Although we don't have many on our side, our numbers are not few. If we can find a suitable opportunity, we might be able to forge a path through the Black Ink clan army. We still stand a chance to return. Chi Tai Chu nodded in agreement. I agree. Back when I was corrupted by Black Ink strength, this old man had already died once. Now that I have been given a second chance at life, It won't be a loss if I can drag a few Black Ink clansmen down with me. In fact, it's already a win if I can slaughter 2 Black Ink clansmen. Therefore this old man will go along with whatever you decide. I may not have the brightest mind, but I can contribute in terms of strength. Xianxia added, let's return then. Seeing as nobody else had any objections, Feng Ting nodded in satisfaction. Then let us return. She turned to look at Yang Kai. Please be careful. You must stick close to me. There were 2 reasons why she insisted on going back at this time. The first reason was that their current situation had gotten dangerous, and the second reason was that she wanted to send Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's cultivation might not be high, but his very existence was extremely important to the human race as a whole. He could not risk himself by accompanying them here. If not for these considerations, she might not have been so desperate. If possible, she even wanted Yang Kai to hide inside her small universe without revealing himself. In that way he would not be in danger as long as she did not die. However, she could not do so because of his ability to dispel and purify Black Ink's strength. During a battle against the Black Ink clan, his ability could be critical at any moment. Once they finished their discussions, the group of 5 did not procrastinate. They immediately rushed out of the Black Ink cloud and sped directly towards the front lines of the battlefield. Since they had already decided to return, then there was no need to hesitate or take detours. The Black Ink clan's search had been ongoing all this time. Moreover, they had increased their manpower since they failed to locate their targets after searching for so long. As a result, the whereabouts of these 5 were exposed in just half a day. Even if they had expected this situation, they couldn't help feeling flustered when they were found so quickly. The ones who discovered their whereabouts was a small team consisting of no more than 10 individuals. They immediately killed their enemies without mercy. However, more and more Black Ink clansmen began to surround them from all directions. The Black Ink clan seemed to have divided their teams in order to perform an exhaustive grid search. By keeping in contact and exchanging news with each other, they could trigger a rapid response throughout the network if any issues cropped up somewhere. Yang Kai's group of 5 massacred their enemies along the way and slaughtered many Black Ink clansmen as a result, but every attack exposed their own position. A few days later, an imposing and oppressive aura entered their perception from a great distance. When they looked up, they saw a rich darkness approaching them at a high speed from the direction where the aura originated. A territory lord. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, shouted suddenly. Her expression instantaneously changed drastically. What made her speechless was that the Black Ink territory lord gave her an extremely familiar feeling. If she remembered correctly, he was the one who tried to corrupt her with his Black Ink strength previously. At the time, he had poured his Black Ink strength into her, and thinking that he had successfully corrupted her, he then rushed off to the battlefield after briefly instructing her to follow once she recovered her strength. How could he have known that one of the human masters had planted a secret technique inside Feng Ying's small universe that allowed her to resist the Black Ink strength corruption once? In the end, Feng Ying killed Nu Yen as soon as she recovered. She initially thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again, but who knew that he would be the one overseeing the search for their whereabouts? If the 5 of them had noticed the territory lord, then it was a given that the territory lord had also noticed them. It was just that they were too far apart, so nobody could do anything to the other yet. A look of hesitation flashed across Feng Ying's face. She was one of the strongest among the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and was only one step away from advancing to the 8th Order. On the other hand, Xianxia and the other 2 had recently consumed profound Yin spirit fruits. Their small universes had been repaired, so their strength was no longer compromised. If the 4 of them joined hands to fight the territory lord, they might stand a chance against him. Even if they were not his opponents, they would not suffer a crushing defeat. Nonetheless, this was not the time to pick a fight with a Black Ink territory lord. The Black Ink clan army was closing in on them from all sides, and it would be difficult for them to escape if they were encircled. That was why Feng Ying shouted after a moment of hesitation, "Let's go." She took the lead and sped in a certain direction. Yang Kai and the others quickly followed. The territory lord chased after them like maggots on rotting bones. Moreover, his speed was strangely fast. Despite their best efforts, the distance between them continued to shrink. At this rate, it would not take longer than a few days before the enemy caught up to them and a massive battle became unavoidable. To make matters worse, the Black Ink clan had regrouped and formed several hundred-man teams that blocked the way ahead. Although the 5 of them discovered this situation early, they had no other option but to change directions and take detours that delayed their escape. After several days of repetition, a look of despair appeared on the faces of Feng Ying and the others. Leaving aside the territory lord who was gradually closing in on them, the encirclement by the Black Ink clan's teams had forced them into a corner where they could not take a step forward. They could only keep running around in a fixed region. Unfortunately, as the encirclement shrank steadily, there was less and less space for them to maneuver. If this situation were to continue, they would eventually become a turtle hiding in its shell. During the chase, Feng Ying turned to look at Yang Kai, desperately trying to think of a solution. It did not matter if the rest of them died here, but the loss would be far too heavy if they failed to send Yang Kai back. The abilities he wielded were vital to the human race's war effort. Just as her thoughts were swirling around in her head, Yang Kai suddenly looked at her. "Senior, we should flee towards the rear." She glanced in the direction he was pointing and shook her head. Although there is a gap in that direction, it is obviously part of the Black Ink clan's plan. We would be playing right into their hands if we did that. Even for us, that will be nothing more than a futile struggle prolonging our deaths. They came from the Black Ink clan hinterland in the first place, so wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain if they were to go back there now? Yang Kai insisted, "I have a way to get us out of this situation. Please trust me." "You have a way?" Feng Ying was astonished by his proposal. Similarly, Xianxia and the others looked at him in surprise. In this situation, it could be said that they were at the end of their rope. Their only option was to fight their way out. Even they were helpless, so how could he have a solution? "What is your solution?" Ning Qizhi couldn't help asking. Yang Kai shook his head. "You will understand later. There's no need to inquire further, senior." Ning Qizhi smacked his lips and said nothing. Feng Ying hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. "Good." Taking the lead to turn around, she sped towards the rear. The others had no choice but to follow her and change their direction. At this point they were truly heading towards a dead end. Not knowing Yang Kai's plan, they couldn't help feeling rather anxious. The Black Ink clan clearly did not expect the human cultivators to make such a decision. Seeing that the other party was heading deeper into Black Ink clan territory, they quickly gave chase. Meanwhile, the territory lord in the lead sneered coldly. From his point of view, these damned human cultivators were simply prolonging their deaths. As long as he could catch up to them, he would show them just how powerful he was. During the chase, the territory lord's oppressive aura grew closer and closer while the expressions on the faces of Feng Ying and the others turned ugly. Half a day later, Ning Qizhi lost his patience. "Little brother, if you have a plan, then you should act now. It will be too late if you don't. If you don't have a solution, then be honest with us. If we put our lives on the line, we might even be able to kill that territory lord." Killing a territory lord was far-fetched, as his strength was not just for show after all. Even so, they could injure him to a certain extent. After listening to those words, Yang Kai looked behind him. The territory lord was almost upon them, and if he closed the gap any further, he would be able to start attacking them. Therefore, Yang Kai immediately nodded. "It's about time." His figure stopped moving all of a sudden. Feng Ying and the others quickly came to a stop. Caught off guard by his actions, they quickly turned to look back at him. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-42 Blue Sky Pass. "Please come closer to me," Yang Kai shouted. Feng Ying and the others looked at each other, wondering what kind of bottle-gourd medicine he was peddling, but they were influenced by his calm confidence and quickly gathered around him. "No matter what happens, do not circulate your strength," he added in warning. They glanced at the Black Ink territory lord, who was fast approaching them, and their faces twitched at the sight. The territory lord was almost upon them, so wouldn't they be courting death if they didn't even try to defend themselves? "Little brother, are you confident?" Ning Qizhi asked in a whisper, his fist clenched tightly, revealing the anxiety in his heart. "Don't worry, senior. I will not joke around with my own life," Yang Kai responded lightly while staring fixedly ahead. His statement was the truth, as nobody would joke around with their life on the line. Even so, the fact that Yang Kai refused to tell them anything in advance made them very anxious. Meanwhile, the territory lord approached relentlessly. It was obvious that he had noticed the abnormality up ahead. The human cultivators who suddenly halted in their tracks made him suspicious and wary, and he couldn't help wondering whether there was a trap waiting for him. However, his powerful perception did not detect any traces of a trap. Annoyance flared in his heart. How dare they make a fool of me when they are on the verge of death? His hand reached out to grab at something in front of him. His black ink strength surged violently and gathered into a cloud that took the shape of a gigantic palm. Following that, a majestic aura loomed over Feng Ying and the others in an oppressive manner. Feng Ying and the others couldn't help feeling nervous. Moreover, they nearly activated their powers on instinct to defend against the attack. At that very moment, though, a strange and mysterious energy fluctuation poured out from Yang Kai's body to wrap around the others in an instant. In the next moment, the world spun dizzyingly. This was a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. It felt familiar because they had experienced similar situations many times throughout their lives. On the other hand, it felt unfamiliar because they had not experienced this feeling since they arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. By the time they came back to their senses, they discovered that they were standing in a completely different part of the void. The territory lord, who was approaching them aggressively, was nowhere to be seen. Not to mention, they did not see a single Black Ink clansman nearby when they turned to look around. Feng Ying stared at Yang Kai in a mixture of amazement and doubt. A space technique. The feeling just now was very similar to her experience when she activated the universe transference law with the help of the universe temples in the 3000 worlds a long time ago. If not for that, she would not have made such a guess. What's more, a strange energy fluctuation had come out of Yang Kai's body right before that phenomenon. Looking back at it now, that was clearly the fluctuation of space principles. On the other hand, Ning Qizhi hurriedly took out his universe chart and checked their current position. After he confirmed their location, he looked absolutely stunned. In an instant, they had traveled several tens of millions of kilometers. Their current location was clearly somewhere they passed some time ago, the very spot where Yang Kai first suggested to Feng Ying that they flee to the rear. In fact, in other words, they had traveled from deep within the Black Ink clan hinterland to this spot in the blink of an eye. In addition, the Black Ink clan chasing them relentlessly had been left far behind. How did he do it? This junior is proficient in the Tao of space. Faced with the suspicious looks from the other four, Yang Kai was forced to provide a brief explanation. Shineo could barely believe his ears. I've heard of what masters of the Tao of space can do, but to travel over such a great distance in the blink of an eye? That's difficult to believe. The corners of Chi Tai Chu's brow twitched. That's right. If you had such means, then why were we fleeing all this time? You should have just brought us back directly. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and elaborated. That's impossible. What I did just now required the help of an artifact. That is why I was able to bring you back here directly. I don't have an artifact at the Great Pass to act as a beacon, so I am unable to return there directly. The others did not fully understand his explanation or what artifact he was referring to either, but they understood one thing. If he had the ability to bring them back directly, he would not have taken such risks in the first place. At the same time, they also understood why he had warned them not to use their strength earlier. It was because he planned to cast the space technique and transport them across the void. If an external power had interfered with his technique, then there was a high chance that it would have failed. It was fortunate that they had forcibly held back under the threat of the Black Ink territory lord. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Now that we have shaken the enemy off our tail, we should not be in danger for the time being. But we should hurry up and leave as soon as possible, Yang Kai said with a glance at Feng Ying. Feng Ying suppressed the astonishment in her eyes and nodded. You're right. Without taking the time to recover their strength, they sped towards the front lines at a high speed. Along the way, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would turn to look at Yang Kai from time to time as though trying to spot something on his face. He had given them many unexpected surprises during this short period. They never imagined that he would pull out another surprise at that moment. The Tao of space was extremely profound. What's more, it was very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate. Although they did not know how deep Yang Kai's attainments were in the Tao of space, judging from the phenomenon just now, they could ascertain that his accomplishments were not low. It would have been impossible for him to do such things otherwise. Ning Qizhi leaned towards Yang Kai and whispered, Little brother, what other abilities are you hiding? Why don't you tell us now so that we can mentally prepare ourselves and prevent your actions from catching us off guard again? Yang Kai burst into laughter. That's too much, senior. This junior is only in the 6th order open heaven realm. How can I have any hidden abilities? Ning Qizhi spat disdainfully. Dishonest brat. There were many 6th order open heaven realm masters on the black ink battlefield, but they had never met such a unique 6th order master before. It was just as Feng Ying had wondered in the past. How did somebody like Yang Kai end up in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory? Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to become corrupted by the Black Ink or be captured by them. Whilst traveling, they quietly recovered their strength. Everybody knew that a deadly and desperate battle was waiting for them up ahead. At this time, the slightest extra bit of power could affect the entire battle situation. That was why they made haste to recuperate. After repeating this cycle for more than 10 days, a majestic structure entered Yang Kai's field of vision. Even though he was only looking at the structure from a distance, he could clearly sense its enormity. Like a huge city that stood in the middle of the void, the structure was completely made of metal that gleamed with a cold light. At a rough estimate, it was at least 1,000 kilometers in length and breadth. When he set eyes upon this majestic structure, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight sense of awe. Although he had always known that the cave heavens and paradises had been guarding these great passes for countless years, he never expected the Great Pass to be so enormous. Moreover, if his guess was correct, the Great Pass itself was an extremely extraordinary object. Turning to look at Feng Ying, Yang Kai interrupted, "Senior, is the Great Pass a kind of mobile palace artifact?" Feng Ying glanced at him suspiciously. Her expression seemed confused, as though wondering why he only learned about this now. Nevertheless, she explained, "That's right. Every single Great Pass protected by the cave heavens and paradises on the Black Ink battlefield is a mobile palace artifact. They were refined through an extraordinary amount of time and resources. That is the only method to prevent the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds." Although he had some guesses, Yang Kai couldn't help gulping nervously when he heard her explanation. Such an enormous mobile palace artifact was simply beyond his imagination. How many resources had been required to build this mobile palace artifact? It had to be said that the average great force in the 3,000 worlds was not qualified to possess their own mobile palace artifact because the cost was so high that they simply could not afford one. Only the top second-class great forces, cave heavens, and paradises could afford to refine their own mobile palace artifacts. Be that as it may, comparing those mobile palace artifacts with the Great Pass in front of him was like comparing the light from a firefly with the bright full moon. Judging by the scale of this Great Pass, it was not something that was constructed in a day or a year or even a millennium. The structure was probably built little by little over an immeasurable amount of time. Otherwise, it was impossible to reach such an impressive scale. Taking out his universe chart and checking his current position, Yang Kai discovered that the Great Pass in front of him was the Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying came from Blue Sky Paradise. In other words, Blue Sky Pass was the Great Pass guarded by Blue Sky Paradise. After so many years, Shen Ao and the others couldn't help feeling emotional at the sight of the Great Pass. They never imagined that they would one day come back to this place as part of the human race. Although they followed the Black Ink clan onto the battlefield several times in the past, they had been part of the Black Ink clan's army and the enemy of the human race at the time. They also slaughtered many of their clansmen with their own hands. Upon recalling those memories now, they were absolutely heartbroken. With such a magnificent weapon, what is there to fear about the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked curiously, "Can anybody control this object?" Feng Ying shook her head in response, "It is far too large. Even the old ancestors are unable to control them freely. Be that as it may, we can operate most of its defensive and offensive abilities without any issue. The main problem is that we are unable to move the artifact. Otherwise, the old ancestors would have mobilized these artifacts to invade the Black Ink clan's territory a long time ago." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors might be astoundingly powerful, but their strength was still not enough for them to mobilize such an enormous object on their own. At this moment, Blue Sky Pass was enveloped in a tide-like pitch-black darkness. The Black Ink clan was continuously attacking the Great Pass from all directions. Numerous dazzling beams of lights shot out from within the great pass, blasting directly into the middle of the Black Ink clan army. Every attack was capable of turning the Black Ink clan upside down. There were also countless warships of different shapes and sizes shuttling across the battlefield, as well as innumerable figures fighting with the Black Ink clan. The battlefield was vast and the situation varied from place to place. Some places had intense battles while others were relatively calm. Yang Kai took in everything before him, feeling agitated by the sights. He was tempted to charge straight into the battlefield to support his allies. Be that as it may, he knew that his individual strength was insignificant in this environment. It was not realistic to break through the Black Ink clan army's blockade with his strength alone. At this moment, it remained necessary for him to work with Feng Ying and the others. "Which way should we go?" Shin Ao asked. "Let's wait for now." Feng Ying was closely monitoring the movement across the entire battlefront. There were approximately 300 people on their side, a force that was neither large nor small. They might not be able to change the situation across the entire battlefield, but they could influence the trend of the smaller battles. That was why they had to act cautiously. Their wait lasted for 2 or 3 days. Fortunately, they were not a large target, so they did not attract the attention of the Black Ink clan as they quietly hid in the distance. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-43, Be Wary of Deception. Everywhere outside Blue Sky Pass was basically a battlefield. With their overwhelming numbers, the Black Ink clan was extremely aggressive. Meanwhile, the human race was firmly defending against their attacks. Neither party was advancing or retreating, and both sides were fighting ferociously. A certain spot on the battlefield caught Feng Ying's attention. There was a Black Ink territory lord fighting an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in that direction. The fallout of their clash could be seen by the naked eye. As a result, both armies quickly scattered wherever they passed during the course of their battle. The battle was extremely fierce, lasting for 4 to 6 hours. In the end, both figures retreated from battle. The 8th Order Master retreated into Blue Sky Pass while the Territory Lord evacuated to the rear with the support of the Black Ink clan. Neither master could do anything to the other. Nevertheless, both parties were wounded after the intense battle earlier. Although the leading figures in the battle had retired, the armies under their command continued to fight unceasingly. The battle was extremely fierce. Upon seeing the situation, Feng Ying pointed in that direction with a look of resolve in her eyes. "If we're going to do something, we should do something big." Everybody had seen the situation with their own eyes, so how could they not understand her intentions when they heard her statement? All of them immediately looked nervous and excited, but nobody objected to her plan. The Black Ink clan army surrounded the entire Blue Sky Pass, so if they wanted to return, they needed to confront that army. Now that the Black Ink clan territory lord who oversaw that region of the battlefield was injured, he could be said to be the weakest link. There was a possibility of success if they launched a surprise attack in that direction. Looking around at the crowd, Feng Ying saw that nobody had any objections. Thus she immediately took the lead to rush forward with a shout, "Let's go!" Yang Kai and the others quickly followed after her. There was a large ship at the rear of the Black Ink clan army, and the injured territory lord from before had retreated to it. He was currently sitting on the deck and treating his injuries while monitoring the movements on the battlefield, ready to issue an order at any time to make adjustments to the strategy. All of a sudden he sensed something and glanced towards the rear. He saw several streams of light speeding towards him. It was obvious that there were several human figures hidden within those streams of lights. The sight made him furrow his brow, and he lifted his hand slightly as a signal. A feudal lord beside him immediately stepped forward and shouted solemnly, "Who goes there?" Feng Ying shouted from a distance, "Dare I ask which territory lord oversees this place?" "Hong Lian territory lord has an order to convey." When Yang Kai and the others heard her statement, their brows twitched. They had heard this statement countless times recently. Feng Ying had repeatedly used the name Hong Lian territory lord as an excuse, but she always succeeded at obtaining the Black Ink clan's trust every single time. It was not that the Black Ink clan's defenses were weak, they were simply too bold and reckless. When they were traveling across the Black Ink clan's domain and attacking various areas, the Black Ink clan never even imagined that these human cultivators would dare to be so fearless as to attack them. Instead, they would automatically assume that these human cultivators were Black Ink disciples under the command of Honglian Territory Lord. The current situation was no different. How could the Territory Lord possibly think that these human cultivators would aim directly for him with malicious intentions in their hearts? Still, he coldly snorted at those words and snarled, "What right does Honglian have to issue orders to this Territory Lord?" As a Territory Lord himself, he could be said to be on equal footing with Honglian, so it was naturally impossible for him to obey the orders of the other. Be that as it may, there were times when the Territory Lords would work together, which was why he did not prevent the other party from approaching him even though he was not happy with the situation. He wanted to hear what Honglian had to say. At his signal, the feudal lord who spoke just now stepped aside. Feng Ying flew downward with the others, summoning her divine manifestation while she was still mid-flight. Amidst the crackling sounds, a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon took shape as sword cries rang out endlessly. Xianxia and the others also unleashed their divine abilities at the same time. Ignoring everything else, they aimed their attacks directly at the Territory Lord. The sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clan stunned. Even the Territory Lord's reaction was slower than usual. The main reason was that none of them expected these human cultivators to be enemies at all. The enemy had concentrated all its forces around the Great Pass after all, so how was it possible for the enemy to suddenly appear from the rear? In an instant, world force surged. The gigantic ship exploded and a number of Black Ink clansmen aboard it were either killed or seriously injured. Simultaneously, the light of countless divine abilities and secret techniques enveloped the injured Territory Lord. A short while later, the light dissipated to reveal the Territory Lord's giant figure. He was in a miserable state, but there was no helping that. His previous battle with the human master had concluded with both sides suffering grievous injuries. The sneak attack came before he could even begin to recover or treat his injuries, and it was so sudden that he blanked out from the shock. Nevertheless, the sudden sneak attack infuriated him greatly and he gave a furious roar, "You dare?" As he shouted, he reached out his hand and grabbed at them. On the other hand, Feng Ying took the initiative to make her move. The sword dragon rotated at a high speed, allowing her to shoot towards the Territory Lord like a spinning top. The thousands of sword waves around her seemed capable of slicing apart the void itself. Xianxia and the others supported her from the side, ignoring the rest of the Black Ink clansmen around them. All their attacks were focused solely on the Territory Lord. Meanwhile, the 8th Order Open Heaven Master who fought the Territory Lord earlier was tending to his wounds on the rampart of the Blue Sky Pass. All of a sudden, a 7th Order Master beside him shouted, "Martial Uncle Zhong, look at that!" Martial Uncle Zhong opened his eyes and stared into the distance. Then he revealed a look of astonishment. "That sword dragon manifestation, it's..." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master exclaimed in joy, "It's senior sister Feng." The divine manifestation of each high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was different, and it even could be said that one's divine manifestation was a unique symbol that could not be duplicated by another. Even if two fellow brothers from the same sect cultivated the exact same secret art, it was impossible for them to form identical divine manifestations. That was why both Martial Uncle Zhong and the 7th Order Master immediately recognized Feng Ying's identity when they saw the 1,000-meter-long sword dragon. It was not just them, of course. All the other cultivators on the ramparts had also recognized her and quickly turned to watch the situation. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master happily exclaimed, "Martial Uncle Zhong, senior sister Feng is alive. She's returned." Under the leadership of the 9th Order Old Ancestor overseeing Blue Sky Pass, they raided the Black Ink clan's domain and destroyed many of the enemy's territories. Unfortunately, their retreat was hindered by the Black Ink Royal Lord and many people were separated as a result. The group that Feng Ying belonged to had been intercepted by a detachment of the Black Ink clan army, and for that reason she had sacrificed herself and stayed behind to stop the enemy's pursuit and give her allies a chance to escape safely. She went missing after that incident, and the matter had been reported to the higher-ups. She was among the best in Blue Sky Paradise in terms of talent and aptitude. Not only was she very strong, but she was also on the verge of advancing to the 8th Order. It was only natural that her disappearance caught the attention of the past leadership. Be that as it may, It was impossible for Blue Sky Pass to dispatch a search party for the sake of one person. Besides, everybody knew the fate that awaited somebody who was lost in the Black Ink clan hinterland alone. Therefore seeing her here was both expected and unexpected. Senior Sister Feng is alive. The Seventh Order Master was overjoyed. He cheered happily and even burst into tears. Senior Sister Feng is alive. It was not surprising for him to be so emotional. He had been one of the people on board the warship that escaped after leaving Feng Ying behind previously. Over the past few months, he could barely hold back his tears whenever he thought about her lonely figure as she stopped the Black Ink clan army with her strength alone. He regretted not staying behind to fight beside her back then. Even if he died, it would have been better than suffering from guilt and heartbreak every single day. How could he not be elated to see her return alive? Martial Uncle Zhong smacked the back of the Seventh Order Master's head and reprimanded sternly, "Why are you making so much noise? I can clearly see whether she is dead or alive with my own eyes." In the 3,000 worlds, Seventh Order Masters were basically regarded as inner elders of the major cave heavens and paradises. Every one of them held an important position and a respected status. Even Eighth Order ancestors could not casually hit them on the back of their head and reprimand. After all, they had appearances to maintain too. However, this was the Black Ink battlefield where Seventh Order Masters were nothing special. While they were not exactly as common as cabbages, there were enough of them around for a random stone throw to hit them on the head. After being slapped by Martial Uncle Zhong, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master finally seemed to calm down. Martial Uncle Zhong continued coldly, "The fact that she is alive is worse than if she had been dead. You should know what kind of situation she is in." The smile on the Seventh Order Master's face suddenly vanished like snow under the scorching sun, morphing into an expression filled with bitterness instead. Humans who fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan were either killed or converted into Black Ink disciples. It was better if it was the former option. Death ended all troubles after all. But if it were the latter option instead, then they would become irreconcilable enemies. Somebody nearby quietly spoke up, "But Martial Uncle Zhong, Senior Sister Feng is attacking the Territory Lord. Moreover, she seems to have several helpers around her. If she had truly fallen and become a Black Ink disciple, it would be impossible for Feng Ying to attack the Black Ink clan." Judging by the Territory Lord's frenzied attacks, it was obvious that something was wrong with the situation. For Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was supreme. Forget attacking, even the thought of resistance would never occur to them. Under their observations though, Feng Ying and her allies seemed to be engaged in a pitched battle with the Territory Lord, one so intense they could almost feel it from where they stood. Martial Uncle Zhong frowned as this fact had been puzzling him too. It's likely that Senior Sister Feng was not converted into a Black Ink disciple. She really returned. The Seventh Order Master exclaimed excitedly before shooting Martial Uncle Zhong a pleading look. "Martial Uncle, please help Senior Sister Feng." It could clearly be seen that although Senior Sister Feng and the others were strong, it was impossible for them to kill the Territory Lord in short order. Even if the Territory Lord had been heavily injured to begin with, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. How could he be so easy to kill? What's more, upon realizing that the Territory Lord was being attacked, many Black Ink clansmen rushed over to provide support. Feng Ying and the others would suffer a disastrous fate once they were surrounded by the enemy. A look of hesitation and struggle flashed through Martial Uncle Zhong's eyes before he shook his head. "We must be wary of deception." Just as how the Black Ink clan did not expect human cultivators to be so reckless, the human race's side could not imagine such a situation either. Martial Uncle Zhong had a vague speculation that this was all part of the Black Ink clan's plan to lure their side into making a move so that they could take the opportunity to break through their defenses. If he was deceived for that reason, then he would forever be a sinner to Blue Sky Pass. However, the words had just left his mouth when a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. An extremely blinding pure white light bloomed as though a small sun had risen in the distance. Despite the great distance between them, the light was so bright that they could barely look at it. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-44, that was no deception. Both sides had been fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, but such a brilliant white light had never before appeared. The light was without the slightest impurity and even seemed to be able to cleanse one's mind and soul. Martial Uncle Zhong couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly and staring intently in that direction. With the help of his discerning eye, the situation over there came into clear view. An unfamiliar young man whom he had never seen before was holding up something that resembled a small sun at that moment. It was not surprising to see an unfamiliar face as tens of thousands of human masters were stationed at Blue Sky Pass. As some died, reinforcements would be sent to replace them in an endless cycle, so it was impossible for Martial Uncle Zhong to know every one of them. The young man was probably one of the newly arrived disciples from the 3,000 worlds. In the next moment, Martial Uncle Zhong watched as the small sun in the young man's hands slammed hard into the giant figure of the Territory Lord. The white light exploded without a sound and enveloped the Territory Lord. Following that, large patches of pitch-black darkness quickly seeped out of the Territory Lord's body and he seemed to instantly suffer heavy injuries, his face twisting hideously in agony. Even his originally vigorous figure stiffened for a short moment. Nevertheless, the Territory Lord instinctively struck a backhanded blow that sent the young man flying out, coughing up blood as he tumbled. In that momentary delay, though, the sword dragon spun rapidly and swallowed the Territory Lord with a fierce roar. Thousands of sword waves whirled about inside the sword dragon, causing pitch-black blood to splatter across the void. At the same time, dense black ink strength erupted outward only to vanish into nothing when it came into contact with the remaining aftermath of the white light. The powerful aura of the Territory Lord vanished in the wake of the sword dragon's charge. On top of the rampart, Martial Uncle Zhong felt as though his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. He had been stroking his beard at the time, and in his shock, his hand jerked slightly and actually yanked out a fistful of his hairs. He died. The same Territory Lord who fought on even terms with me for 6 hours died just like that? Our battle ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries, but I still can't believe that he died. Not to mention he was killed by Feng Ying. If he had not witnessed the battle for himself, he would not have believed it. Feng Ying was certainly very strong, but it was impossible for her to slay a Territory Lord with her strength, not even if she had help and the Territory Lord was already severely wounded. In that instant, Martial Uncle Zhong realized the crux of the problem. That white light must be the key. He had clearly seen the pain and horror reflected on the Territory Lord's expression when that white light enveloped him, and that was exactly what gave Feng Ying the chance to land a fatal attack. What the hell was that light? Regardless of what the truth was, this was not the time to consider such questions. A black ink Territory Lord had been slain by several human cultivators in a matter of breaths. As a result, many black ink clansmen immediately flew into a rage. They surged over from all directions in overwhelming numbers, quickly surrounding Feng Ying and the others tightly. On top of the rampart, the Seventh Order Master asked hesitantly, "Martial Uncle Zhong, was this some kind of trickery?" He felt as though his brain was not working very well. He had just witnessed the death of the Territory Lord, but if that was a trick of the Black Ink clan, wasn't the price a little too high? Who would use the life of a Territory Lord to lure out humans? Moreover, Feng Ying and the others were still fighting desperately against the Black Ink clan at this moment. Following the death of the Territory Lord, numerous figures abruptly appeared around Feng Ying's team. The original lineup formed from just a handful of people instantly turned into a large group of several hundred people. It was obvious that those figures were humans, and as soon as they appeared, they unleashed various divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan was caught completely off guard and instantly suffered great casualties. That was no deception. Martial Uncle Zhong stopped tending to his wounds and stood up. With a wave of his hand, he opened a hole in the shields and shouted, "Quickly come with me to provide support." He fully believed that Feng Ying was not corrupted by Black Ink strength after witnessing the death of the Territory Lord. Besides, if the Territory Lord overseeing that region was dead, then the human race could gain a huge advantage on the battlefield. This was an extraordinary achievement. Martial Uncle Zhong could no longer sit back and do nothing with such an opportunity lying right before him. After saying that, Martial Uncle Zhong took the lead and charged forward. Countless streams of lights quickly followed behind him. Once they left, the hole in the shield quickly sealed shut again to prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking inside. At the rear of the battlefield, Xianxia grabbed Yang Kai by the arm and asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai turned his head to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood, grimacing as he shouted, "I'll live." When he unleashed the purifying light on the territory lord just now, he had been sent flying by the enemy's backhand. He would have been severely injured if he had not retreated quickly and lessened the impact. Even so, the vitality in his body was churning violently. It was inevitable that he sustained some injuries. In any case, he was also lucky that Xianxia had caught him in a timely manner. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying directly into the middle of the Black Ink clan army. It would have been difficult for him to get away safely if that were to happen. Martial Ant Feng is amazing, Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the territory lord had been shaken by the purifying light, it was the might of Feng Ying's sword dragon that really sealed the deal. The power of her divine manifestation was so terrifying that even the territory lord died instantly after being caught up in her attack. Nevertheless, it was only possible because the territory lord was severely wounded in the first place. If he had been in his peak condition, Feng Ying would not have succeeded. "You are amazing too." Xianxia's expression was full of approval. He never realized that the purifying light would cause such a destructive amount of damage to the Black Ink clan. It was not until after Yang Kai's attack succeeded and he was sent flying that Xianxia came back to his senses. It was actually not that strange once Xianxia thought about it. Yang Kai had been using purifying light to return Black Ink disciple to their original state and restore their mental clarity throughout this period. In other words, the white light was the nemesis of the Black Ink strength. Seeing as Black Ink strength inside the bodies of the Black Ink clan was their source of power, how could they escape unscathed if they were hit by the purifying light? By combining the strengths of Yang Kai and Feng Ying, they had managed to kill a territory lord. That was an outcome that never even crossed the minds of Xianxia and the others before they made their move. Although they had moved according to Feng Ying's suggestions, they had not expected much. Therefore, the result was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and defend yourselves." Ning Qizhi roared from the side. Following the movements of his hands, he blasted out a divine ability at the Black Ink clan. They had already brought out all the reinforcements hiding inside their small universes. Even so, they only had slightly over 300 people on their side. Their overall strength was not that great either. Most of them were only in the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. Thanks to their swift movements earlier, they had caught the Black Ink clan by surprise. However, now that the Black Ink clan had recovered from their initial shock, the enemy forces quickly formed a tight encirclement around their group. Feng Ying's sword dragon took the lead, charging towards the enemy lines. Without a leader to coordinate their movements, many Black Ink clansmen died on the spot in the wake of her rampage. Likewise, Xianxia and the others split up to protect the flanks as they followed Feng Ying to charge forward. Be that as it may, there was an overwhelming difference in their numbers. The group of several hundred human cultivators could neither progress forward nor retreat backwards. Somebody was bound to be left behind with every step they took, and it was evident what kind of fate would befall them if they were left behind in this situation. If the situation were to continue at this rate, they would be wiped out before they could reach Blue Sky Pass. All of a sudden, a dragon roar resounded across the void. The sudden roar startled both parties in the war and nobody knew what was happening. In the midst of the chaos, Xianxia and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound and their pupils immediately contracted at the sight. Yang Kai was standing there while taking deep breaths. An enormous golden dragon head emerged from behind him only to plunge into his body and disappear from view. Immediately after that, a horrifying pressure radiated outward with him in the center. As this pressure spread outward, his figure abruptly began to swell. No matter how many years passed after, the surviving cultivators of that battle would never forget what they saw at that moment. In less than 3 breaths of time, the small human figure transformed into an enormous behemoth. His golden dragon body was 20,000 meters long, covered in a dense layer of dragon scales, his limbs adorned with sharp dragon claws, dragon horns protruded from his forehead, and a dragon beard fluttering magnificently beneath his chin. Moreover, his golden dragon eyes resembled 2 small suns that illuminated the universe and penetrated the darkness on the battlefield. A grand dragon. A 20,000-meter-long grand dragon had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was difficult not to attract any attention with such a spectacle. Both the humans and the Black Ink clan couldn't help feeling amazed by the sight. Dragon pressure exploded in a majestic and imposing manner. The Grand Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a blast of dragon breath. The Black Ink clansmen standing in a large area of the void before him were instantly swept away as a result. Then the 20,000-meter-long dragon body stretched out and formed a half-circle to wrap around the group of several hundred human cultivators. Move! A deep dragon roar shook the skies. Only then did the human cultivators return to their senses. Earlier they had not known whether the Grand Dragon that suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend, but how could they not realize that he was one of their own after seeing his actions? The anxiety in their hearts immediately calmed down. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, had blanked out for a moment, but quickly composed herself again. Her sword dragon took point once more, leading them on another forward charge. The Black Ink clan army indiscriminately blasted attacks at them from all directions, but most of the barrage was blocked by the massive dragon. As long as the dragon endured, their defenses stood strong. It was impossible to harm them without destroying the dragon first. The attack sent dragon scales flying in all directions and Yang Kai's flesh writhed in response, his golden dragon blood splattering out across the void. It didn't take long before there was not a spot left that was unscathed on his 20,000-meter-long dragon body. Even so, the Grand Dragon did not flinch. No matter how severe the wounds he sustained, Yang Kai continued to provide the strongest defense to protect the forward charge of the human cultivators. At the same time, Yang Kai held the Azure Dragon Spear in his dragon claw. This artifact obtained from giant spirit god Ada contained seemingly unlimited power. What's more, it could shrink or enlarge at will. At this moment, the originally 3-meter-long spear had transformed into a 10,000-meter-long spear in the grip of the Grand Dragon's dragon claw. With such a weapon, there was no need to use any divine ability or secret techniques. Even Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear arts were unnecessary, as a simple sweep of the spear wrought destruction over thousands of meters of the battlefield. Countless Black Ink clansmen were injured and the weak were killed on the spot. The surrounding Black Ink clan army was now utterly terrified. It was not that they had never fought a divine spirit before. While there weren't many of them, there were divine spirits on the Black Ink battlefield. Moreover, every single divine spirit was an extremely mighty existence that caused great losses to the Black Ink clan whenever they engaged in battle. However, a divine spirit who wielded such an enormous artifact was completely unheard of. Although the appearance of a Grand Dragon greatly boosted the morale of the human race, it did not last for long. The momentum of their charge remained blocked. The sword dragon at the lead was falling to pieces, and Feng Ying, who was hidden inside, was soon exposed. Even the Grand Dragon protecting them was soon completely battered. In front of them, the tightly packed Black Ink clan army obstructed their way forward like the gathering storm that could not be wiped out. At this rate, they would not be able to reach Blue Sky Pass before they exhausted themselves and perished. It was at that moment that a huge commotion came from the back of the Black Ink clan army. The lights from countless divine abilities and secret techniques flared brightly in the pitch-black darkness, shining a guiding light to the human survivors. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-45, All Forces. The commotion at the back of the Black Ink clan army soon caught their attention. When Xianxia looked in that direction, he immediately became joyful and shouted excitedly, "Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements from Blue Sky Pass have come to aid us." The others, who were trapped and struggling to advance, instantly felt their spirits lifting at those words. At the same time, their attacks became more and more relentless in order to stem the Black Ink clan's offensive. Many people glanced at the wounded Grand Dragon beside them with solemn and thankful expressions. They would have suffered great losses if the Grand Dragon had not used his tough body as a protective shield. He not only blocked most of the Black Ink clan's attacks, but also kept the Black Ink strength away so that they would not be distracted by the worry of being corrupted. His efforts had allowed them to fight to their heart's content without any worries. The masters who rushed out of Blue Sky Pass caused great chaos for the Black Ink clan. As a result, the Black Ink clan had to divide their forces to confront the incoming enemy. In this way, the pressure bearing down on Yang Kai and the others was reduced considerably. Feng Ying's sword dragon in the lead swiftly charged forward again. Riding the waves, she broke through the blockade of the Black Ink clan army and formed a pincer attack with the people from Blue Sky Pass. It didn't take long for both parties to meet up. Yang Kai raised his dragon head slightly and glanced in that direction. The person in the lead was an elderly man. His attacks were brutal, and he exuded the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that he was the one who had previously been fighting the Black Ink Clan Territory Lord just now. The battle had ended in a draw where both parties were heavily injured. There was no saying which cave, heaven or paradise this ancestor figure came from. However, Feng Ying clearly recognized this person and a shout came out from within the sword dragon, "Martial Uncle Zhong." Martial Uncle Zhong nodded at her lightly. His gaze swept over Yang Kai's enormous dragon form, but he did not have the time to say anything. The space around him shuddered briefly, and a violent force radiated outward to push back the Black Ink clan in the surroundings before he beckoned loudly, "We withdraw." Behind him, various warships approached and activated their shields. There was no need for any command or dispatch. The 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters protected by the Grand Dragon quickly slipped into the warships. Xianxia and the other 7th Order Masters did not follow as there was no need for them to borrow the strength of the warships. They could defend themselves just fine while dealing out enormous amounts of damage. Likewise, Yang Kai did not enter. His Grand Dragon body swayed slightly, and a flick of his dragon tail swept across a large patch of the void. "Go!" Martial Uncle Zhong shouted. The numerous warships forged a path of retreat, rushing towards Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying, Xianxia, and the others stood guard on the flanks while Martial Uncle Zhong and Yang Kai brought up the rear. The Black Ink Clan Territory Lord overseeing this area of the battlefield was dead, so although there were some Black Ink Clan feudal lords who could issue orders, the Black Ink Clan in this region were basically in a leaderless state for the time being. Faced with the aggressive breakout from Blue Sky Pass, they were unable to form an effective blockade. Along the way, the Black Ink Clan suffered massive casualties in their wake. It didn't take long for them to reach Blue Sky Pass where a hole in the defensive barrier was opened and the warships quickly entered. Only then could they be considered safe. Meanwhile, the Black Ink Clan army continued their pursuit, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Seeing that everybody else was safe, Yang Kai, who was bringing up the rear, abruptly spun around. His 20,000-meter-long dragon body was armed with the 10,000-meter-long Azure Dragon Spear. With a single wide sweep, the Black Ink Clan charging forward was cut down as easily as though he was harvesting wheat, and a large area in the void was swept clean in an instant. Yang Kai was not finished yet as a dragon roar shook the skies. The Grand Dragon shook its head and flicked its tail before slamming directly into the Black Ink Clan army to carry out a massacre. What happened just now had vexed him greatly. While protecting hundreds of his allies from danger in his Grand Dragon form, Yang Kai could only endure being attacked passively. There were few opportunities for him to fight back, and as a result his enormous body had been reduced to tatters. Now that he no longer had to worry about others, it was only natural for him to go on a rampage. After transforming into his Grand Dragon form, his strength was on par with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, he was not afraid of being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. In this environment, as long as he didn't face a territory lord, he could be said to be invincible. The dragon and his spear roamed the ink-colored void freely, fighting from one end to the other. Looking at him from Blue Sky Pass, they could only see a 20,000-meter-long strip of gold navigating through the pitch-black darkness like a fish in water. The contrast between the colors was striking. Yang Kai's dragon form was enormous, his dragon pressure was imposing, and he even wielded a 10,000-meter-long spear in his dragon claws. The sight of him was truly a little excessive. With just the strength of a single dragon, the Black Ink Clan army that had already been disrupted suddenly lost ground and sustained heavy losses within a short span of time. Martial Uncle Zhong had originally planned to return to Blue Sky Pass. Unfortunately, he could not walk away just like that after what Yang Kai did. He turned to look back, his brow twitching violently at the sight. Then he questioned Feng Ying, "Where did this dragon come from?" Feng Ying did not know how to explain. She had to be honest, she herself only just learned that Yang Kai was part of the Dragon Clan. Throughout their journey together, Yang Kai had shocked her so many times that she was practically numb to surprises regarding him, but just now he had revealed himself to be part of the Dragon Clan. She had been shocked once more. In response to Martial Uncle Zhong's question, she could only answer, "I don't know where he comes from either. I met him deep inside the Black Ink clan's domain. It's a long story." Martial Uncle Zhong grimaced slightly. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the Dragon clan to appear on the Black Ink battlefield even though there were many other divine spirits scattered about. The Dragon and Phoenix clans guarded the no-return pass, an extremely heavy responsibility. Even though the Dragon and Phoenix clans were tyrannically powerful, they would never come to the Black Ink battlefield so easily. That was because the no-return pass was the human race's actual last line of defense. Nothing could be allowed to happen to it. "I can't believe a Dragon clan member appeared at Blue Sky Pass." Martial Uncle Zhong could not be certain whether or not Yang Kai had come from the no-return pass. Be that as it may, it seemed unreasonable for them to simply watch without doing anything in this situation. The Dragon clan member was fighting hard on the front lines, so how could they hide in the shadows and watch without doing anything? The gears in his head spun quickly and Martial Uncle Zhong swiftly came to a decision. With a sharp look in his eyes he shouted, "All forces attack." Inside Blue Sky Pass, the human cultivators had long since gotten hot-blooded and impatient after observing the battlefield from the ramparts. As soon as Martial Uncle Zhong's order rang out, they hurriedly leapt into action. Their efficiency was very high and in less than 10 breaths of time, the shields were released and numerous worship artifacts charged out of Blue Sky Pass like a school of fish. There were so many that they seemed to block out the sky. Following behind the warships were countless 7th Order Open Heaven Masters. The battle environment on the Black Ink battlefield was special. Not only did the human masters have to guard against enemy attacks, they also had to defend themselves against the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. That was why only those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm could rush into the battlefield without relying on the warships for protection. Those below the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, be they in the 5th or 6th Order, had to borrow the help of warships for defense. That was the only way for them to effectively defend against the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. Otherwise, they might be corrupted by the Black Ink clan as soon as they stepped onto the battlefield. There were several benefits to using warships. The first being that those in the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven realm would be protected from the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. As long as the warship was not damaged, the Black Ink strength would not be able to harm them. The second reason was the power of the warships themselves, which was generally higher than what a 5th Order or 6th Order master could wield. Many warships had offensive and defensive arrays that could compare with what a 7th Order master could produce. In that way they also enhanced the strength of the human race. The human race had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years since ancient times. Therefore they had their own strategies on how to deal with the Black Ink clan. Martial Uncle Zhong had not allowed many warships to accompany him just now on the rescue mission to help Feng Ying and the others. On the contrary, under the orders of a full frontal assault, all the soldiers who could be mobilized had been dispatched into battle. Only those necessary to protect and maintain the operations of the Great Pass remained behind. The figures of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the lead formed countless streams of lights while behind them, the innumerable warships sailed forward in a mighty procession. The Black Ink clan, who was currently besieging the Grand Dragon, quickly discovered the movement coming from Blue Sky Pass. Under the orders of the feudal lords, the Black Ink clan army in the rear turned around to meet the enemy. Before the armies collided with each other, the lights from various divine abilities and artifacts flashed through and illuminated the void. The colorful light seemed to fall into the pitch-black darkness like a stone falling into a lake, creating layers and layers of ripples that spread out across the void and sending the Black Ink clan tumbling. Faced with the humans' attack, the Black Ink clan naturally did not just sit around waiting for death. Instead, they returned the gesture. Divine abilities gathered and Black Ink strength rained down on the human army. Without needing any commands, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the lead hurriedly scattered to the sides. Their actions exposed the numerous warships behind them. The warships quickly moved around and adjusted their positions so that they formed small groups of 3 to 5. It didn't take long for them to assume a profound formation. Then mysterious energy fluctuations spread out from the warships as large rune patterns illuminated the void. These patterns formed a solid and impenetrable protection in front of them like a powerful shield that blocked the attacks of the Black Ink clan. This layer of protection would be broken from time to time, forcing the warships in the rear to scatter and avoid the attacks. At the same time, their defensive barriers would light up to mitigate the damage they received. The collision of divine abilities and secret techniques only lasted for several breaths of time before the armies on both sides entered close quarters. Various screams and roars rang out as the two races fought each other. During this time, the aura of many lives withered and vanished. Judging from the number of people alone, the Black Ink clan undoubtedly had a huge advantage. They had almost 10 times more people than the human race. However, the human side had the advantage in terms of average strength. That couldn't be helped. Since ancient times, the only ones who were qualified to enter the Black Ink battlefield were the elite disciples of the major cave heavens and paradises. Even the weakest among them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm when they first arrived. The reason why there were 5th Order masters on the Black Ink battlefield was that they had originally fallen from the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. The major cave heavens and paradises had always maintained the rule of dispatching their most elite fighters to the Black Ink battlefield. That was because entering the Black Ink battlefield with low strength was pointless. On the contrary, they would easily be converted into Black Ink disciples and enhance the strength of the enemy instead. In comparison, the Black Ink clan was different. The Black Ink clan army not only consisted of powerful masters like the territory and feudal lords, but high-rank Black Ink clansmen and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were also common. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen were not too bad as they were on par with mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters in terms of strength. However, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen were only equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven realm masters. How could such weaklings possibly be a match for the human race army? That was why they immediately suffered horrible casualties at the first encounter. On top of that, each human warship was stronger than an average 7th Order Open Heaven realm master in terms of pure battle strength. How could the human race be at a disadvantage simply because there were fewer of them? Martial Peak, Chapter 49-46, Entering the Great Pass. It could be said that the warships played a huge role in the reason why the humans managed to persevere for so long on the Black Ink battlefield. They were the most effective means to resist the corrosion of Black Ink's strength after all. It was not as though the Black Ink clan had never thought of getting their hands on a warship before. The truth was that they also yearned to refine warships for themselves. However, a warship was not something that could be refined by just any random person. The Black Ink clan simply did not have any talented individuals who could refine a proper warship for them. Every single cultivator proficient in artifact refining was carefully protected by the various great passes. No matter the situation, these cultivators would never be allowed to step foot onto the battlefield. As long as they never entered the battlefield, they would not be corrupted by the Black Ink clan. In that way, they would never be converted into Black Ink disciples who would help the Black Ink clan refine a warship. Both the humans and the Black Ink clan fought each other ferociously on the battlefield. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan army managed to fight back against the human race to a certain extent. Be that as it may, the balance of the battle slowly tilted with the passing of time. The clash of the warships and the agile movements of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters eventually brought a crushing defeat to the Black Ink clan army. As a result, many Black Ink clansmen lost their lives with every passing moment. In such an environment, the strength of an individual no longer influenced the circumstances of the overall situation. It was only by uniting together that the outcome of the war could be determined. On that point, the Black Ink clan in this particular sector of the battlefield was currently leaderless and lacked coordination. In contrast, the human race advanced in an orderly manner and supported each other in battle. Less than an hour later, the Black Ink clan army had lost more than half of their forces. There had been many feudal lords who could direct and command the Black Ink clan in battle, but Martial Uncle Zhong viciously targeted and eliminated them. The Black Ink clan army eventually fell into utter chaos after Martial Uncle Zhong killed more than a dozen feudal lords in succession. Under the brutal onslaught of the humans, they were steadily forced to retreat while leaving behind a trail of corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, Xianxia had gone on a wild rampage after transforming into his grand dragon form. He made his way through the ranks of the Black Ink clan army with his spear in hand, charging forward wherever there were enemies. Countless Black Ink clansmen died to his azure dragon spear, and the murderous intent around him had intensified over time until it was almost tangible. Everywhere he passed, the Black Ink clansmen quickly scrambled to get out of his way. All of a sudden Yang Kai heard the deep sound of a horn entering his ears. It was immediately followed by a gentle but firm voice beside him. Yang Kai, let's go. He looked up only to see the pale-faced Feng Ying calling out to him from within her battered sword dragon. Using her divine manifestation against the Black Ink clan for such a long period had truly exhausted her. He shook his enormous head slightly to clear his mind, then he turned around and rushed towards her. Casually swinging the azure dragon spear in front of him, he helped to eliminate the group of Black Ink clansmen around her. Go where? He asked in a thunderous voice. Feng Ying looked at the enormous grand dragon head with a complicated gaze. She could clearly sense the terrifying murderous intent radiating from his body. She did not know how many Black Ink clansmen he had killed to amass such horrifying momentum, but the murderous intent prickled her skin with a sense of cold as though it was something tangible. It's time to go back, she explained. Yang Kai looked around him and abruptly realized that the human army had begun to retreat after the horn sounded. It would seem that the horn was the signal to retreat. Since the army was withdrawing, he could not stay behind alone even though he had not killed enough to satisfy him. Thus he immediately nodded lightly in response. One big and one small, the two dragons chased after the human race army and sped towards Blue Sky Pass. It was just that Yang Kai's transformation into a grand dragon stemmed from his dragon vein while Feng Ying's transformation came from casting her sword dragon divine manifestation. Along the way, they did not run into any notable obstacles and the occasional Black Ink clansman in their path was swiftly dispatched by them. The defensive barrier around Blue Sky Pass had already been opened and the warships rushed inside, one after another. Meanwhile, Marshal Uncle Zhong waited outside until he met up with Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Then he entered together with them. Afterwards, the barrier sealed shut to isolate the inside from the outside. Yang Kai dismissed his dragon form and turned to look back with a regretful expression. We could have wiped them out. The Black Ink clan army had been unable to put up an effective defense just now, and the human army was enjoying great momentum. In his opinion, it was perfectly possible for them to clean up all the remaining Black Ink clansmen on that battlefield. Therefore, he did not understand why they signaled the retreat and allowed this opportunity slip out of their fingers for no reason. Feng Ying stood beside him and slowly shook her head. The Black Ink clan reinforcements from the other battlefields are coming. Besides, the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Not to mention, the current environment is not suitable for our allies to fight. As if to confirm her statements, Yang Kai saw that the Black Ink clan reinforcements were approaching from multiple directions and their numbers were not few. Hence he immediately realized something. If the human army had not retreated in time and was surrounded by the Black Ink clan reinforcements, their advantageous position would have been immediately reversed. Furthermore, there was the situation on the battlefield at this moment. Due to the deaths of countless Black Ink clansmen, Black Ink strength released from their corpses had formed Black Ink clouds of varying sizes throughout the void. While he was not afraid of these Black Ink clouds, even Seventh-Order Masters could not fight in such an environment for long periods of time despite having a certain degree of resistance to the corrosion. This environment was certainly very disadvantageous to the human race. After understanding this point, he couldn't help grimacing slightly. The overall environment in the Black Ink battlefield was too unfavorable towards humans. It was amazing how they had persistently defended the Great Passes for so many years and prevented the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. Are you all right? Feng Ying asked in concern. Shen Ao and the others were observing Yang Kai with still slightly stunned expressions, as though they had seen a ghost during the day. The main reason was that Yang Kai's previous performance had stood out too much. Since they first became acquainted with him, it was not until today that they learned he was a grand dragon. The sight of the 20,000-meter-long golden dragon form carrying out a brutal massacre in the pitch-black darkness had left a great visual impact on them. More importantly, Yang Kai had used his body to protect hundreds of their allies when he transformed into a grand dragon earlier. As a result, he had suffered innumerable attacks from the Black Ink clan army. Now that he returned to his human form, it could be said that he was covered in wounds. There was not a spot on his exposed skin that was unscathed, and his clothes were dyed in his brilliant golden blood. Yang Kai shook his head. It's nothing serious. For him, he was fine as long as he did not suffer a fatal wound. As a dragonkin, he had an inherently strong restorative ability in the first place. Combined with the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, in terms of recovery, nobody in this universe would dare to call themselves the best if he claimed to be second best. Although his injuries looked extremely bad at the moment, they would only take a few days to heal. While the others were speaking, Martial Uncle Zhong walked over in large strides and came to a stop in front of Yang Kai. He briefly swept his gaze over Yang Kai before patting his shoulder with a look of approval. Very good. Everything Yang Kai did earlier had not escaped his notice, so it was only natural that he was very impressed with Yang Kai's performance. Nevertheless, he had some doubts in his heart. It was rumored that the Dragon Clan was very arrogant. Even though they were responsible for guarding the no-return pass, they never bothered to be friendly towards the human race. In fact, they always gave off the feeling that they were better than others. Unexpectedly, from what he saw so far, Yang Kai's attitude did not seem to match the rumors. If anybody told him that a Dragon Clan member would use their own body to shield humans, he would never have believed such words a few days ago. Feng Ying introduced them. Yang Kai, this is Zhong Liang of Blue Sky Paradise. Martial Uncle Zhong is the person in charge of this sector of the battlefield. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. Yang Kai greets Senior Zhong. How polite. Zhong Liang raised his brow. The feeling that Yang Kai was very different from the dragons that he heard about in the rumors grew stronger. Nevertheless, he said nothing and simply nodded in acknowledgement. We can finish our talk later. Let's get inside first. He had many questions that needed answers from Feng Ying. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the back with a suspicious look. What are they doing? After entering Blue Sky Pass, the people hiding inside the warships came out only to crowd around this area in small groups. Many of them stared at Yang Kai and whispered among themselves. It was clear that Yang Kai's performance on the battlefield when he transformed into a grand dragon had surprised them. There was an enormous gate at the front of this area and Yang Kai could not see what was beyond it. All he could see was a group of 100 entering the gateway, followed by another group of 100 a short while later. In this way the cycle kept repeating over and over. As soon as those words left his mouth, the people beside him glanced at him in confusion. Zhong Liang even furrowed his brow together into a scowl. Logically speaking, anybody from the human race would know what they were doing right now, yet for some reason Yang Kai was ignorant of this fact. Likewise, Feng Ying was filled with puzzlement. During the time they spent together previously, she had not noticed anything strange. Nevertheless, some of his actions today gave her the impression that he was completely clueless about the Great Passes. That was the case back when he first saw Blue Sky Pass, and that was the case now. Despite her confusion, she quietly explained, everybody who returns from outside must be checked. Otherwise they will not be allowed into the inner sanctum. Yang Kai immediately understood upon hearing her answer. Are they worried that Black Ink disciples might have infiltrated our ranks? In terms of external appearance, Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by Black Ink strength looked no different from usual. If they mixed themselves into the crowd, they would not be exposed easily. Feng Ying nodded. It is not as if such incidents did not occur in the past. A single Black Ink disciple can cause great losses to a great pass after all. That is why this rule was created. Regardless of who it was, as long as they leave the Great Pass, they would need to undergo a check upon their return. How do they perform the check? Yang Kai asked curiously. She understood his concerns and secretly sent a transmission to him. Don't worry. They will not be inspecting your small universe. We have other means to perform the check. You will understand later. After hearing her say that, he did not ask any more questions and waited patiently. In any case, their brief exchange had strengthened her belief that Yang Kai was completely clueless about the situation in the Great Passes. He would not have asked these questions otherwise. Zhong Liang glanced at her with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Feng Ying simply shook her head in response, indicating that she did not know anything either. The speed of the inspection was very fast. Almost as soon as the previous batch entered, the next batch would prepare to enter. In this way, it only took about an hour for the entire human army that had participated in the battle earlier to enter Blue Sky Pass. Only Zhong Liang, Yang Kai, Feng Ying, Sheneo and the others remained. Let's go. Zhong Liang beckoned and took the lead to step forward. The others quickly followed behind him. Yang Kai looked around. Although 2 to 3 years had passed since he first came to the Black Ink battlefield, he had spent most of his time serving under Nguyen. It was not until today that he finally arrived at a great pass guarded by the human race. Therefore, it was only natural for him to be curious about the situation here. After entering the gateway, they appeared inside a grand hall. The floor of the grand hall immediately glowed with mysterious and complicated patterns that released faint spirit array fluctuations. Looking around, there was indeed a spirit array engraved into the ground of the grand hall. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-47. This is a misunderstanding. Various orange and red rays of light wandered and moved about in the spirit array. Not only were they numerous, but they also moved as though they were alive. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly at the sight. He could tell that this spirit array was the key to the inspection process. Moreover, he also detected the auras of several Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters hiding in the shadows outside the spirit array and silently observing the people inside. He could clearly sense the wariness radiating from the people who were gathered around the spirit array. They were secretly urging their world force as though they were ready to attack at any time should any abnormalities occur. These people were probably the human masters responsible for guarding and monitoring this place. Everybody stood quietly inside the spirit array. During that time, the orange and red rays of light wandered over towards them. It didn't take long before every one of them was enveloped by the orange and red rays of light. Under the illumination of these lights, their expressions seemed a little strange. Nevertheless, nothing unusual happened to the others. Only the light enveloping Yang Kai suddenly flickered several times and turned from orange to pitch black in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yang Kai. The look in Zhou Liang's eyes sharpened, and his murderous intent blazed strongly. Meanwhile, the hidden figures who had been guarding and monitoring the area surrounding the spirit array came forward in unison. They instantly surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a breath of air could pass through them unnoticed. In the midst of their haste, they also formed seals with their hands, and the person in the lead shouted, "Seal!" Immediately after that, he summoned many delicate and tiny artifacts specially created for this situation. These artifacts hovered around Yang Kai in all directions and seemed to be connected to each other. With a surge of energy, they turned the space around Yang Kai into a cage and trapped him inside. Everyone secretly breathed out a sigh of relief once everything was done. Even so, the cultivators in charge of guarding the spirit array remained vigilant. It had been a long time since a similar incident took place. The last incident happened several hundred years ago. A Black Ink disciple had snuck into this place and activated a secret technique that caused him to self-destruct. Although his death did not cause great losses to the humans, the Black Ink strength that remained after his death had been very troublesome. It had taken Blue Sky Pass painstaking effort just to remove the remaining Black Ink strength. The same thing had occurred today. It was fortunate that every single Great Pass had since taken precautions against such incidents, so they responded in a timely manner. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall immediately became solemn. "Stop!" Feng Ying shouted anxiously, "This is a misunderstanding." The people guarding the spirit array ignored her and vigilantly kept a watch on Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there with his head lowered, studying the pitch-black light covering his body. He had some guesses about what was happening. Therefore, he immediately raised his hands and stood there quietly to indicate that he would not act rashly. Zhou Liang calmly stared at Yang Kai for a moment before he turned to look at Feng Ying. "What do you mean?" Feng Ying shot a look at Yang Kai. It was a signal asking him to remain calm. Quickly walking over to Zhou Liang, she sent him a divine sense transmission. "Martial Uncle Zhou, I can guarantee that Yang Kai is not a Black Ink disciple." "How can you guarantee that? The revealing Black Ink array has reacted to him. That can only mean that he has Black Ink strength in his body. If he has Black Ink strength inside him, how can he not be a Black Ink disciple?" She sent another divine sense transmission. "It's true that Yang Kai has Black Ink strength in his body, but he has not been corrupted by it. He has a world spring inside his small universe." Zhou Liang's eyes narrowed at those words and he turned to look at her. "One of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring? Are you sure?" "I've inspected him myself. I can guarantee it." She nodded sincerely. "Martial Uncle, if you don't believe me, you can always inspect him yourself." He nodded sternly. This is not something that can be done carelessly. I will certainly need to check for myself. She whispered, Martial uncle, a matter relating to the 4 universe pillars is a big deal. There are too many eyes here. She did not finish her sentence. Even so, how could Zhou Xian not understand what she was implying? The 4 universe pillars held great significance on the Black Ink battlefield. For that reason, every single human master who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars was considered a precious talent and resource. The existence of such a person was certainly not something that should be publicized. Otherwise, there was no saying what kind of trouble would arise in the future. Hence, Zhou Xian immediately nodded lightly and raised his hand to dismiss the others. All of you stand down and lift the barrier. Upon hearing those words, the people guarding the spirit array looked at each other in confusion. The leading 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master hesitantly spoke up. But Martial Uncle Zhong, the revealing Black Ink array, has reacted to this person. He is definitely a Black Ink disciple. If we remove the barrier, what will happen if he does something strange? I have my own considerations. Just do as I say. Zhou Xian did not allow for any objections. Seeing his insistence, the others could not do anything. Zhou Xian was the one in charge of this area after all. A short while later, the artifacts were retrieved and the barrier that confined Yang Kai was removed. Then everybody left the Grand Hall under Zhou Liang's command. Shineo and the others turned back to glance at Yang Kai before they left. Their gazes were filled with confusion. If anybody claimed that Yang Kai was a Black Ink disciple, they would be the first to refuse such claims. During this period of contact, they had gotten to know what kind of person Yang Kai was and were familiar with his means. How could a person who had a method to dispel and purify Black Ink strength be a Black Ink disciple? What's more, he had transformed into a grand dragon to protect his allies just now and massacred a large part of the Black Ink clan army. There was no saying how many Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands. Such a person turned out to be a Black Ink disciple, then there was no justice left in the world. However, the revealing Black Ink array had reacted to him. It was extremely baffling. In any case, Zhou Xian had taken matters into his own hands. Even if they were suspicious, they could only wait and see for now. It didn't take long before Zhou Liang, Yang Kai, and Feng Ying were the only ones left inside the Grand Hall. Zhou Liang did not relax his guard. Even though Feng Ying had guaranteed Yang Kai's identity, he could not confirm anything until he saw the truth for himself. Open your small universe, he instructed. Yang Kai nodded. Feng Ying opened her mouth and kindly gave a warning. His small universe is a little special. Don't be too surprised, Martial Uncle. Zhou Liang gave her a puzzled glance and thought to himself, it's just the world's spring. I already know about it, so why would I be surprised? Despite those thoughts, he couldn't help raising his brow in surprise when his divine sense probed into Yang Kai's small universe for inspection. He was absolutely shocked to the core as he began to mutter, "Why is your small universe?" Everyone who inspected Yang Kai's small universe had the same reaction. Yang Kai was used to this by now, so he casually explained, "This junior is proficient in the Tao of space, so my small universe fully materialized when I first broke through to the open heaven realm. This junior does not understand the exact reason behind this phenomenon." He really did not know the reason why his small universe was special. His proficiency in the Tao of space was probably a factor, but the biggest factor was most likely him integrating the sealed world bead when he first advanced into the open heaven realm. In any case, there was no need to explain such things to others. Zhou Liang exclaimed in astonishment, "What order were you in when you advanced into the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai replied, "5th order." The corners of Zhou Liang's mouth twitched at those words. That was to say that Yang Kai's small universe had already been fully materialized when he was in the 5th order open heaven realm. Zhou Liang recalled how he had worked so hard to cultivate in the past. Even so, he only managed to achieve that feat when he advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm. There was no comparison at all. The small universe of an open heaven realm master would only transform from immaterial to material when they reached the 7th order open heaven realm. That was both common knowledge and a principle that had been upheld since time immemorial. Zhou Liang dared not say that nobody else would achieve such a feat as a 5th order open heaven realm master in the future, but this phenomenon was definitely unprecedented until today. He suddenly remembered something and frowned deeply. Are you part of the human race or the dragon clan? The dragon clan prioritized cultivating their bloodline. When their bloodline reached a certain level of purity, they would gain the corresponding strength. Therefore there was no need for them to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies. They would not have a small universe either. For that reason, Yang Kai's situation left him feeling confused. Yang Kai answered honestly, this junior is from the human race. It's just that I carry a dragon source in my body. Zhou Xian was slightly taken aback by those words. If Yang Kai had a dragon source, then it made sense that he could cultivate the dragon clan's secret techniques and assume a dragon form. Nevertheless, Zhou Xian couldn't help feeling shaken when he recalled the 20,000-meter-long grand dragon form he saw. That was a grand dragon after all. A 10,000-meter-long dragon was equivalent to an average 7th-order open heaven realm master in terms of strength. In other words, a 20,000-meter-long dragon had strength on par with a peak 7th-order open heaven realm master. At the same time he finally understood why Yang Kai's attitude was different from the dragon clan that he had heard about in rumors. It was because Yang Kai could not be considered a part of the pure-blood dragon clan at all. After that, Zhou Xian immersed himself in the investigation and saw the world spring in Yang Kai's small universe. The effects of the world spring suppressed and sealed the small universe so that it became impervious to external influences. He smacked his lips at the sight and revealed a look of envy. Who would not wish to possess one of the 4 universe pillars? That was especially true on the Black Ink battlefield. If one had one of the 4 universe pillars, they would not need to worry about becoming corrupted by Black Ink's strength. That would put them in a very advantageous position in a battle against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, these treasures were extremely rare and hard to find. Only those with great destiny could come across such treasures. Zhou Xian also saw the Black Ink strength suppressed and sealed inside Yang Kai's small universe. Unable to stop himself, he asked curiously, does it not affect you to have Black Ink strength suppressed and sealed inside your small universe? Yang Kai shook his head and said, it doesn't affect me at all. In fact, there are times when this junior used Black Ink strength to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple. It was by relying on this ability that this junior survived for 2 years among the Black Ink clan. While saying so, he controlled the Black Ink strength inside his small universe and his eyes instantly turned pitch black. The corners of Zhou Liang's mouth twitched. You spent 2 years within the Black Ink clan. That was extremely shocking information. Since time immemorial, there had never been anybody among the human race who could remain safe and sound after spending 2 years among the Black Ink clan. Even with the protection of the world spring, doing that was far too daring. Feng Ying spoke up. I was just about to tell you about this matter, Martial Uncle. It's all thanks to Yang Kai that this disciple managed to return. What happened? Zhou Xian asked. Thus she briefly recounted everything that happened to her. She spoke about how she had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength of a Black Ink territory lord, used a secret technique to escape danger and killed a high-rank Black Ink clansman. Afterwards, Yang Kai took the initiative to reveal his identity and joined forces with her to rescue the Black Ink disciples. In the end, they finally managed to gather 300 allies before they proceeded to make their way back. Even though Zhou Xian was well-learned and very knowledgeable, he couldn't help widening his eyes in astonishment after listening to her explanation. It was not until she finally finished speaking that he took a deep breath and asked, did you just say he had the means to dispel and purify Black Ink strength? Also, those people who came back with you were originally Black Ink disciples? That's right. Feng Ying nodded sincerely. You should have seen his ability before, Martial Uncle. He performed that secret technique once when he aided this disciple in the fight against the territory lord earlier. The realization struck Zhou Xian. Are you referring to that white light? There was no way he did not have a deep impression of the purifying light. He had never seen such a pure white light that shone as brightly as the sun on the Black Ink battlefield before. At the time, he had suspected that the death of the territory lord was likely related to the white light. From what he could tell at the moment, his guess seemed to be correct. It turned out to be the Black Ink strength's nemesis. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-48. You don't seem to know much. Zhou Xian was shocked to his core. The fact that Yang Kai possessed a world spring had astonished him greatly. Nevertheless, that was nothing compared to learning about the existence of the purifying light. It was true that the world's spring was a powerful treasure, allowing one to never fear the corrosion of the black ink's strength or worry about being corrupted by it. But that was something that would only benefit one individual. Nobody else could enjoy the benefits of the world's spring but its owner. On the other hand, purifying light was different. Purifying light was the means to dispel and purify black ink's strength, which was something that could benefit the entire human race. The hundreds of people who Feng Ying led back here were living examples. The conflict between the human race and Black Ink clan had gone on for far too long. Although the Black Ink clan had been trapped in the Black Ink battlefield and could not invade the 3,000 worlds easily, the human race was helpless to destroy the Black Ink clan. That was especially true when it came to the corrosion of Black Ink's strength. Since ancient times, many elites among the human race had been corrupted by the Black Ink's strength and turned into enemies. Faced with these people who used to be comrades, close friends, and even relatives who fought side by side with each other on the battlefield, they could only suppress their tears and ruthlessly kill them. It was not that they had never tried to rescue these people. In the past, they had captured the Black Ink disciples alive and tried various means to dispel the Black Ink strength from their bodies. Unfortunately, even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors were powerless to do anything about the Black Ink strength. And yet, there was now someone who could do what even an old ancestor had failed to. How could Zhou Xian not be shocked? He immediately realized that Yang Kai's very existence was critical to the entire human race. The means to dispel and purify Black Ink's strength would surely rewrite the unchanging situation that had existed since time immemorial on the Black Ink battlefield. Grabbing Yang Kai by the arm, Zhou Xian tightened his grip with an emotional expression on his face. Come. We must meet the old ancestor. This matter was far too important and had to be reported to the old ancestor directly. Besides, they had been trapped on the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, so such good news would absolutely boost morale greatly. Please make the arrangements, Senior. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, he had been planning to meet the Ninth Order old ancestor who was in charge of Blue Sky Pass already, since he needed to make a report about the Void Corridor. Zhou Xian grabbed Yang Kai and hurried inside. All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and turned back to look at Feng Ying. How many people know that he has the world's spring? He did not ask how many people knew about Yang Kai's purifying light. Since everyone who came with them was rescued by Yang Kai, they would surely have seen the white light before. Hence, there was no need to ask. That was not something that needed to be concealed anyway. On the contrary, it would be better if the news were to spread. Such good news would greatly reduce their worries on the battlefield and allow their allies to fight the Black Ink clan without fear. Good news like this could greatly affect the trend of the battlefield by allowing the human masters to let loose and fight the Black Ink clan without reserve. Feng Ying replied, among those who came back, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm masters should know, since they were hiding in his small universe. The 300 or so Black Ink disciples who were rescued previously had been divided and hidden inside the small universe of Feng Ying and the other Seventh Order masters. Since Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he could only take Fifth Order masters along with him. Zhou Xian frowned slightly at those words. That was going to be troublesome. Purifying light was something that should be heavily publicized, but the existence of the world's spring was something that needed to be concealed. Once this matter was exposed, it might attract trouble instead. After hearing the exchange, Yang Kai chimed in, don't worry, Senior. I might have accepted some of the Fifth Order masters into my small universe, but I did not reveal the existence of the world's spring to them. There were too many secrets in his small universe. If nothing else, there was the large population of the small stone race and various other living beings that he raised in his small universe. The mountains of yellow and blue crystals were also being stored in his small universe. These were not things that Yang Kai would expose so easily. Therefore, he had deliberately blocked the perception of the Fifth Order masters when he took them into his small universe and only delineated a small area for them to use. In that way, they were unable to see anything that was placed beyond the boundaries of this area. Just like the time when he allowed Zhou Xian to inspect his small universe, Yang Kai had only revealed the world's spring and the existence of the Black Ink strength that was suppressed and sealed inside his body. He only allowed Zhou Xian to see what he wanted Zhou Xian to see. Nothing else had been revealed. Zhou Xian nodded lightly in response. Good. He had planned to ask Feng Ying to warn those fifth-order masters so that they kept the existence of the world's spring a secret, but it would now seem that he was saved the trouble of doing that. From this incident, it could be seen that Yang Kai was a meticulous person who acted cautiously. You should get some rest. I'll take him to the old ancestor, Zhou Liang instructed before he hurried inside. Feng Ying respectfully saw them off. As soon as Yang Kai and Zhou Liang exited the grand hall, they saw a large crowd waiting for them outside. These people were allies who fought side by side on the battlefield earlier and the 300 or so Black Ink disciples that Yang Kai and the others brought back. Upon seeing Yang Kai emerge from the grand hall, the cultivators who were former Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength, stepped forward with Xianxia and the others in the lead. They cupped their fists to express their overflowing gratitude. It was just that Zhou Liang was also here so they could not thank Yang Kai in person. For them it could almost be said that they had gained a new life. If Yang Kai had not removed the Black Ink strength from their bodies, they would still be Black Ink disciples right now. They might even have followed their Black Ink clan masters to this battlefield to kill their own clansmen in battle. On the other hand, the Seventh Order masters in charge of guarding and monitoring the revealing Black Ink array stared at Yang Kai in amazement. The revealing Black Ink array had reacted to him, which could only mean that his body contained Black Ink strength. In other words, he was a Black Ink disciple. Even so, Zhou Liang had ushered him into the inner sanctum for some reason. The situation left them puzzled indeed. What's more, judging from the reactions of the surrounding crowd, this young man who was suspected of being a Black Ink disciple seemed to hold great prestige among this group of people. Just what is going on? The Seventh Order guards looked at each other, feeling speechless. Zhou Liang ignored them and waved the crowd away. Why are you all loitering around here? Quickly get some rest and recover your strength. This war is not over yet. Although they had obtained an absolute victory in the battle earlier, based on their experience over the years, the Black Ink clan's forces would not be pushed back in such a short amount of time. That feat would require years of effort. The Black Ink clan would only withdraw their forces when they could not endure the losses any longer. For that reason, the duration of the war could be long or short. The shortest battles had lasted for 3 to 5 years, while the longest ones had dragged on for several decades to a century. In any case, even if the Black Ink clan withdrew their forces, the human race had no means to annihilate the Black Ink clan completely. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would always rise again after a period of time. For countless years, this vicious cycle had been repeated over and over again. The human race had stationed themselves at the various great passes to guard the last line of defense for the sake of the 3,000 worlds. Walking behind Zhou Liang, Yang Kai looked around in amazement. The scenery inside Blue Sky Pass did not look very different from what one would see inside a city. There were houses situated along both sides of the wide and spacious streets, but of course there were no shops. Although these houses looked like places for people to live in, they seemed to be deserted at this moment. Even the occasional passing cultivator seemed to be in a hurry. Isn't there a little too few people? Yang Kai muttered. Zhou Liang explained, the great passes are basically made up of 2 lines of defense. The first line of defense is the outermost barrier that you saw earlier. The second line of defense is where the revealing Black Ink array is located. Now that war has broken out, most of the people have rushed to the first line of defense. Even if some of them withdrew from battle, they would be resting in their respective residences. That is why the inner sanctum is relatively deserted at the moment. Truthfully, the inner sanctum is quite lively when we are not at war. After saying that, he turned to glance at Yang Kai. I forgot to ask. Where do you hail from? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. This junior can be considered part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but I was not born into Yin Yang Heaven. Whenever he introduced himself to others before, he had always claimed to be a Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciple. The main reason was that he couldn't be bothered to explain the nuances of his situation. Be that as it may, Zhou Liang's status was different. He was an 8th Order ancestor, so it would be better to tell him the truth. Zhou Liang was curious. If you were not born in Yin Yang Heaven, then how are you considered part of it? Yang Kai blushed slightly as he explained, this junior married a Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciple, so I can be considered a Yin Yang Heaven son-in-law. Zhou Liang's mouth fell open slightly. All of a sudden he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. How lucky. The women of Yin Yang Cave Heaven are quite a catch. Generally speaking, the female disciples of the major cave heavens and paradises would not marry outside their respective sex. However, if an individual had outstanding aptitude, the cave heavens and paradises would not hesitate to win these individuals over. Yang Kai's various performances had not escaped Zhou Liang's notice. This boy was truly outstanding. In Zhou Liang's opinion, it was not strange for Yin Cave Heaven to use the marriage of their female disciples as a means to win over a rising star like Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he would never have imagined that Yang Kai was not just marrying a Yin Cave Heaven disciple but two Yin Cave Heaven disciples, one of which was a core disciple. If he knew, he would have been shocked. There are also some people from Yin Cave Heaven here at Blue Sky Pass. I'll introduce you to them if I get the chance. Zhou Liang said casually. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said curiously, isn't Blue Sky Pass the great pass guarded by Blue Sky Paradise? Why are there people from other cave heavens and paradises here? This was something he noticed earlier. Some of the open heaven realm masters who appeared on the battlefield earlier were clearly not from Blue Sky Paradise. He could tell because their divine abilities and secret techniques clearly came from other cave heavens and paradises. Zhou Liang replied, Blue Sky Pass is indeed named after Blue Sky Paradise, and the one overseeing Blue Sky Pass is an old ancestor from Blue Sky Paradise. Be that as it may, the people here come from all over the 3,000 worlds. In fact, there are people from almost every cave heaven or paradise here. How could there only be people from Blue Sky Paradise? You should know that every cave heaven and paradise has their own strengths and weaknesses. Only with sincere cooperation can we bring together each other's strengths and make up for our respective weaknesses. That is the case at Blue Sky Pass and all other great passes. After listening to the explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It would seem that his previous understanding had been flawed. Zhou Liang furrowed his brow slightly at that moment as he muttered, You don't seem to have much knowledge about the great passes. Logically speaking, as long as a person resided in any of the great passes for a few days, they would naturally learn about such common knowledge. However, Yang Kai's behavior seemed to indicate that this was his first time at one of the great passes. Yang Kai quietly said, I will be truthful, senior. I am mostly ignorant about the great passes. Moreover, this is also my first time coming to one of the great passes. Zhou Liang was astonished. How can that be? If that's the case, then how were you captured by the Black Ink clan? He previously assumed that Yang Kai had been captured by the Black Ink clan on one of the battlefields. Consequently, Yang Kai had been forced to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple and followed the Black Ink clan back to their territory. But now that did not seem to be the case. Yang Kai cupped his fist. I cannot tell you the exact reason, but the truth will come to light when this junior meets with the old ancestor. Zhou Liang stared at Yang Kai for a while. He could not understand what in the world could be so difficult to say to him. As an eighth-order ancestor, what was there that he was not allowed to know? Nevertheless, seeing as Yang Kai had said as much, there must be some sort of secret involved. It was not right for him to probe further, so he simply said, Good. However, you might not be able to meet the old ancestor right now. Martial Peak, Chapter 4949 Astonishing. The old ancestor is wounded. Before Yang Kai could inquire about the matter, Zhou Liang took the initiative to explain. Yang Kai was taken aback. Someone with the title Old Ancestor could only be a ninth-order open heaven realm master. How could a person like that be wounded? In the next moment, though, he quickly understood. Was the old ancestor injured during the battle with the Black Ink Royal Lord? The only one who could harm an old ancestor was a royal lord from the Black Ink clan. It would seem that the disturbance caused by the old ancestor's attack that Yang Kai sensed previously when he was in the Black Ink clan's territory had belonged to the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass. Not long after the attack, the royal lord had led the Black Ink clan army in pursuit of the human army. He probably exchanged blows with the old ancestor at the time, which resulted in the old ancestor being injured in the process. Zhou Liang nodded. The old ancestor might be wounded, but that royal lord is in no better condition. We have no idea where the enemy's leader is hiding to treat his wounds at the moment. For the time being, we will have to see who between them recovers first. That will determine the outcome of this battle. The strongest combatants on both sides had been injured and were busy recuperating. Otherwise, their presence would definitely have been seen on the battlefield. In any case, the one who recovered first would obtain the absolute advantage. That was the reason why Zhou Liang could not be sure whether Yang Kai could gain an audience with the old ancestor right now. If this matter was not urgent, Zhou Liang would not have even considered disturbing the old ancestor at a time like this. After all, it was extremely important for the old ancestor to recover from his wounds. It was just that Yang Kai's ability to purify black ink strength was also extremely important, so they had to report this matter to the old ancestor as soon as possible. There was a solitary mountain in the middle of Blue Sky Pass that towered high into the clouds. On top of the solitary mountain stood a majestic palace. That was the place where the old ancestor cultivated in retreat. He normally lived here in seclusion and rarely revealed himself without a reason. Flight was not prohibited inside the inner sanctum, and it did not take long for Zhou Liang to guide Yang Kai to the palace located at the top of the solitary mountain. There were several figures standing guard outside the palace, and each one of them had a profound aura. Even the weakest among them was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. There was also an 8th Order ancestor standing guard in the open, right before the doors just in case an accident occurred. Upon detecting movement, the 8th Order ancestor, who had been sitting down cross-legged and resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slightly and stood up to block their path. "Senior brother Sun." Zhou Liang stepped forward in greeting. Senior brother Sun nodded lightly. Glancing at Yang Kai, who was following behind Zhou Liang curiously, he asked, "Junior brother Zhou, what is so urgent for you to come here?" As 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, Senior brother Sun believed that Zhou Liang knew better and would not come here at this time unless there was something important. "I have something to report to the old ancestor," Zhou Liang replied. Stepping forward, he secretly explained the situation in detail to Senior Brother Sun via transmission. At first, Senior Brother Sun listened with an indifferent expression, but it didn't take long before his eyes contracted in astonishment. He turned to stare at Yang Kai in shock and anxiously asked, "Is that possible?" Zhou Liang nodded solemnly. "Feng Ying told me herself. Besides, those hundreds of people have already entered the inner sanctum. The information is trustworthy." Senior brother Sun frowned. "Didn't you verify the truth with your own eyes?" Zhou Liang asked. "How do we verify this matter?" Senior brother Sun pondered in silence for a moment. "Capture a black ink disciple and bring them back." Zhou Liang stared at Senior brother Sun with his mouth agape, seeming to ask, "Are you serious?" With his expression. Even if he was an 8th Order master, it was not easy to capture a black ink disciple alive on that chaotic battlefield. Senior brother Sun glared at Zhou Liang. "This is an important matter. It's better to be careful. Go quickly." Helpless, Zhou Liang could only answer, Fine, I'll go." Yang Kai listened to the conversation from the side and vaguely guessed the contents of their conversation. Thus, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "There's no need to go to so much trouble. If you wish to verify this matter, Senior, this disciple can show you at any time." Senior brother Sun raised a brow at those words. "How will you do that?" Zhou Liang slapped his forehead. "I forgot he has black ink strength suppressed and sealed inside his small universe." Turning around, he explained the situation to Senior brother Sun. "This brat is extremely blessed. He possesses a world spring, so he does not fear becoming corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, he is bold and reckless. By suppressing and sealing black ink strength in his small universe, he disguised himself as a black ink disciple and lived among the black ink clan for a few years." Senior brother Sun stared at Yang Kai, so shocked that his mouth fell open slightly. This was absolutely astounding information. Even with a world spring, it was crazy for anybody to suppress and seal black ink strength inside their small universe. Not to mention Yang Kai had disguised himself as a black ink disciple and lived among the black ink clan for several years. Someone who did this could no longer be described as courageous. Only reckless would suffice. Nevertheless, this would indeed save them a lot of trouble. Senior brother Sun nodded at Yang Kai and said, "This is an important matter. It's not that I don't trust you, but I must verify the truth with my own eyes." Yang Kai nodded to indicate that he understood. Raising his hand, he opened the portal to his small universe and a mass of black ink strength immediately poured out from within. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in charge of protecting this place had no idea what was going on, so they were shocked to see the pitch-black black ink strength. Thinking that a black ink disciple had infiltrated this place, they instinctively pushed their world force. It was fortunate that Senior Brother Sun stopped them in time. Senior Brother Sun stared intently at Yang Kai's movements and soon saw Yang Kai's hands glowing with two different colored lights. When Yang Kai pressed his palms together, the two different colored lights transformed into a pure white light. Zhou Xian raised his brow slightly at the sight. It was that same white light. He had personally witnessed the white light inflicting great harm on the Black Ink Territory Lord he fought earlier. There was no doubt that the Black Ink Territory Lord had shown a panicked expression when enveloped by the white light. However, what he witnessed from afar could not compare to the shock he experienced at this moment. Under his divine sense perception, he could tell that the white light was completely pure and flawless. The white light loomed over the black ink strength, then they came into contact with each other in the next moment. The thick black ink strength quickly vaporized and vanished out of sight. Only the white light remained without disappearing. The Seventh Order Masters, who reacted as though they were facing a great enemy earlier, were now dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. Even Senior Brother Sun was shocked beyond words. A long while passed before he said, "Astonishing." Although the white light did not contain strong destructive power, it had the effect of purifying the black ink strength. That alone was worthy of his high evaluation. "Please wait here. I will inform the old ancestor of your arrival, but I cannot guarantee that you will receive a response. The old ancestor is in the middle of recovery after all," Senior Brother Sun said before he turned around and entered the palace. Zhou Xian and Yang Kai waited patiently. Meanwhile, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters studied Yang Kai intently, as though they were trying to figure out something from his body. The black ink strength that Yang Kai brought out earlier had already been dispelled, but the white light continued to exist. Zhou Xian couldn't help feeling curious. Reaching out to touch the light, he discovered that it actually gave off an extremely gentle and comforting feeling. "Can this still be used?" Zhou Xian asked. Yang Kai nodded in reply. "It should still be effective, but it won't last for long." Zhou Xian smacked his lips. "That's such a waste." He was tempted to capture a black ink disciple and throw them into the white light. In that way, the black ink strength in the black ink disciple would be dispelled and the black ink disciple would regain mental clarity. Yang Kai had already noticed this issue some time ago. There were many times when purifying light went to waste. Even after dispelling black ink strength from the bodies of the black ink disciples, the effects of the purifying light would not dissipate completely depending on its initial intensity. It was obvious that the light could still be used, but he could only let it go to waste as there was nothing to use it on. It had to be said that the purifying light was formed from the power of the yellow and blue crystals. Therefore, it was these precious yin and yang element materials that were being wasted. Not long afterwards, Senior Brother Sun returned from inside the palace. Zhou Xian hurriedly looked over only to see Senior Brother Sun shaking his head slowly. The old ancestor did not respond. He is probably at a critical juncture in his recovery. There was nothing Zhou Xian could do after hearing that statement. After all, he could not forcibly interrupt the old ancestor who was in the midst of healing. If anything were to happen to the old ancestor, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Senior Brother Sun quickly followed up. "When the old ancestor comes out of retreat, I will inform him about this matter. In any case, Yang Kai is already in the inner sanctum. There's no need to be anxious." Zhou Xian nodded. "That's the only way." "But what do you plan to do now?" Senior Brother Sun asked. Naturally, Zhou Xian understood what Senior Brother Sun meant. This matter cannot be concealed. In any case, it is not something that needs to be concealed either. I plan to announce this information to everyone. This is an uplifting piece of news, especially now that war has broken out. This information will allow the disciples to fight without worries, which will in turn boost their morale. Senior Brother Sun pondered for a while. Good. The problem that has plagued us for so long has been resolved. This will certainly boost morale among the ranks. Do as you see fit. Zhou Xian replied. Then I will gather those old farts in the conference hall and announce this news to them. Go ahead. I will inform the old ancestor about this matter as soon as possible. I'm sure the old ancestor will also agree with the plan. Zhou Xian cupped his fist and sent a divine sense transmission to remind senior brother Sun. Senior brother, the fact that this boy possesses the world's spring cannot be exposed. Senior brother Sun understood. Don't worry. I will take care of it. Likewise, senior brother Sun understood what Zhou Xian was worried about. If it was revealed that Yang Kai possessed the world's spring, it would surely attract trouble. Zhou Xian thanked senior brother Sun and quickly departed with Yang Kai. Along the way he took out a communication device and sent out several messages. A short while later a stream of light sped towards them. A figure was revealed when the stream of light came close. It turned out to be Feng Ying. Martial uncle. Feng Ying cupped her fist in greeting. It was apparent that she had been summoned by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian instructed, lead him to the main conference hall and wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Yes. She responded. Tilting her head to signal Yang Kai, she led him in a certain direction. On the other hand, Zhou Xian headed towards the outside of the Great Pass. Along the way Feng Ying asked, have you met the old ancestor? Yang Kai shook his head. The old ancestor is recovering, so I didn't manage to meet him. She was taken aback. Is the old ancestor injured? It had not been long since she returned, so she was not informed about the old ancestor's injury. I heard Senior Zhong mention that the royal lord is in a similar condition. The royal lord is currently hiding somewhere to treat his wounds. At present it all depends on who recovers first. The one who wins this race will hold the absolute advantage on the battlefield. Feng Ying nodded lightly. It was not the first time the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass and the royal lord of this region had fought each other. Every time the Black Ink clan launched an assault on Blue Sky Pass, the royal lord would step forward to keep the old ancestor in check. There was no other choice. The royal lord had to join the battle personally. Otherwise, no amount of Black Ink clansmen could ever hope to stop the old ancestor if he stood on the front lines. Why does Martial Uncle Zhong want you to go to the main conference hall? She inquired further. Yang Kai answered, he seems to believe that word of the purifying light will boost morale, so he plans to announce it to everyone. Feng Ying instantly understood. It will certainly be beneficial. Besides, there's nothing wrong with publicizing this information. This matter cannot be hidden anyway. Everybody will know about it sooner or later. Yang Kai nodded. He had no intention of hiding this ability as it could restrain Black Ink's strength after all. If this ability could benefit his allies, then he would be happy to cooperate. It did not take long for the pair to arrive outside a grand hall. However, they did not enter and simply waited outside. The hall was empty without a figure in sight, but after waiting for some time, a figure came towards them from a distance and soon landed not far away. The person who arrived was burly and had a head of disheveled hair, like a raging wild lion. Martial Peak, Chapter 4950. Something we need to confirm. Martial Uncle Zhao. Feng Ying faced the person who just arrived and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai also bowed slightly from where he stood behind her. On the other hand, Martial Uncle Zhao stared at Feng Ying in surprise. Feng girl, you're back. Didn't they say that you were left behind in Black Ink clan territory? How did you manage to return? She replied, I was lucky to survive. As for how she managed to return, she did not explain in detail. He nodded lightly. You will surely receive a great blessing after surviving such a difficult ordeal. Don't squander your opportunity. I hope that you can slaughter even more Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield from now on. She responded affirmatively. After that he stuck his head into the hall and looked around before he frowningly asked, Brother Zhong summoned us here, so why isn't he here? Did something happen? She respectfully answered, Martial Uncle Zhong has something important to announce. Unfortunately, this disciple does not know the exact details. Please enter first, Martial Uncle Zhao. Martial Uncle Zhong will be here soon. And Martial Uncle Zhao nodded. Then he strode into the conference hall and randomly found a place to sit and wait. Martial Uncle Zhao had only just entered the hall when numerous streams of lights came flying over from all directions. Every one of them was an 8th Order master. They were clearly the people in charge of the various front lines on the battlefield. In other words, they had the same status as Zhou Xian. Feng Ying and Yang Kai stood outside the hall, greeting each arrival in succession. As the guests entered, Feng Ying told Yang Kai who was from which cave, heaven or paradise. Although there were tens of thousands of masters in Blue Sky Pass, there were only a handful of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters among them. In fact, there were only several dozen in total. Feng Ying had been living here for thousands of years, so it was only natural for her to know them all. These 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters could be said to be the pillars of every great pass. Every one of them was an incredibly valuable asset, and they basically held important positions that placed them in charge of commanding the human army and protecting the various defense lines. As expected, there was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor from Yinyang Cave Heaven. It was just that he did not know Yang Kai's origins, so he did not pay much attention to him. Besides, this was not a place where people made connections to climb up the social ladder. Yang Kai simply memorized the name and appearance of this 8th Order Master without saying too much to the other party. Most of the 8th Order Masters who came here were acquainted with Feng Ying. Some of them glanced at Yang Kai but did not pay much attention to him. However, Yang Kai felt as though the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Shihi Paradise had been observing him closely. The other party even seemed to have a look of doubt on his face when he entered the conference hall. Nevertheless, he did not say anything to Yang Kai. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering whether it was simply his own misunderstanding. Everybody waited in the hall for some time, but there was still no sign of Zhou Xian anywhere. It didn't take long before somebody lost their patience and complained, "What the hell is that old fart Zhou doing? I have an ongoing battle at the moment. Why did he send an urgent message to summon us here? Is he playing a joke on us? Where is that old fart Zhou? Brother Zhang, please don't be so impatient. Since we received an urgent message from Brother Zhang, then it must be something important. Although you have an ongoing battle, the outcome will not be determined for some time yet. It's time to let the subordinates under our command rest for a while." Somebody earnestly responded. It would seem that this person was quite open-minded. "Speaking of which, have you visited the old ancestor? Are his injuries severe? I've sent a message and received a response claiming that old ancestor is in the middle of recovery, so I didn't dare to disturb him. I don't think it's very serious. It's not the first time something like this has happened after all. Old ancestor is treating his wounds as is the royal lord. It's the same for both sides. If I had to say, we should find an opportunity to charge forward. Once we find the place where the royal lord is recuperating, we can vanquish him. In that way the war will go smoothly for us." "Brother, you're not a child anymore. Why are you spewing such nonsensical words? The place where the royal lord is recuperating will surely be under strict guard. We might be able to charge forward, but we won't be able to return alive. You should think before you speak." "Who did you just call brainless?" "Of course, I'm referring to the person who answered." For a time the quarrel became very fierce. There was no saying whether these two quarreling 8th Order Masters did not get along with each other in the first place, but as soon as they started arguing, they started to roll up their sleeves to get physical. Consequently, the people around them panicked and quickly stepped in to calm them down. Outside the hall, Feng Ying and Yang Kai glanced at each other with speechless expressions. 8th Order Masters held highly revered positions, so most people had the impression that they were all stern-looking and dignified people. Who could have imagined that these 8th Order ancestors would be squabbling inside the conference hall like hawkers at the market? If news were to spread out to the public, nobody would believe the truth. A stream of light suddenly sped over from a distance and landed in front of the two. It was Zhou Xian. Feng Ying and Yang Kai bowed in unison and looked up only to see Zhou Xian holding a person in his grasp. That person was clearly a black ink disciple. His eyes were filled with inky darkness, and although there was a seal placed on his body that suppressed his strength and prevented him from circulating his power, he continued to struggle endlessly against his restraints. Upon seeing this black ink disciple, Yang Kai immediately had a vague understanding of Zhou Liang's intentions. No matter how beautiful his words were, nobody would believe them without proof. Therefore, Zhou Liang had obviously rushed to the battlefield outside the Great Pass and captured a black ink disciple so that Yang Kai could use purifying light in front of everyone. Zhou Liang nodded and directed his words at Yang Kai, "Come with me." "Yes." Yang Kai responded affirmatively, then he followed Zhou Liang into the hall. The noise inside the hall died down abruptly. Many people turned to stare at them in astonishment, wondering why Zhou Liang had captured and brought a black ink disciple here. "Brother Zhou, you're finally here," somebody remarked. "I've made you wait," Zhou Liang cupped his fist apologetically. "It's just that this is a very important matter, so I had to take some time to prepare." While speaking, he threw the black ink disciple in his grasp to the ground. The black ink disciple might have been placed under a seal, but his movements were unimpeded. Thus he quickly stood up and looked around cautiously. Everybody in the room was also scrutinizing the black ink disciple. All the people present in this room were 8th Order masters, so this black ink disciple did not pose any threat to them. Be that as it may, they had a vague guess that Zhou Liang's announcement had something to do with the black ink disciples. There was no need for him to capture one otherwise. "What is going on, Brother Zhou? Can't you tell us now? The front lines are still fighting. It will be a problem if we remain here for too long," somebody urged. Zhou Liang nodded. Just as he was about to speak, somebody else suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Brother Zhou, before you begin, there is something I want to confirm." Zhou Liang turned to look in that direction and nodded. "Please speak, Brother Tian." Likewise, Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person who spoke earlier was the same person who was staring intently at him earlier. At the time, he had the feeling that this person's gaze contained some sort of deeper meaning but could not be sure. It would now seem that his guess was correct. He recalled that Feng Ying had introduced this person as Tian Xiaozhu of Shihi Paradise. Tian Xiaozhu said, "I heard a message from a disciple under my command claiming that the revealing black ink array had reacted to a certain individual when a group of people entered the inner sanctum earlier. However, you insisted on bringing him into the inner sanctum. Is that true, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Liang frowned slightly. He knew that the person who sent the message was most likely one of the people guarding the revealing black ink array. Even so, he could not blame the other party. They were simply carrying out their duties. Unable to prevent him from bringing Yang Kai into the inner sanctum when he insisted, they could only send a message to the ancestors of their respective cave heavens and paradises to ask them to investigate and determine the truth of the incident. "It looks like I won't be able to keep this matter hidden anymore." Zhou Liang smacked his lips. "I had hoped to avoid attracting trouble, but it looks like I won't be able to avoid this issue." In the end, he nodded. "It's true." Seeing his admission, somebody exclaimed in astonishment. "If the revealing black ink array reacted, that can only mean that they have black ink strength in their body. That person is a black ink disciple. How can you bring such a person into the inner sanctum, Brother Zhou? Could it be this person?" That person glanced at the black ink disciple that Zhou Liang had just brought in. Tian Xiaozhu shook his head. "It's not this black ink disciple. If my guess is correct, that person should have been him. Am I right?" While speaking, he glanced towards Yang Kai, who was standing next to Zhou Liang. Yang Kai bowed politely. "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." Many people studied Yang Kai curiously. Some people seemed confused while others seemed thoughtful. Zhou Liang sighed softly and looked at Tian Xiaozhu. "Brother Tian, what are you trying to say?" Tian Xiaozhu said, "Brother Zhou, you insisted on bringing this boy into the inner sanctum without even placing a restriction on him. That can only mean that you are not worried about him in the slightest. However, the revealing black ink array could not have been mistaken. In other words, he most likely has black ink strength in his body. But judging by his appearance and actions, he does not seem like a black ink disciple. Despite having black ink strength in his body, he is not being corrupted by it. Looking at this situation, doesn't anything come to mind?" Somebody suddenly understood and shouted, "A4 universe pillar?" A series of gasps rang out, and many pairs of eyes flashed with interest at those words. Another person asked excitedly, "Does the boy really possess one of the 4 universe pillars?" Only those who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would not be converted into a black ink disciple despite having black ink strength in their body. It was not as if something similar had never happened before. After all, Yang Kai was not the only person with a 4 universe pillar among the human race. With a 4 universe pillar protecting their small universe, it stood to reason that black ink strength could not invade one's body regardless of the circumstances. However, it was a different case altogether if they took the initiative to open the portal to their small universe and accept black ink strength into their small universe. In the past, many human masters with the 4 universe pillars had carried out various experiments to accept black ink strength into their small universe. They wanted to see if the corrosion of black ink strength was stronger or the power of the 4 universe pillars was greater. The results naturally spoke for themselves. Those who possessed the 4 universe pillars would not be affected in any way even if they opened the portal to their small universe and drew in black ink strength. Although this matter could be considered a secret, all the people present in this room were 8th Order Masters who had heard about this matter to some extent. That was why some of them immediately guessed the truth once they heard Tian Xiaozhu's statement. Zhou Xian scowled deeply. Faced with so many inquiring eyes, he knew that he could not keep the secret hidden any longer even though he wanted to for Yang Kai. He had repeatedly reminded Feng Ying and the senior brother standing guard for the old ancestor not to reveal the secret that Yang Kai possessed a world spring. His actions were to prevent these exact kinds of situations from happening. Unfortunately, he failed to prevent such a situation in the end. The disciples guarding the revealing black ink array had sent a message to Tian Xiaozhu, and the quick-witted Tian Xiaozhu managed to deduce the truth based on such meager information. Hence, Zhou Liang nodded with a sullen expression. Brother Tian is correct. Yang Kai does indeed possess one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring. Despite having some guesses, the crowd could barely conceal the joy on their faces when they heard him confirming their speculations. Somebody then asked, which cave heaven or paradise does this boy come from? Zhou Liang turned to the side and looked at Yang Kai, indicating for him to explain the situation himself. Yang Kai glanced at one of the elderly men and cupped his fist. This disciple married 2 Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples and became a Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law. Greetings, Elder Lu. Martial Peak, Chapter 4951, Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. Thanks to Feng Ying's secret introductions earlier, Yang Kai had memorized the identity of this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. This person was Yinyang Cave Heaven's Lu, and Yang Kai had originally planned to visit this person when he had the time. Now that the situation had come to this, he could only reveal his identity in advance. Luan raised his brow, looking extremely surprised. He had not expected Yang Kai to be part of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Even if Yang Kai was not born in Yinyang Cave Heaven, the fact that he could marry 2 Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples indicated that he was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, the sect would not have allowed the 2 disciples to marry him. Everybody else was also extremely flabbergasted. It turned out that the little brat standing in front of them was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Not only was he not from any of the cave heavens or paradises, but he was also only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How did he come to the Black Ink battlefield? Even if he was a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, there was no such precedent throughout history. In the Black Ink battlefield, all the cultivators in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and below were the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises exclusively. Only a few of the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were from outside sects. They had been forcefully dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield by the cave heavens and paradises. Knowing that Yang Kai was part of Yinyang Cave Heaven, Lu An's expression immediately became much friendlier. He nodded lightly and asked, "Whose disciple did you marry?" He was not asking out of simple curiosity. Words were useless without proof. There was a need to verify the truth in case Yang Kai turned out to be lying. If he believed those lies blindly and something were to happen in the future, it was Yinyang Cave Heaven's reputation that would suffer a heavy blow. Yang Kai replied, "The disciples that this junior married are the legacy disciple under Su Linggong and the legacy disciple under Chen Xiao." Luan murmured, "So it was Su and Chen boy." If Yang Kai had mentioned the names of Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan, there was a possibility that he would not have recognized them. After all, it had been a long time since Luan came to the Black Ink battlefield. The 2 women might not have even been born yet when he left the sect. However, Luan recalled the names of Su Linggong and Chen Xiao to some extent. That was especially true for the person called Su Linggong. Although Su Linggong was nothing more than a rising star in the sect who had yet to advance into the Open Heaven realm when Luan left the sect, he was already being trained and nurtured as a core disciple at the time. Furthermore, Luan heard that Su Linggong joined the Black Ink battlefield several decades ago. It was just that Su Linggong did not come to Blue Sky Pass. Nevertheless, it would not be difficult for him to verify these facts. Listening to the conversation between those two, the others could basically confirm that Yang Kai was indeed part of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Somebody immediately cupped his fist at Luan and said, "What a blessing, Brother Lu. Congratulations, Brother Lu." Despite the congratulatory words, Luan did not seem happy. He simply smiled bitterly while shaking his head and waving away their congratulatory wishes. On the other hand, the frown on Zhong Liang's face deepened. Yang Kai, was it? Among the congratulatory wishes, somebody spoke up suddenly. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the voice belonged to Tian Xiuzhu. He immediately cupped his fist and bowed, "Yes." "What order were you when you first advanced into the open heaven realm?" Tian Xiuzhu asked. Yang Kai answered, "The fifth order open heaven realm." "Fifth order?" Tian Xiuzhu nodded lightly. "You must be wondering why we are offering our congratulatory wishes. In truth, this is something related to you." Yang Kai looked puzzled. Just why would this be related to him? Besides, he was certainly curious as to why the others were congratulating Luan. Luan raised a hand to interrupt. "Brother Tian, let's talk about this later." There was a hint of reluctance and guilt in his expression. Tian Xiuzhu looked at Luan. "The Black Ink clan is currently besieging Blue Sky Pass. This is the time when we need to strengthen the might of our forces the most. Therefore, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Since all the Eighth Order Masters have basically been gathered here, it's a good opportunity to speak openly about this matter. Brother Lu, I'm sure you understand that this Tian has no selfish intentions. This is all for the greater good of the human race." Luan sighed softly. "Of course, I know that you are not being selfish, Brother Lu. But," Tian Xiuzhu said, "this matter concerns the entire human race, not just Yinyang Cave Heaven. Brother Lu, you may remain silent if you feel guilty." Luan sighed again and said no more. Afterward, Tian Xiuzhu turned to look at Yang Kai. "You not only possess one of the 4 universe pillars, but have also suppressed and sealed black ink strength in your body. So, you should know how the 4 universe pillars hold up against the black ink strength." Yang Kai nodded. This junior naturally understands. It was thanks to the world spring that his small universe remained flawless. Back when he was in the Black Prison, even the secret technique of the Black Ink Royal Lord had no effect on him at all. It could be said that he would never need to worry about the corrosion of the black ink strength as long as he had the world spring. In fact, as long as he was strong enough, he could charge right into the middle of the Black Ink clan army without any worries. Tian Xiuzhu bluntly got to the point. "The 4 universe pillars are very useful to the human race, but they are very rare and hard to find. That is why, if any of the 4 universe pillars appear in the 3,000 worlds, the cave heavens and paradises will spare no effort to obtain and deliver it to the Black Ink battlefield. The 4 universe pillars would then be refined by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and used to fight the Black Ink clan. The old ancestors are strong enough that they have no need to fear becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength. Unfortunately, there have been precedents where 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were corrupted. The 4 universe pillars can protect an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the battlefield, which will allow them to fight the Black Ink clan freely and without fear of becoming corrupted. This matter is something that holds great significance to the human race. On the Black Ink battlefield, only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are eligible to possess a 4 universe pillar. That is because only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters can protect such a treasure. You are only in the 6th Order at the moment. If you enter the battlefield, there is no guarantee that nothing will happen to you. More importantly, if anything were to happen to you, the human race would not only lose you as an individual but also an extremely rare and precious treasure. In addition, the Black Ink clan will surely target you if they learn that you possess one of the 4 universe pillars. It would be very detrimental for you. After all, the Black Ink clan is extremely repulsed by the 4 universe pillars. If given the chance, they will never allow any human cultivator with a 4 universe pillar to walk free. As you are now, you are not strong enough to protect the 4 universe pillars. Do you understand what I am trying to say? Tian Xiuzhu looked at Yang Kai solemnly. At first, Yang Kai had not quite grasped the situation, but Tian Xiuzhu had spoken so clearly that it was impossible for him not to understand now. He immediately nodded in response. If I have heard you correctly, Senior, You are asking me to offer up my world's spring. Xianxia nodded. Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. This old master's words may be somewhat cruel, but I do not have any selfish intentions. I am speaking for the sake of the entire human race. Of course, please do not worry. This old master does not covet the world's spring in your possession. Since you come from Yingyang Cave Heaven, the world's spring will be taken over by Brother Lu instead. Yang Kai immediately understood. It now made sense as to why they asked him which cave heaven or paradise he came from earlier. They had been preparing for this moment. Depending on which cave heaven or paradise he came from, an ancestor of that particular cave heaven or paradise would naturally be the one to take possession of the world's spring. If you had the potential to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, this old master would not have had to play the part of the villain. Unfortunately, you only advanced into the 5th Order as a starting point, making your limit the 7th Order. Even if you became a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you would still lack the necessary strength required to protect the world's spring. Xianxia exhaled softly and looked at Yang Kai sternly. So, little friend, this old master asks that you offer up the world's spring in contribution to the entire human race. Yang Kai remained silent and said nothing. He certainly did not expect to encounter this situation after coming to the Black Ink battlefield. Although he heard Feng Ying mention that all the 4 universe pillars belonging to the human race were in the hands of the 8th Order Masters, he had not thought much about her statement at the time. It would seem that it was not because the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had amazing opportunities, but that the situation had resulted from intentional distribution of resources. In the past, people who were not in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm might also have obtained one of the 4 universe pillars, but they had always voluntarily offered up these treasures so that the ancestors of their respective sects could make best use of them instead. The Black Ink clan must also be privy to this information, which was why they did not bother to perform a thorough check on cultivators below the 8th Order Open Heaven realm after converting them with Black Ink's strength. If not for that, the Black Ink clan territory lord would not have departed with such peace of mind after he corrupted Feng Ying. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would definitely have suspected Xianxia of malicious intentions for bringing up this topic. However, this was the Black Ink battlefield. There might be some friction and conflicts among the various cave heavens and paradises, but they were of one mind and one will when it came to the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. It was just like how Qin Xiu had schemed for his own disciple to suffer from cultivation dissonance in front of Yang Kai in order to protect Yingyang Cave Heaven's face. He had no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai at the time and was simply acting in the best interests of Yingyang Cave Heaven. Likewise, Xianxia held no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai himself could perceive that fact. After all, even if he offered up the world's spring, his actions would not benefit Xianxia in any way. The world's spring would only be handed over to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm ancestor of Yingyang Cave Heaven, Luan. It was just as Xianxia had said. This was all for the sake of the greater good of the human race. When Yang Kai remained silent, the atmosphere in the hall turned colder. Everybody knew that this situation was very unfair to Yang Kai, but it was not as if they had never encountered similar situations in the past. They had always handled such situations in this manner. There was no reason for them to make an exception for this case. Xianxia continued, "Please rest assured. Giving up the world's spring will indeed damage the integrity of your small universe. However, the inner sanctum will prepare a profound Yin spirit fruit for you. We will help you repair your small universe so that your cultivation will not be affected in the future. In any case, there is no hurry. You are only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm at the moment. Even if you wanted to offer up the world's spring right now, you don't have the necessary ability to do so. We will only ask this of you when you advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and your small universe transforms from immaterial to material." When Yang Kai first obtained the world's spring, he had been placed in captivity by Xiao Lin Lang in the Shattered Heaven for some time. That incident had occurred for this very reason. She had also wanted to obtain the world's spring, but she had to consider Yang Kai's inadequate cultivation. She believed that his small universe was still immaterial and that he could not cut off a part of his small universe for her. Therefore, she had provided him with various cultivation materials to help him advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to her, his small universe had transformed from immaterial to material a long time ago. He could have separated the world's spring from his body at any time if he wanted. Needless to say, there was another method available. That method was much easier, which was to kill him. Once Yang Kai died, there was a chance the world's spring would emerge when his small universe collapsed. However, even for the human race, forcibly asking a junior to give up the world's spring was already very cruel, so how could they outright kill him? Nobody would agree to carry out such a heinous act. Zhou Xian stood silently by the side. There were two reasons why he had previously inquired about Yang Kai's initial order when advancing into the open heaven realm. The first reason was that he had been confused as to whether Yang Kai was part of the human race or the dragon clan. The second reason was that he wanted to know the limits of Yang Kai's future cultivation. As soon as he learned that Yang Kai had initially advanced into the Fifth Order open heaven realm, he immediately decided to ensure that the news regarding Yang Kai's possession of the world's spring would never be leaked to others. That was because he knew that they would face this issue once the information was exposed to the public. If anybody else had possessed one of the four universe pillars instead, Zhou Xian would have wholeheartedly agreed that they should offer up the world's spring. But Yang Kai was different. The ability to cast purifying light would be instrumental for the human race. Hence, it would not be beneficial for the human race to incur his wrath and resentment at such a time. Secretly glancing at Yang Kai, Zhou Xian discovered that Yang Kai looked calm and indifferent. There was no sign of anger or resentment at all. Thus he couldn't help feeling impressed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4952, this junior can advance to the Eighth Order. No matter who was faced with such a situation, it would be difficult for them to remain calm. Therefore Zhou Xian was quite impressed by Yang Kai's reaction. It was true that Yang Kai did not feel any resentment. He could understand that Tian Xiaozhu's actions were not aimed at him. Rather, Tian Xiaozhu's actions and words came from a place of righteousness. In order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi was willing to sacrifice his own life. In comparison, how could Yang Kai not endure such insignificant grievance? Yang Kai, this is for the greater good of the human race. Tian Xiaozhu earnestly persuaded. Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, he thought that the former was unwilling to compromise. Ultimately, though, the willingness of the other party did not matter. This was how such matters had been handled since ancient times. It was a given that those who stepped foot into the black ink battlefield had to put their individual lives aside. Therefore, he believed that Yang Kai would eventually come around. Yang Kai shook his head. "Senior, you have misunderstood. This junior is not an unreasonable person. You have made yourself very clear, so how can this junior not understand?" Tian Xiaozhu nodded in relief. "It's good that you understand." But Yang Kai changed the subject. "From what you mentioned earlier, Senior, this junior will not need to offer up the world's spring if I can advance to the Eighth Order open heaven realm in the future, correct? For him, offering up the world's spring would definitely cause some damage to his small universe. Although a profound Yin spirit fruit could repair his small universe, he would no longer be able to ignore the corrosion of black ink strength. That would be extremely dangerous on the black ink battlefield. It was not that he was unwilling to sacrifice himself for the human race. Had the cave heavens and paradises not made far more sacrifices for the human race throughout the ages? They had silently waged war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless eons and invested unimaginable amounts of manpower and resources into the effort. It could be said that the stability of the 3,000 worlds was inseparable from the contributions of the cave heavens and paradises. In the safe and stable environment behind them were Yang Kai's subordinates and disciples in Voidland, as well as his friends and relatives in the star boundary. If he were an ordinary open heaven realm master, he would not have hesitated to give up the world's spring. However, Yang Kai was confident in himself. He had always been able to crush opponents in the same realm as himself. In other words, if he could advance into the Eighth Order open heaven realm in the future, the role he could play and the strength he could exert would definitely be greater than any of the ancestors in front of him right now. Tian Xiaozhu was stunned for a moment, but he nodded anyway. "That's how it is. If you can advance into the Eighth Order open heaven realm, then there is no need for you to give up the world's spring. The inner sanctum will also spare no effort to help you advance to the Eighth Order as soon as possible so that you can contribute to the human race." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "This junior can advance to the Eighth Order." Everybody else was startled by his words, and somebody scowled and pointed out, Brat, didn't you say that your initial breakthrough was to the 5th order? How can you advance to the 8th order? Don't tell me you have an innate open heaven pill from the universe furnace on hand. Innate open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace were natural products of the world that contain the mysteries of the universe. They could help a person break through the shackles of their limits and ignore the bottleneck of the open heaven realm. As long as they had enough of such spirit pills, they could even advance into the 9th order open heaven realm, regardless of their starting point. Unfortunately, one could only encounter such treasures serendipitously. The universe furnace was one of the most profound and mysterious treasures in existence. Not only was it extremely elusive, but its occasional appearance in the world was also very short-lived. Therefore, it was no easy task to obtain innate open heaven pills. What's more, even if such treasures were on hand, Yang Kai would not have the chance to consume them. They would be given to an 8th order open heaven realm master instead so that he could advance into the 9th order open heaven realm. It would always be highly beneficial for the human race to gain an additional 9th order master. Yang Kai calmly explained, it is true that this junior only broke through to the 5th order open heaven realm initially. However, this junior was later fortunate enough to consume a mid-rank world fruit and advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. A mid-rank world fruit. Somebody exclaimed in surprise while the others looked on in shock. As 8th order open heaven realm masters, how could they not know about the existence of the world fruit? That was an even rarer treasure than an innate open heaven pill. Somebody said, it is rumored that there is a world tree that grows in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter. Could that be where you obtained your world fruit? Yang Kai nodded affirmatively. I accidentally became involved with the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and spent some time inside that place. It was also inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that I obtained the world fruit. A series of gasps rang out throughout the conference hall. That was an incredible opportunity indeed. A mid-rank world fruit could not only increase one's cultivation by an entire order, but it also increased the limit that they could achieve in the future. Luan probed further. Does that mean that even though you were only in the 5th order open heaven realm when you first advanced into the open heaven realm, you actually have the opportunity to advance to the 8th order in the future? The 4 universe pillars had a huge appeal to open heaven realm masters, especially 8th order masters like themselves. Possessing one of the 4 universe pillars would allow them to fight with greater efficiency on the battlefield. Luan was truly reluctant to snatch the belongings of a junior, but in light of the bigger picture, Yang Kai was powerless to protect the world's spring. Leaving this matter alone would only result in a huge loss for the human race. That was why he had remained silent all this while. He had silently considered this matter in his heart. If Yang Kai was made to offer up the world's spring, he would definitely have to compensate Yang Kai for the gesture. At the very least, he had to protect Yang Kai as much as possible within the scope of his ability. Nevertheless, he did not expect to learn that Yang Kai had consumed a mid-rank world fruit before. Yes. Yang Kai nodded firmly. That is why this junior has the confidence to advance to the 8th order open heaven realm. Luan nodded lightly. You should put in more effort in the future then. If you need anything, please let this old master know. Since Yang Kai could be considered part of Yinyang Cave Heaven, it was only natural that Luan would pay more attention to him when they resided at the same Great Pass. Although there was no strong sense of factionalism in the Great Passes, it stood to reason that most people would be closer to others of the same sect. Many thanks, Elder, Yang Kai bowed. On the other side, Tian Xiaozhu fell silent for a moment before he said, if that's the case, then the matter regarding the world's spring is settled. However, this old master would like to say something. Yang Kai looked at Tian Xiaozhu. Please enlighten me, Elder. The black ink battlefield is extremely dangerous. You need to be very careful. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a huge loss to the human race. This junior will bear that in mind. Yang Kai bowed. Zhong Liang, however, just snickered at those words. Brother Tian, if you knew what this brat did in the past, you would not bother to warn him about such things. Tian Xiaozhu asked curiously, what did he do? Zhong Liang glanced at Yang Kai. This brat is the boldest one I've ever seen. He disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years in the Black Ink clan's territory. It was all thanks to this brat that Feng Ying and the others managed to come back safely. Everybody in the conference hall immediately became speechless, too dumbfounded to say anything. The corners of Lu An's face twitched and he was filled with lingering fear. You disguised yourself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years among the Black Ink clan? That's not bold. That's reckless. Tian Xiaozhu's mouth quivered in anger. What if your identity was discovered and something happened to you? He had tried his best to protect the world's spring. Not only did he not hesitate to use his authority to coerce the other party, but he even demanded that Yang Kai offer up the world's spring without any regard for his pride. Who could have known that Yang Kai had done such a terrifying thing? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I had no choice. He had not wanted to do something so risky either. Unfortunately, the place connected to the Void Corridor was located inside a sealed world in the Black Ink clan's domain. Having found himself in the Black Ink clan hinterland as soon as he arrived, what else could he have done? Luan scolded, don't be so reckless again in the future. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, yes. Many of the Eighth Order masters in the hall were staring at Yang Kai with strange expressions now. Nobody had ever done such a thing throughout all of history. If it was said that they had only paid attention to him earlier because of the world's spring, then they were now paying attention to him because of his conduct. Somebody suddenly turned to look at Zhong Liang. Brother Zhong, you mentioned that Feng Ying and that group of people only returned thanks to Yang Kai. What did you mean? Zhong Liang did not bother to explain. Instead he turned to look at Yang Kai and instructed, show them. Seeing was always better than listening in terms of clarity. That was why he had gone out of his way to capture a Black Ink disciple. It was so that Yang Kai could easily demonstrate his ability. Outside the palace where the old ancestor was in retreat, Yang Kai had used the Black Ink strength suppressed inside his small universe to demonstrate the effects of the purifying light. It was just that Zhong Liang was reluctant to reveal the fact that Yang Kai possessed a world spring, so he had gone to the trouble of preparing in advance. Who could have known that Tian Xiaozhu had already inferred the truth? He couldn't keep the secret hidden at all. If he had known earlier, Zhong Liang could have saved himself the trouble of capturing a Black Ink disciple. Yang Kai responded affirmatively and strode towards the captured Black Ink disciple. The Eighth Order masters watched curiously, wondering what Zhong Liang was selling in his bottle gourd. A seal had been placed on the Black Ink disciple so he could not circulate any strength and he had not dared to act rashly after being thrown here by Zhong Liang. Of course he had been observing his surroundings vigilantly in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape. So when he saw Yang Kai walking towards him at this moment he stepped back defensively. But where could he go in his condition? Furthermore, it only took Zhong Liang a casual wave of his hand to completely lock the Black Ink disciple in place. A yellow and blue light suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hands, which immediately attracted everybody's attention to him. Zhong Liang also paid close attention. Even though he had witnessed this sight before, he could not tear his eyes away at this moment. A distinct yin and yang element power radiated from the blue and yellow lights respectively. Then in front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai clapped his hands together. A pure white light bloomed into existence when the yellow and blue lights merged together. The white light immediately cascaded down on the Black Ink disciple. In the next moment the Black Ink disciple revealed a look of pain on his face. A thick layer of Black Ink strength simultaneously seeped out from his body, accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds. To the onlookers' astonishment, the Black Ink strength was then purified by the white light and vanished into nothingness. The Eighth Order ancestors who were watching closely widened their eyes instantly at the sight. There was a loud clatter as most of them knocked over their chairs and involuntarily jumped to their feet in astonishment. Their expressions were filled with shock, and their widened eyes overflowed with disbelief. Even though they were worldly masters, they had never seen such an incredulous situation before. The Black Ink disciple's pain only lasted for a moment, and his expression soon calmed down. Under the shroud of the white light, both his figure and his expression appeared hazy. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and nodded lightly at Zhong Liang. Only then did Zhong Liang dispel his power around Black Ink disciple and take a step back. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everybody was staring at the black ink disciple in stunned silence, and it was only a long while later that the sound of people nervously gulping echoed throughout the room. Somebody finally asked, Brother Zhong, what is this? He had a guess in his heart, but he could not be certain. That was because what he saw with his eyes might not be what he was thinking in his heart. There were many people with similar thoughts. All of them turned to look at Zhong Liang with an inquiring gaze, hoping to gain a more definite answer from him. Zhong Liang smiled slightly. Don't tell me you don't understand what just happened. Tian Xiaozhu's expression was grim and cold. Brother Zhong, this is an important matter. Now is not the time for jokes. Could it really be the same as what we are thinking?